everybody from this moment on to recognize me as the scholar of boxing.
See, their morals, their code. It's a bad joke. Dropped at the first sign of trouble. They're only as good as the world allows them to be. I'll show you. When the chips are down, these civilized people, they'll eat each other.
49 hours declaring a riot.
5 to 50 be advised, County Police 1 advised they're trying to breach and get to the Capitol.
Publicists, when you talk to your publicists, you know the first thing they tell you? What? Stay away from religion, stay away from politics. Okay. You know why? Why? No matter what the you say, somebody passionately disagrees with you.
Absolutely.
No matter what religion, you believe in Allah, then you're saying that's not the right way. You believe in every Christianity, that's not it, because they're choosing something different. Your political party, Democrat, Republican, the disagreement completely.
Yep.
So I stay away from it. When I get pulled into politics, I go,
yeah.
And I have nothing to say. I'm just
the same way we are. We don't no politics, nothing.
I'll with that. I don't stay there because I'm still entertainment. If it's not music, then it's film and television, but it's still entertainment. So why would you turn someone off by saying that?
Right.
I want everybody to enjoy what I'm doing.
Right.
Not just a selective few amount of people. I focus on diversity because it's needed.
Right.
The boxing scholar is a lover, not a fighter, but he's also a fighter, so don't get any ideas. If he pats you on the back, you'll put it in your resume. His enemy. Have him listed as an emergency contact. The scholar has an inside joke with complete strangers. If he punched you in the face, you'd have to fight the urge not to thank him. Sharks have a week dedicated to him. He's the only man alive to is parallel park. A train is count to infinity twice. In Genesis, when God said, "Let there be light," the scholars said, "Say pretty please." He is the genius of all genius and master of all masters.
And that's the trick to life. You have to be wise enough to know when you were living in your dream. And you have to be humble enough to accept when you were in someone else's.
Yo, the Boxing Scholars on.
Press is on with its Epstein and probe, a partial rebuke to Trump's demands to drop the issue. Congress deposing Trump Attorney General Barr, who was in charge when Epstein died in custody. And tonight, we actually start our program with a new Beat special report for you, tracing the sordid path of crimes, investigations, corruption, deals with government insiders, often Republicans, the suspicious death of Epstein in custody of the Trump administration's first term, the secretive responses we've been seeing for years across these issues. We're going to show you the new Beat timeline that we've created, reporting for the first time tonight, raising fresh questions for Trump and other government officials. We are going to explain this, what you see here coming up in this first segment of the show. A timeline that actually will make more sense, we think, when you recall the facts. How Epstein, first presented as an elite, wealthy person with ties to other important people, but then his whole facade showed sudden cracks when local police investigated a report of Epstein molesting a 14-year-old, leading to to government plans to charge him, which were then watered down into a lesser charge under a secret deal with a Republican appointee, Alex Acosta.
Jeffrey Epstein went to jail just before 10 this morning. He pleaded guilty in open court.
There is no argument that Epstein got an extraordinary break, a backroom deal, some have described it.
What was so important to the government that sex crimes described in this agreement were treated so lightly?
Because of apparently some very high-powered attorneys. They've treated Mr. Epstein much differently.
Very differently. The Bush prosecutor who did that largely let the co-conspirators that were under investigation go and Epstein off the hook with a brief sentence. That prosecutor later promoted by Trump. We'll get to that. But the evasion of accountability there under public pressure was a problem. And so as the pressure built, later, career prosecutors in DOJ, one of who was later fired by Trump, then brought the case during Trump's first term, which changed everything. And then we had Epstein suddenly dying in federal custody.
NBC News has learned that disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein is dead.
His body in that van you see there, seen heading for the medical examiner's office.
Found dead by apparent suicide in his jail cell. Jeffrey Epstein's attorneys questioning whether his death was a suicide.
Whatever happened with Jeffrey Epstein in prison back in mid-July still has not been fully explained.
That death has spurred more questions and theories than just about anything in this case. And many of the questions are valid. The Trump DOJ was in charge. Everyone knew Epstein was a notorious high-profile defendant, and yet he died. The Trump DOJ prison, their system there, lost the key video footage of Epstein's cell door. It's never been recovered. They also oversaw other blatant failures, compounded by more secrecy from the top, all the way up to Trump. And then Trump AG Barr told everyone to take his word that Epstein had just killed himself. That didn't silence the questions that built as years went on, and Trump campaigned for his second term, basically running against his own Epstein secrecy in his first term. AG Barr's successor vowed to fix the Trump DOJ's own past secrecy.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would. Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now.
This is not the breaking news that you would expect.
The FBI and Justice Department say they've found no credible evidence of an incriminating client list.
Everybody knows what came next. Trump DOJ breaking its vow to release more material, then trying to distract by releasing, after the memo there, an alternative hallway video, which has been criticized, but of course wasn't the original correct video that remains missing. All of that stoking the more recent questions we've heard this year. Trump's Epstein summer with blowback from the MAGA base, elected Republicans, Democrats, victims advocates. So now, let's apply the full facts so that we can look at these questions. I'm going to show you a timeline here and what we are learning in this case. We're going to look at the recent secrecy, the failures by the Trump administration, why this case has been a failure for justice and governance and transparency. And the history helps reveal links to the current issues, the questions facing Trump as president and as a civilian, because before he was president, he had a sordid history with Epstein. And when we're done walking you through this timeline, you're going to see why so many questions endure to officials linked to Trump, to officials carrying out his priorities at DOJ, all of which has drawn this backlash.
The current DOJ under Pam Bondi is covering up crimes, very serious crimes.
Last week, she put out a 2-page memo effectively declaring the Epstein case closed, which is convenient given the speculation that Trump might be in the so-called client list.
3 times I voted for this man. This is by far the biggest fumble of the administration they've had thus far.
It's indefensible. It's indefensible that the answers aren't there when so much was promised.
He and his administration keep acting like they've got something to hide.
The Epstein case has many details and open questions. Our timeline today focuses on the key facts and developments, starting in March 2005, when local police in Palm Beach, Florida, began a probe into Epstein, investigating reports of abusing victims as young as 14. The local case led to Epstein's indictment for a single count of soliciting prostitution in 2006, not the more serious alleged conduct. In fact, the lead detective in the Palm Beach office referred the case to the FBI to look at the more serious crimes, and those federal investigators began probing allegations. In 2008, Epstein reached a deal with the Bush administration's federal prosecutors to take that local Florida conviction for soliciting prostitution with an adult and a minor. Epstein got a lenient, short prison sentence and an unusual agreement that the Bush DOJ would not prosecute Epstein further, or 4 of his co-conspirators, or any others. Bush DOJ prosecutors also agreed to keep the deal secret and not inform Epstein's victims about it. A judge later found the Bush DOJ's secrecy deal was illegal, violating those victims' rights. So the facts show from the start, Epstein got this unusual protection from the government in this period, a Republican administration, Bush. And Epstein was a rich, powerful figure. He had ties to people in business and politics. He hired a Republican-connected lawyer, former independent counsel Ken Starr, and served just 1 year in that deal. Now, another 9 years went by, and then the Miami Herald reported an Epstein expose on the allegations of his conduct and that Bush-era prosecutor who cut the sweetheart deal. That investigative report gained traction, partly because of a tie to Trump, who promoted the very prosecutor, Alex Acosta, to his cabinet. The headline at the time hammering how a now Trump official gave a serial sex abuser the deal of a lifetime. And that public pressure from the Herald drove a new federal probe. Internal DOJ reviews would show Acosta had poor judgment in the case, and that the blanket immunity offers for Epstein and others were just indefensible, leading to a fairly swift federal indictment of Epstein on far more serious sex trafficking charges. And the pressure drove the original prosecutor Trump had promoted, Acosta, to resign around this time. And in a key decision, a judge denied Epstein bail, forcing him to be incarcerated before any trial. It was just over a month later, August 2019, when Epstein was found dead in his cell. The situation was suspicious. Officials there broke several protocols. Epstein was a high-profile detainee. He'd been placed on suicide watch, which was then quickly lifted. Guards failed to do required inspections the very night of his death. And a lot of questions were hanging over all of this. So let's go even further ahead, all the way up to 2019 and what happened after that. Because key videos went missing. Trump Attorney General Barr even admitting the prison made mistakes then, but claiming that he personally reviewed prison video which showed no one entering the cell. And with Epstein dead, prosecutors turned to a co-conspirator who might have benefited from that original Florida case being shut down, what I told you about. They went ahead and indicted Ghislaine Maxwell for helping Epstein's sex trafficking, a case brought by a career prosecutor, Maureen Comey, daughter of former FBI Director Comey. And her work continued on when the Biden administration took over. She won Maxwell's conviction and this 20-year prison sentence. Then, during the 2024 campaign, the questions and theories about Epstein's crimes and special treatment were heating up on the right. It was a problem for Trump, given that he promoted the original prosecutor, that he oversaw the DOJ, which failed to answer questions or have transparency about whatever happened in that prison cell. So Trump tried to go on offense, vowing to declassify and release Epstein's files. And his attorney general took over that message and advanced it in office, now infamously claiming that she had the client list on her desk, which she later contradicted because shortly after, the DOJ released an alternate video from the prison. But the key video that shows Epstein's cell door is either lost or hidden. It's never been released. And Bondi released the now infamous memo that said they wouldn't provide any other Epstein documents. So Bondi went from saying there was a client list to there wasn't. She was lying then or lying now. The DOJ memo then said there was no other Epstein info that was going to be released, which ignited that firestorm of criticism we all lived through. And given the broken vows, that couldn't hold. Trump soon contradicted his own DOJ's memo and saying he would try to get grand jury material released, but those are limited transcripts. A lot of the big Epstein information is in the Trump DOJ. They could release it anytime. One judge has denied this. And as the Trump administration's contradicting claims drew more heat on its secrecy, the DOJ then sent this former Trump criminal defense attorney to interview Maxwell in prison and then transferred her to a better prison, an apparent reward for the one person doing any time for Epstein's indicted federal crimes. In July, Trump's DOJ also fired the top prosecutor who won the case against Maxwell, Comey, an unusual ousting of a career prosecutor with no public explanation. So what does this timeline show? That Epstein got help and special treatment and sometimes unlawful benefits from the very federal government that claimed to be investigating him. It happened under the Bush administration, with officials later promoted by Trump. The Trump DOJ only picked up the case in the first term after journalists reported those revelations. Epstein's unusual death met with total secrecy by the first Trump term. And the prosecutor who busted Epstein's co-conspirator ousted in the second term, while Trump and other officials made false, sometimes knowingly false statements about this public history. This is a damning account of President Trump's approach to this case in government. Now, this is a serious governing problem for President Trump and the DOJ and obviously the impacted victims. Even if we learn nothing else about this, it's an open scandal for this administration. And then there are the glaring and inconvenient facts that go back even further before Trump was in government, before the lengthy timeline we just saw. Because as a civilian, Trump had a long relationship with Epstein, who had bought property near Mar-a-Lago, socializing with Trump, engaging in activities, and both men then referring to Epstein's sexual controversies. The two men partied together. They appeared in public and before cameras. This is footage from a Mar-a-Lago event in 1992. Epstein went to Trump's wedding in 1993. And while Trump famously likes his own jet with Trump branding, he found the time and reasons to fly on Epstein's private jet at least 7 times, per the New York Times. I'm photographed with both Epstein and Maxwell in 2000, again at Mar-a-Lago. And the Journal reported about how Trump drew those bawdy sexual references in a birthday card for Epstein, citing, quote, wonderful secrets. Trump denies this and is suing the Journal over it. He now claims his Epstein friendship was shorter than reported, that they clashed over an employee Epstein had poached from Mar-a-Lago, while other accounts say Epstein was a Mar-a-Lago member until 2007, over a year after that original indictment we showed you. Trump breaking the vow to release more Epstein files, but he's also in them, according to recent Journal reporting. And as for Epstein, he was secretive about any time that the two men might have spent with minors when pressed under oath.
You ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18?
Though I'd like to answer that question, at least today, I'm going to have to assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment rights, sir.
Legally, these social links alone are not evidence of a crime. They are evidence of a conflict of interest, the kind of link that requires a judge or prosecutor to recuse from a case. But Trump has been doing the opposite, commenting and intervening. His DOJ's actions on Epstein repeatedly putting secrecy over facts, politics over accountability, and, as we saw in the recent controversy, a special transfer and leniency for an actual sex trafficker over justice for the victims. There has been a lot of talk about Epstein, and at the core, this is a case that matters so much to the many people, many victims whose lives were forever altered by Epstein and Maxwell. But you don't need even more Epstein documents, though people are pursuing them, or more facts to understand the raw outline of this case. Some of it predates Trump, with Bush-era prosecutors cutting a deal with a powerful person and cutting out the victims from even learning about it. But much of it involves Trump, from the personal social links to a government that he is overseeing, that after all of the talk and claims for justice and demands for truth in this sex trafficking case, the big thing the Trump administration has done is continue the secrecy, continue to cut the victims out, and, most astoundingly, help and serve an Epstein sex trafficking co-conspirator over truth or justice for the victims? Our two expert guests are on hand to respond to our new timeline. We walk through what we have seen from the very first investigation and special treatment and government connections that ultimately benefited first Epstein and later Maxwell in this recent Trump era. For a special discussion on this new report, we're joined by Nancy Erica Smith, a civil rights attorney who's represented victims of sexual assault and harassment, and former federal prosecutor and congressional counsel.
Marky Dan, you there, bro?
Yes, sir.
I can barely hear you. Hold on. Let me hit the refresh.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I can hear you. Let me refresh my stream. Hold on.
Yep.
Marky Dan, you think he's innocent?
Absolutely not. Even without, even if he wasn't involved with Epstein, which I absolutely believe he was, I think he knew about the. Not only do I think he had some sexual acts on those young women, he knew about what Epstein was doing, all the depraved, dogmatic, ritual crap. I think the two of them were getting involved in that. There's literally an interview with Donald Trump's biographer, the guy that wrote his book, and he said that he saw a picture of Donald Trump with Epstein sitting in the back naked, and then two girls were sitting on his lap topless, and there was a stain in the middle of his pants with a bunch of other women laughing. This is Donald. And again, even without his connection to Epstein, Donald Trump is a civilly adjudicated rapist. Okay, Boxing Scholar, the man has been a creep. Like this doesn't like this would be the least shocking thing ever if it came out that he assaulted somebody under the age of 18.
Good point. Good point. You think so let's address this first. So somebody in the chat, and this is so funny to me, that when there's a crime or anything being committed, these people have like celebrity worship times 20, right? Where the celebrity can do no wrong, right? And there's clear victims in this case, and they're not even worried about the truth. They're hurling insults like libtards. What the hell does that have to do? Well, listen, y'all marched, y'all had rallies, y'all talked about the Epstein list,
What do you mean?
and how Kamala Harris. But hold on. They talked about how Kamala Harris was on the Epstein list, and that even Elon Musk came forward and said, man, when this list get released, Bill Clinton and all these people are going to be in trouble. Now that Donald Trump is in the White House, they will not release the list. And the guy who campaigned with them that said that the list was so important and they were going to get rid of PDF files, that guy said the reason why Donald Trump doesn't want to release it is because he's on the list. Is Elon Musk a libtard? Bro, these people are insane, bro. Donald Trump said, man, he could go out there. He said he can go out there and unalive somebody and they would still support him. He wasn't lying.
Absolutely. They would say, look, our president, we have a strong president. Could Obama do that? Obama would send your son to die and do his dirty work. These people are fucking insane. They mean business. Like, I look at people like, what's his name? Benny Johnson. And just Fox News in general. These people do not care about reality. And they feel like because they won this election that we're dumb. That we really are that dumb. And that we'll continue to be that dumb.
My bad. So I wanted to show this to the people, to the non-libtards, to the woke people out there.
By the way, Boxer Scott, before you go on, did you see the report today? They released Epstein's 50th birthday.
That's what I'm about to show.
Book.
I'm about to show that.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
So to the people out there who are woke, not the libtards, the real heroes of America, the gun-toting, rifle-carrying patriots of America, right? That is going to protect themselves from the government, because the government has drones. But if you got an AK-47, that drone better look out. You know, they don't even have to leave the White House to drop a bomb, but they better be fearful of these patriotic Americans. To those people, man, At what point do you just just want to see justice? Because you allow abiding citizens until a fair election happens, right? The liberals are always crying liberal tears until a fair election happens and your guy loses. Your guy loses, and then all of a sudden it's World War III and y'all are patriots. Like, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. There's nothing he could do. Everything. Listen, and then it's so funny to me, Marky Dan, that they think that they're going to start a revolution from their laptop. If the government wanted to shut off your Wi-Fi, they could. Like, what's stopping them from doing that? Why are they scared of you packing a gun, but not scared of you congregating with other people online to expose the lies that they tell us? Like, people don't even make no sense whatsoever. And conspiracy theorists believe in every conspiracy, but the ones that they should. Like Donald Trump being on the Epstein list. That is so frustrating to me because Trump supporters are always the least informed in any room they go in any room, and they think that they're the most informed, and they're always trying to teach people. Well, the January 6th was fake. Antifa did it. And then you see Donald Trump pardoning all these people. Well, did Donald Trump pardon the Antifa people? Or were they just real Donald Trump supporters that were not law-abiding, and insurrectionists? Because that's an easy one. They don't ever want to accept reality. And they just cried about the Cracker Barrel symbol. You can't make this. They walk around all day, Marky Dan, all day just looking for stuff to be angry about. And then they try to hold you to rules they never live up to. They say, you can't cry about this. Grow up. This is America. America first. And then when you complain about something, but then God forbid, they make the Little Mermaid black. Oh, it's World War III. Oh my God, 10 pounds outside the bathroom. Oh my God. Like, bro, just walk around all day just overly sensitive about everything except for stuff like the environment. But that's neither here nor there. Let me get out myself. Here we go. If this ain't proof enough for you, I don't even know what to tell y'all.
Received files from the estate of Jeffrey Epstein. A Democratic spokesperson says committee Democrats are reviewing hundreds of documents handed over to the committee, and they have just released that body drawing allegedly drawn by President Trump for Epstein's 50th birthday. Here it is. The Wall Street Journal was first to report on it a few months ago, and today we're getting a first look at it. Joining us now, staff writer for The Atlantic and MSNBC political contributor Mark Leibovich, the Bulwark senior reporter Will Sommer, host of the Bulwark podcast, and an MSNBC political analyst, Tim Miller. Mark, I know you are thrilled and honored to be on the show today to get a first glimpse of this.
It's happening in real time. First of all, I'm always thrilled and honored to be on the show, Katie. We've had the wording on this before. We've sort of had a general sort of contours of what this is before. This is actually sort of the physical. This is actually it. We are seeing this. It's unclear whether the needle will move any more than it already has. But obviously, look, Donald Trump has said that this doesn't exist. This, what I can tell, looks like it exists. So start with that. We'll see, if this propels the story.
Yo, Marky Dan, you think there's going to be enough evidence, or you think they're going to still find a reason to praise and worship Donald Trump? What you betting on? What you betting on, Marky Dan?
No, they're just gonna say it's a hoax. They're gonna say it's a fake letter that they just made out of nowhere. Like I'll tell you, I was just over. I just decided to look at Benny Johnson just to see if he saw the letter. Or excuse me, the drawing, because this is clearly like Donald Trump said this is fake and it does not exist. And it's not like this came from the Democrats. This came from Jeffrey Epstein's estate. This came directly from his birthday book. So these people, they don't they're not I wonder if it's not schizophrenia, but they don't live in reality.
You know what it is, Mark Dan? You know what self-projection is, right, brother? When they say people have Trump deranged syndrome, they're talking about themselves.
Yes.
They've made a term up for themselves out of trying to project their reality onto somebody else. That's not a real thing, but yes, if there was anything to put there, thank you guys for that term, because you guys are deranged about Donald Trump. Like what burden of proof do you need? Like, it doesn't matter what they've made the bar so high for Donald Trump that there could be video footage released tomorrow of Donald Trump performing the acts, and they still would give him the benefit of the doubt. These guys are absolutely insane and sick too, by the way, because they're thinking about nothing but their celebrity worship and their love for Donald Trump and not even thinking about the victims. It's crazy.
Any faster, any greater time than it will, although I suspect that there will be other things that we didn't know before that are going to be coming out in the probably next few days.
Will, what about you? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, look, this is the letter that has all the stuff about, secrets and ages not changing, things like that. I mean, so I think it's great to see it. The sort of instant reaction I'm seeing from right-wing media, they're really focusing a lot on the signature, saying, Charlie Kirk, for example, is saying, that doesn't really look like Trump's signature. It looks just like Trump's signature. I mean, if you pull up what Trump's signature looks like.
Are you serious, bro? Yo, Marky Dan, there is a lot of things in life I could do. Plagiarizing that scribble scrabble signature at the bottom is not one of my talents, but that is absolutely insane. Charlie Kirk squinting at the screen like, nah, it doesn't look like like Donald Trump. It looks like more like a fake. Like, that is hilarious and golden. Oh my God! Like, and you know what's really, really crazy? You have people like Ben Shapiro and Charlie Kirk who's able to articulate themselves really good. Ben Shapiro. Oh my God, that dude talks like he talks like Lex Luthor from Batman versus Superman. He just, all them words with no breaks. You know what I mean? Just ramble. And they're good at articulating themselves. But I love watching them
Charlie Kirk
trying to defend it. Go ahead.
Literally a white supremacist, evangelical, fascist Zionist. Like, he is just everything.
Damn, brother, you just threw in the whole, but you just made a whole word taco there. You know what they're going to say? That's a word salad like Kamala Harris.
Oh, well, I mean, white supremacy pretty much covers that, but still, I mean, this guy is just unbelievable. He's an absolute bootlicker for Zionists. He's an absolute bootlicker for Trump. I think they're probably paying him an exorbitant amount of money because there's nothing really talented about this guy. He's not really a great debater. Like, I see this dude get rolled regularly. Like, there's nothing about it. Like, I think he's a media plant, to be honest.
Remember I talked about self-projection? So what Charlie Kirk will do is he will go to college campuses and he will debate them on issues that they're passionate about, and then he will use their passion against them. Rage bait is what the young people call it. He'll rage bait them because when you're not going to articulate yourself properly if you're in your emotions and you're subjected to the conversation. You know what I mean? You come at it from a different point of view. So that's what he does. That's his game. But he is good at articulating himself. He's good at, I watched the spin job that he does on his base to give them talking points. I watch how he talked about DEI and, if a black person was flying a plane, he probably would wonder if they were going to crash or not. I can't remember the exact quote. He would ask, what were their qualifications? Something stupid like that. And it's like, bro, what the hell? So what? So being black now is a disqualifier. I don't know. It was just stupid, but I just love to see them squirm, Marky Dan. I love to see them try to defend something that's not defensible. Like you know what I mean? Just it's like giving a sermon on the Titanic as it's sinking. You know what I mean? Or singing like one last song. It's just like, come on, bro. Just jump off, get on the tables and float like everybody else, get you a raft. Just jump off the ship. Like, at this point, like, you can't defend this. Like, just stop.
Yeah, I mean, I just think every part of their agenda has been a failure. I think people just had a reaction and a certain kind of counterculture reaction to Joe Biden in his term because they were upset with it. So they decided to put the anti, at least in their mind, the anti-Republican establishment candidate. But that's not really true. I mean, Trump has been the Republican establishment at least for the past 5 years, ever since 2019. Those moderates started to come back over. But I mean, I'm not surprised. I mean, these people are just absolute soulless idiots, and I think they really believe that people are that stupid. They really believe people are that stupid.
Well, hold on. Let me ask you this: Do you believe it?
Boxer Scholar.
But hold on. Do you believe it?
Hold on. I'm really afraid that people are that stupid.
Okay, there we go.
I really am, bro. Like, I'm serious. This man is on video after his deposition with E. Jean Carroll. and he said it on the record in a deposition. I believe she said it was sexy to be raped. Or excuse me,
Whoa,
I
whoa,
apologize. I believe it
whoa!
was
Come
sexy
on,
to
Marky
be
Dad.
raped.
That was a good impersonation, though. Good
Yeah.
impersonation, brother.
And the lawyer is just stunned. And she said, "Is your testimony that E. Jean Carroll enjoyed being sexually assaulted by you?" I believe that's what she said in the interview. It's not like that's not even like there's nowhere in that interview with Anderson Cooper that she said that. Like he just made a. I believe that's what she said in the interview with Anderson Cooper that she loved it. You put that guy in the office and expected him to go after sexual predators. A guy that it's
Marky
public.
Dad, they
He
thought
was
he was gonna
best
drain the
friends with the
swamp, bro.
guy. No, I
Marky
don't
Dad,
understand. He was best friends with
Marky
Jeffrey
Dad,
Epstein.
Marky Dad. My
People are
outrage
that
meter.
dumb. No, people really are that dumb. They really are that dumb. I'm really am like, bro, Boxers Gala. We might be screwed. We might be
Marky
screwed.
Dad. They elected a guy who's a billionaire lobbyist to go in there in the White House and be an outsider and drain the swamp. So I mean, yeah.
It looks pretty much exactly like that. So, you know, I think this is going to keep the story going, the Epstein story that Trump has obviously tried to avoid. You know, that and Mike Johnson claiming and now backing off the idea that Trump was some sort of FBI informant against Epstein. I think the story is sort of turning against the administration once again.
Yeah, I mean, I am pulling up Donald Trump's signature right now, and gosh, the D is exactly the same. I mean, I don't know. Listen, I'm not a handwriting expert, but this was in the birthday book. The Wall Street Journal reports that he submitted it. Donald Trump denies it. It's just a weird thing to.
Yo, and they always listen. Somebody in the comment section was saying, "Oh, MSNBC." If MSNBC was so leftist and left leaning and knew how to do their messaging like Fox News, why didn't that reporter just come out and blatantly say, "Yeah, Donald Trump did it"? Why was she trying to show some semblance of restraint and integrity and be like, "Well, it looks like it, but I don't know." Still a suspicion. Like, no, it's his signature. Why is that so hard to say? If this was the reverse and this was Fox News, they would definitely say it. Definitely. Bro, this is insane, bro. We're in the twilight zone, Marky Dad.
It's a weird hill to die on. I did not write that letter. I did not draw that picture. We all know they were friends. It's been documented that they were friends. Why are they so concerned about admitting that Donald Trump sent him an image like this? It's not like no one knows that Donald Trump himself is body.
Yeah, well, I think it's their instinct to lie, for starters. Was when they're presented with inconvenient information, it's easier for them to talk about the fake news and blame the fake news than actually engage on the merits. On this one in particular, I mean, it is true that it's not known that Donald Trump was body. But there is this mythos that Will could talk about for sure on some on the MAGA right and the QAnon right that Trump was like fighting against, you know, the elite pedophile rings out there, and that he was, you know, some warrior on the inside who was going to expose all these people. And now here he is, not only not exposing them all, but writing this note to Epstein here that is just extremely familiar, right? Like it's one thing, it is true that famous people sometimes sign birthday cards for people or sign generic notes for people. That is not what we're seeing here. I mean, we have this drawing of what appears to be a young woman, I would say, and Donald Trump talking about how they share certain things in common, about how they have all these wonderful secrets together. I mean, it's a letter from two guys that get in trouble together and have a bromance. That's what this is. It's not some generic letter. And so I think that's why they probably are more sensitive about it, because it's not as if it's just two famous people getting their picture together at another famous person's party.
Yeah,
it's more intimate.
I hear you on that. But I don't think would it be surprising that Donald Trump wrote something like this to one of his friends? No, even if that friend did turn out to be a creep, I'm not sure it would be surprising. I don't know if that inherently means that Donald Trump himself is also engaging in the same behavior. He was interacting with lots of people. I think making that jump is easier to do if the person is being cagey about it and strange and not admitting to just some obvious things. When you're not saying, "Yeah, I wrote this I did do this picture. No, it's not me. Somebody else drew it. It's not my signature. When it looks exactly like your signature, that starts to raise more questions. But I want to linger on what Tim said a moment ago about the right canonizing Donald Trump as the figure who was going to expose all of this. Speaker Mike Johnson had this very weird moment on Friday where he suggested that Donald Trump was actually an FBI informant against Jeffrey Epstein. He was the one that tipped off the FBI back in the early 2000s. He walked that back and cleaned it up a bit in a statement today, but it just was out there for 3 or 4 days out there in the press. Where does that come from? This idea that Donald Trump was the one. By the way, we had Tom Winter on earlier today. He's reviewed the documents, and the initial tip came from, according to the government documents, came from the family members of some of the girls who were victimized.
I don't know if that's for me or
Will. I'm sending that to you. I'm sorry, Will.
Oh, sure,
it was
sure.
a big wind-up.
Sure. So in this case, I mean, look, conspiracy theorists, QAnon believers, Trump supporters have had a problem for a long time, which is how do you square Donald Trump's friendship with this, convicted charged sex trafficker and pedophile, all these things, convicted pedophile. And what they came up with was, well, maybe Trump was kind of going in on the inside to expose Jeffrey Epstein. Maybe he made Alex Acosta, the prosecutor who gave Epstein a sweetheart deal. Maybe he put him in the cabinet to draw attention to how awful this deal was. So they kind of exist in this alternate universe. And that's only gotten worse since Trump tried to close the Epstein case along with Pam Bondi. And so, again, it's bizarre to me that this has reached the point where the Speaker of the House is now saying, well, maybe Trump is an FBI informant. Maybe he was working to take down Epstein. But really, I mean, they're grasping at straws because, as you said, Katie, the whole thing is really weird. The idea that Trump was friends with this notorious pedophile, and all of a sudden his administration is doing everything they can to stop this discussion about it.
Yeah, I guess if you're innocent, why do you protest so much about it? Why do you claim that you're not involved in any way? Why is this not your signature? We've seen the images. We've seen them partying together. Donald Trump has given quotes to magazines about the kind of guy that Jeffrey Epstein was. It's all been out there, Mark.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, the protest too much thing is a close cousin to what Tim just said about, the line comes easily, right? I mean, they're trying to convolute this. Is convolute a verb? I don't know. It is convoluted. This makes it more convoluted when you mix the FBI informant thing, which I just learned about yesterday. I guess we all just learned about it yesterday, with whatever quibbling and protesting there is about the signature, whether this is real or not. I mean, look, this is what everything we're seeing in this new document, in this letter, what we've heard about it, does not strike me, and I don't think it'll strike a lot of his supporters as out of character for Donald Trump. I mean, this is very much in line with the person that people who both love and hate him over the years have come to know. The FBI pieces, I mean, that kind of came out of left field here. But ultimately, I mean, this is part of, I think the more details, the more tortured you get into what's true, what's not true, what might be true, the conspiracy theories, the more the issue itself might sort of recede and become just a little bit too convoluted for the base to talk about, which is what's dangerous to Donald Trump, because the base sort of rebelled against him over Epstein, and we'll see where this leads from it.
I want to get you, though, Mark, on your piece today, which was, I thought, the most interesting way to talk about this, at least for the moment, which is not maybe the most interesting, but one of the interesting ways to talk about this. The Democrats, I always think you're the most interesting. The Democrats are really latching on to Epstein, and they're trying to say that anything that Donald Trump does is a distraction from Epstein. He doesn't want to talk about Epstein. He's worried about Epstein. So any move he makes, sending troops to Chicago, signing executive orders to change the name of the Department of Defense to the Department of War, all of it is a distraction. Is that a good idea or a bad idea?
I mean, I think it's overdone. I think it goes to the Democrats' lack of imagination. I think it sort of goes to a laziness where they, instead of making a coherent case against what Donald Trump is doing, and God knows he's giving them a lot of material to work with around, authoritarianism and what he's doing in cities and ICE and so forth, and just saying, oh, he's just trying to distract from Epstein is very, very reductive, really does no justice at all to the issues involved. And yes, the Epstein story is extremely problematic to Trump potentially and to Republicans on down. But I also think, enough already, they actually have to work harder to make a case that is actually going to drive
And this is why I dislike them, Marky Dan. This is why I dislike them. They got something, the media is so fixated nowadays on sensationalism, and I feel like they got their carrot. This is their 9/11. This, and they feel they're it's hand wringing covering the story. Like they didn't waste any time to just tell the Democrats how horrible they are, how horrible they are for Donald Trump not answering questions or really being pressured about the Epstein. It doesn't make any sense, bro. Like, why aren't you just focusing on this? Where's Vlad? Is Vlad gonna interview the survivors of Epstein Island like he did the Diddy strippers? Like, why haven't people just poured into this? This is the president of the United States. P. Diddy is a guy known on record for talking about grown men scrambling and scraping. It's been weird since the 90s. But they put more attention to details with P. Diddy's case than they did Donald Trump. And he's the sitting president of the United States. Oh, Marky Dan, we are in the Matrix. We got to be. This has to be the Matrix, Marky Dan. We died in COVID. And we went through some type of wormhole, and we're on an alternate timeline where everybody's dumb, and a small percentage of people are smart. And we see the dummies in the chat, the libtards and all kind of weird stuff that they're talking about. What's up, Mel?
It is what it is, Boxer Scholar. The meek shall inherit the earth.
Oh my God, Marky Dan. Oh, we are headed. Marky Dan, the future doesn't look good, Marky Dan. You used to always talk. Remember when you was talking about that revolutionary stuff? You remember that, Marky Dan?
I still believe it.
Nah. Ain't no belief. How you believe in a people that won't even criticize and put a PDF file in his right category? How we gonna have a revolution with celebrity worship at an all-time high? These are questions you ain't never thought about, Marky Dan, because you're young. But you slowly starting to come around to this grim future that Thanos was telling us. Hey, Thanos was right. I said it. There, I said it. Thanos was right. Marky Dan, you done fell asleep.
No.
See, and this is another thing right here. The YNs can't even stay up during a show. We doomed.
I'm awake, nigga.
Marky Dan got he youthful. He got vinegar running through his veins, and this man, Lord, it's over.
Goes
It's
straight to hell.
Oh my God.
Respectfully.
Marky Dan, you want to hear something funny?
What, nigga?
Bro, relax, bro, relax.
Okay, I apologize. I apologize.
So check this out, Marky Dan. This is proof that people will argue about anything. So I did my poll, but somehow it got deleted. And it's just a poll that said yes or no. Would you believe that people still voted in the poll? What are you saying yes or no to?
Damn.
Oh my God, that's crazy, man. I don't know, man. Like Marky Dan, we doomed, bro. We doomed. We are doomed, bro. We are doomed, young brother. You go get some help. You remember on Get Out when he was like, get out. That's what point we are in America. Look, let's go MAGA. You see, they're in the chat. They in the chat. They don't listen, they don't trust the news, Marky Dan, but they seek out the non-professionals who report on the news on YouTube, aka yours truly, X, Twitter. Like, that's so crazy to me. How are y'all so anti-news, but y'all consume the news for people who didn't go to school for journalism? It's the stupidest thing in the world. They get so you realize people on X and YouTube get monetized as well. And they clickbait just like the news. Sensationalism makes money, and they make a hell of a lot less than the news does. So, hey, it is what it is. Marky Dan, I fell asleep. That crazy work, man.
Nah, I ain't fell asleep, nigga.
Damn, Marky Dan. Damn.
I'm watching racing, nigga. I'm doing two things at once. I apologize.
You watching racing?
Yeah.
So, Marky Dan, we talk about the biggest PDF file in history, and you took time to watch some racing, brother. We doomed.
Absolutely.
Brother, we doomed. It's over, bro. It's over.
I love me some MotoGP. It is what it is. If it's gonna be over, let me enjoy my goddamn administration and let these meek ass, retarded ass niggas inherit the earth. It's over.
Okay, there we go. Like, and then you eating too. YNs ain't got no. Lord Jesus, please help. I'm speaking to the Spirit, Father.
And I quote him. This is what the Democrats do to their Republican opponent, who is leading them by a lot in the polls. This is AI, and it is very dangerous for our country. Also,
Oh my
I was
God.
never on Epstein's plane or at his stupid island. Strong laws ought to be developed against AI. It will be a big and very dangerous problem in the future, end quote.
You know, the best part about that, Marky Dan, was her reading like AI. She was like, and another thing, Donald Trump said, that was the best part about that clip. But Donald, I went to this stupid island. It's stupid. Like, that is crazy.
Yeah, he
to
was.
me.
Oh my God, he sounded like a little fucking child.
A kid, bro. Like, other than having 2 strands of hair on his head and probably all false teeth in his mouth, and putting his name on every single thing, including buildings. Oh my God, this guy is an infant, bro. He definitely is guilty. He's behaving like a person that's guilty.
I mean,
you believe it was AI, Marky Dan?
No.
You wait. So you calling my president a liar?
Absolutely. He's a dumb, retarded son of a bitch. And this didn't come from the Democrats. It came from Jeffrey Epstein's estate itself.
They said it's a witch hunt. It's so funny. The same people that probably was screaming Hunter Biden laptop.
Hit the link. Hit the link. Come. You posted the link. Hit the link.
No, I ain't posted. I posted. Give me a second. I'm about to post it. So anybody that want to pull up, go to my wall, go to my community tab and hit the link. It's gonna say pull up. So hit it. So give me a second.
He was a good salesman. He was, was a hale and hearty type of guy.
There's a moment where you had some hesitation about Epstein, releasing some of the documents on Epstein. Why the hesitation?
I don't think I'm not involved. I never went to his island, fortunately. But a lot of people did. Well, I knew him like everybody in Palm Beach knew him. I mean, people in Palm Beach knew him. He was a fixture in Palm Beach. I had a falling out with him a long time ago. I don't think I've spoken to him for 15 years. I wasn't a fan. I was not, a long time ago. I'd say maybe 15 years. I was not a fan of his. That I can tell you. I was not a fan of his.
He hired help.
He had some nice assets that he'd throw around, like islands. But a lot of big people went to that island. But fortunately, I was not one of them.
It's just very strange for a lot of people that the list of clients that went to the island has not been made public.
Yeah, it's very interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if you're able to, you'll be...
Yeah, I'd certainly take a look at it. Now, Kennedy's interesting because it's so many years ago. They do that for danger, too, because, endangers certain people, et cetera, et cetera. So Kennedy is very different from the Epstein thing. But, yeah, I'd be inclined to do the Epstein. I'd have no problem with it.
What that shows me is that he thought that if pressed about Epstein, he could just immediately switch to JFK. That's all that really showed me. That's all I really took from that. Guy's a meandering idiot. He's our president. But it is what it is.
I've been over here talking. My bad. Somebody say your boy is guilty. Absolutely. At this point, do you need any more evidence? Golly, like what do you like when Donald Trump said he can go unalive somebody and get away with it, he was talking about his base. He wasn't talking about the laws of America or regular Americans. He was talking about how hard his base fought. They went out there and pretended a fair election was stolen and risked their lives and freedom. And then he went out there and basically, backtracked on it. Oh, heck, listen, and then Cash Patel and those weirdos, bro, like campaigning really, really hard for the Epstein list, and then get it in there and be like, well, the Epstein list is not really that important. Insane, bro. Hold on. I got some time still. Let's go to Cash Patel and the FBI. So anybody who wants to pull up, y'all free to pull up. It's safe in the chat where you could just, you can just throw tomatoes. I'll check this out, Mark. They're not gonna pull up, Marky Dan. I've been doing this for a while. Rarely do they pull up.
Of people coming they're a bunch of punks.
Like this Cash Patel, who's always looked like he's on cocaine at all times.
And creating fictions about this that doesn't exist. Where's the videotape of an Epstein Island of X, Y, and Z committing these frauds? Why haven't you given it to us? Do you really think I wouldn't give that to you if it existed? I'm working.
Yes, we do.
Yes.
Even people in MAGA, some of the people, because you still got dummies like the ones in the chat.
My ass off, along with the leadership at the Bureau and DOJ, to get you what we're allowed to give you. And you're going to get the video of the cell, and you're going to see for yourself. And we will never be able to convince everyone.
Okay, let's get into that.
It's so funny he takes that stance, because when he was on the opposite side of that, he wanted it. It's my evidence and I want it now. He was on that type of time. Now that he's in a position of power and has reason to lie about the findings and edit videos, because there's a minute missing of the video footage that they released. Why not release it immediately? This is really crazy, man.
All of it on this guy.
I believe you catch the letter.
Oh, yeah.
I believe you. I just think that the problem is we've been fuming on this conspiracy for so long, and we love conspiracies, don't we? As a country,
it's
there's
good,
so
right?
much fun.
I mean, they make
JFK tapes. Come on, like release the documents. We all love them. We love them. We love UFO ones. We love everything. We love the craziest conspiracies. They're exciting. We don't want to hear that he tried to kill himself in July and then succeeded in August. And look, I could imagine why the guy wanted to kill himself. He was going to jail for the rest of his fucking life, and in jail.
Bro, this is sick, bro. This is sick. To watch Joe Rogan, like I said, bro, Joe Rogan has become like what he's become, man. I'm pretty sure the old Joe Rogan would look at him and be in disgust, bro. What he's become, bro. His show used to be like the best show out there, bro. Hands down. What they talked about, aliens and stuff like that. It was basically a stoner show with a great host, and really, really good guests, and they were freestyle it. They probably get some shrooms, do whatever the case, whatever they did, but to watch him reduced to like being a political tool is absolutely insane. Like even Donald Trump went to his podcast because he understood the power of Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan endorsed Bernie Sanders back in the day. You remember that? You don't recall? I guess you don't recall. They done got Marky Dan. God damn, the men in black done pulled up and got Marky Dan. I'll be down. Snap. Let me go lock my door. Y'all give me a second. So Marky Dan come back. Watch this.
In this
Black Book?
Black Book.
FBI.
But who? That is that. I mean, there's
that's under direct control of the director of the FBI. Just like the manifesto from the Nashville school shooting of the Catholic school.
Yeah.
We still haven't seen that, right? It's not the Nashville police or PD saying we don't want this out. The FBI airmailed into that operation and said this is not getting out. Because they do that because this is another government gangster operation. All these local law enforcement communities get funding from the DOJ and FBI for local programs. If you don't cooperate, you're not getting your dollars for this, and you're not getting and that's a lot of money to these local districts. That's how they play the game. That's why you don't have a black book. Or the
So, but
manifesto.
the black book, it's not just sitting. I mean, that's Hoover power times 10.
And to me, that's a thing I think President Trump should run on. On day one, roll out the black book. And not just that. On day one, roll out all of the text message communications we were told were deleted. On day one, play the rest of the video of the pipe bomber. On day, one of the reforms I talk about in Government Gangsters is you need a central node to be continuously declassifying. This is another thing they do. They overclassify. And I'm telling you, as a former number 2 in the IC, they overclassify 50% of the stuff there to protect the deep state. Oh, no, you can't see that. Nothing to see here. Gina was a master at it, of doing it. And we still haven't seen half of the Russiagate report that we wrote.
What's good, Brazy? So this is Cash Patel, 2 to 3 lines. Well, 2 to 300 lines of cocaine ago, where he was talking about the black book and releasing stuff on day one and being really, really true to conspiracy theories. But the moment he got the power, Mikey did, I don't know what it is. What you were giving you, we're doing the best. I'm giving you the best that I got. What do you want from me? The deep state. He wrote a book, Marky Dan. He wrote a book with guidelines on what to do, how to serve the public, and how to be transparent. And then he gets the position as FBI director and starts doing all the gangster stuff that he wrote about in his book, bro. People are crazy, man. This is crazy, bro. This can't be reality, man. This can't be. Like I said, we died. We all died during COVID, and this is an alternative reality. We just don't know it.
Still under lock and key on how the ICA was originally constructed. We put 10,000 man hours against John Brennan's team that did it, and we found out why they came up with their bogus conclusion. But we couldn't sell it to the world because we couldn't talk about it, and the government gangsters came in and buried it. All of these things, there needs to be a continuing central power, whether it's the White House or offsite, that says every request that comes in, just right out the door, as long as it's not a major threat to national security.
Quick questions. Are we going to war with Russia?
God, I hope not.
Because I mean, that just seems like money central. That's money laundering and everything else.
War is good for the defense industrial complex.
Yes.
And whatever your take is on the Ukraine, sending $120 billion, not just of money. I'll give you one example. The United States has sent 7 years worth of our surface-to-air missiles to the Ukraine. That means if we started today and produced them at the rate we do, it would take us 7 years to get back our stockpile. So how are we going to go to war with Russia? That's just one example.
What's the motivation?
Money.
Weakness? Money?
Money. They want money. Everybody gets rich in wartime except the American people.
Should the Kennedy?
I feel like the blackboard made it more authentic to the conspiracy. I feel like they were like, you know what we need in this room? A blackboard. A blackboard is going to show everything that we're saying is true. I remember one time they asked this do you think George W. Bush thinks is dumb? And Jon Stewart, I believe, answered with, no, I don't think George W. Bush is dumb. I think he thinks y'all are dumb. And I was like, mind blown, right? Like, that's what they think about their MAGA base. They're bringing in chalkboards. They doing everything but what the people in content mastery used to do for the youth. Highlight, the kids with the silver teeth. Everybody know the kids with the silver teeth, and they only had 3 people in their class. That's what they're doing. That's how they're breaking it down to the MAGA base. This is crazy, man. It's crazy. If Donald Trump still got fans out there that's claiming that he didn't do it and all this other stuff, it's just like, oh my God. Marky Dan, you over there asleep, bro? Get your ass up. This man done fell asleep.
Hey.
I can barely wake your ass up, Marky Dan. We got work to do, brother. How you gonna educate the people sleep?
My bad. I'm actually a little bit tired, bro. I've been working all day.
Yo, Marky Dan, it don't matter what time I talk to you, always tired, bro. How you get through work right now? I feel like you be on autopilot. You know what it is, Marky Dan? You think you slick. Some of them people that Trump deported, you trying to save them so they can go work for you and work your shift. You think you slick.
I mean, regardless of whatever happens, Boxing Scholar, I got a goddamn passport, so I don't really give a damn. You know what I'm saying? They can't really do shit to me, but respectfully, I'm always fight for what's right. You know what I'm saying? And if they send people to a death camp, I'm gonna say that's wrong. But you know what I'm saying? If they doing it legal, I don't see no problem with
Marky
or excuse
Dan,
me, I
Marky
do
Dan,
see a problem with it.
Marky Dan,
But
give me some history, cause somebody say you don't go, but give me some backstory, Marky Dan, on
I gotta
Maxwell.
be on coke and diet.
Hold on. Don't get distracted, Wyatt. Don't get distracted. Give me some backstory on Maxwell for the people that don't know.
She's Jeffrey Epstein's girlfriend. Been his girlfriend for years. Some
Okay,
people
what
say that
is she out of jail? Is she in jail? What? Get a breakdown.
oh yeah, she is currently been moved to a federal prison camp in Texas, which has been described as a country club. She was originally in a max prison in Florida. Now she has been moved. They said sexual predators are not even allowed to go there. So yeah, but it happens. You know what I'm saying? Sexual predators, they go to soft prison camps in this country, Box Scholar.
Do you think it's the administration is the reason why she's being getting this slap on the wrist, or do you think it would have happened if Joe Biden was in the White House?
Man, that's a tough question. I don't know. Man, I'm just kidding. Of course not. Of course. This bitch, listen, it's all because Donald Trump, she went in there and lied her ass off, said, oh, Donald Trump is a great president and I admire him so much. And no, he knew nothing about Epstein. Or excuse me, she said she had like a prepared statement in the middle of the interview. Oh, I never witnessed him engage in any illegal activity. Listen, these people were the best of friends. And I wish I had my knee-deep state photo up here.
Your knee-deep state photo, brother. Which brother? This is
Yeah.
it's a family show,
They're
brother.
the knee. They talk about the deep state. They're the knee-deep state. Bunch of sons of bitches, if you ask me.
Elaborate on that, Marky Dan. Why you say that? What they got going?
Donald Trump. What do you mean? What they got going on? Donald Trump is the goddamn knee-deep
I
state.
ain't talking about them. I'm talking about why you call them the knee-deep state. What that mean? They mean they on their knees? What that
Nah,
mean?
that mean they talk about the deep state. Well, then y'all niggas are the knee-deep state. Y'all are deeper than deep state. That's what I'm saying.
That's some old YN tricks right there, Marky Dan. You just that rap stuff.
I mean, listen. Whatever you think, brother. I'm fighting back against fascism in my own little way. I know you like to kill stuff. I know you like to beat stuff to death and don't let it grow and survive. But the revolution is gonna start against Donald Trump.
Marky Dan, there's not gonna be any revolution, bro. Hold your breath to the revolution happen. Marky Dan, there will be no revolution, bro, and it won't be
Did you hear
televised.
about Nebraska is currently in a recession.
I'm
They're
listening.
currently in a recession.
Mhm.
They're not gonna, and it's because they can't sell their corn, they can't sell their soybeans, they can't sell nothing to the Chinese because of who? Retard Trump. And he's not gonna be bringing back any more fucking manufacturing jobs. Did you see what that retard did recently? With the plant in Georgia, the Honda plant in Georgia, where they had people working there to build cars.
What'd he do?
They arrested over like 300 to 475 South Korean workers, and they claimed, oh, they're illegal immigrants. They're not. They had work visas, but they're claiming, oh, well, the work visas are just specific. Oh, they could just train people. They're not allowed to be working on the plant. There's no evidence, according to I can't say Hyundai made a statement, but according to people close to the plant, these people were training instructors. Now, 300 of them, I mean, that's a little crazy. I don't know. But still, why would you these people are coming here to invest big money. On top of the fact, you're not even about to have the tariffs anymore. So they don't have to invest over here anymore. And you decide, and this is in Georgia. This is in a Republican, well, I don't know, they kind of like a purple state, but this is in Georgia. But hey, people
Marky
don't
Dan,
want no more
somebody said
darkies.
they said they want you to define fascism since you keep throwing it around.
I mean, fascism could be defined in a lot of ways, but I mainly define it as strong right-wing ideology, or rather strong right-wing movements, whether it be through nationalism, white supremacy, something that forms behind a strong right-wing messaging, and then it's further combined when it takes power in a regime. And now they try fascism really takes control. It whittles away at the pillars of democracy, so that it can be all the power can be controlled by a strongman executive. That's every example of
You see
fascism
what
you've
they was
ever
gonna try to
seen.
do? You see what they was gonna try to do, Marky? They try to trip you up, Marky Dan. Y'all hit that link. Listen, go to my community wall, hit the blue link that says pull up, and pull up. You can debate Marky Dan. Instead of being safe from the chat where you can use AI to Google stuff. So it's pretty interesting right here, Marky Dan. I don't know if you can see this comment. My bad, I ain't been putting the comments on, I'm tripping. So I'm gonna put them up from now. So this says the world is flat. The world is flat. It's just a globe. To simplify the image, the real fraud is NASA. Now that's big money wasted. Now, see comments like this, right?
Tommy Hill, you got too much chip on your chip.
Yeah, Nikki, you tripping? You spend too much time on this red app, and it's starting. What's up to you? What's up, Technique? And it's starting to mess with your brain. You're going too far down the rabbit hole.
Salute,
The
Technique.
world is not flat. Matter of fact, the phone that you're using right now is based on the science from a sphere of an Earth, right? And all the math adds up, right? And even if that's this is what flat Earth is. I ask these questions and they always go away because they always say it's big money, right? And this is the question that I posed to them, right? If Christopher Columbus believed the world was flat and made a big blunder that actually ended up being a good thing for colonizers, but made a big blunder and, is the reason why Indians is a derogatory term now. If Christopher Columbus believed that back then and people were dying from diarrhea, why do people with cell phones who can Google anything, right, believe what somebody believed back then when they were dying from diarrhea? And the question that I pose to them is this. When they say big pharma, they're able to get away from it, even though they don't know any names in big pharma. But they're able to get away from it because, people just be like, oh, corruption. And they always go with the side of the small man. So they're able to get away with that. But when they say NASA's making money off of flat, explain to me the lucrative narrative of NASA saying that the Earth is flat when it's really round. Where's the money there? Where is the big dollars rolling in? Why would they have staged this moon landing and the cover up and all this stuff? How does it translate to dollars?
I mean,
because with big pharma, they can say, well, it's their job to keep you sick so that you'll spend money with them. Okay, now go to NASA. Make NASA make sense. It doesn't make sense. That's the thing. That's the point that I was getting at. It doesn't make sense. So because libtard and all the names have been thrown out, let's look at the leader of the libtards, Elon Musk, and what he had to say. Hold up now. Hold up.
Files. That post by Elon Musk this afternoon gets at a serious question prompted by that post by Elon Musk this.
Come on. What is wrong with my computer, Marky Dan? They didn't hit me with the virus, Marky Dan. I tell you, will be no revolution. It will be no laptop revolutionary stuff going on now. Oh, nah, Marky Dan. They got me, bro.
The Epstein files. That post by Elon Musk this afternoon gets at a serious question prompted by MAGA fans, among others, after the Justice Department asserted in a memo that convicted sex offender and multimillionaire Jeffrey Epstein did not blackmail high-profile clients, was not murdered before he was found dead in his jail cell in 2019, and in fact had no client list. Despite the fact that the very same administration officials are now asserting there is no there there, many of them were the ones ginning up the controversy before President Trump was reelected and while they were in office. The Justice Department memo, first obtained by Axios, also comes 1 month after the billionaire Tesla founder took to his platform X as his alliance with President Trump dissolved. Quote, time to drop the really big bomb. Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason why they have not been made public, unquote. Musk deleted that post 2 days later, but the new memo has Musk posting this meme, among others. It's a guy putting on progressively more clown makeup with the text, we will release the Epstein list. We just need more time. The Epstein list is on my desk. There is no Epstein list with full clown regalia. The desk part refers to a February clip. The list is on my desk. A February clip from Fox that was played of Pam Bondi. Take a listen.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump.
But here was Attorney General Bondi earlier today.
I was asked a question about the client list, and my response was, it's sitting on my desk to be reviewed, meaning the file along with the JFK, MLK files as well. That's what I meant by that.
Trump was asked about the memo today by a New York Post reporter, and he expressed indignation.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey?
Are we still talking about Jeffrey? Are we still talking? Why? So much going on. Why are we talking about for years?
Like, I don't know what a
Bro, this dude literally tweets about the food that he ate and stupid shit. They're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. But now all of a sudden, bro, are we still talking about the stupid list? So crazy to me, bro. And then the girl, it's on my desk. Well, I didn't mean on my desk. See, what I really meant, bro, come on, bro. When you got to go into great explanations like that, probably lying.
No, she knew exactly what the fuck she meant. And she leaned into it.
Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable.
Mr. President, the reason people are talking about this guy is because people serving in the highest levels of your administration have been talking about this guy for years and talking about how the Epstein list needs to be released. Here's then Republican vice presidential nominee J.D. Vance in October 2024.
Everybody in politics has a vice that's much worse than alcoholism, is the way that I put it. But we
Release the list.
Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
Here's Kash Patel on a podcast just over a year before he became FBI director.
Why is the FBI protecting the greatest pederast, the largest scale pederast in human history?
Simple, because of who's on that list.
Dan Bongino, a former Secret Service agent turned right-wing podcaster, is now the FBI deputy director. Here he is on his show in February. He was named deputy director just a few weeks later.
I'm not ever going to let this story go because of what I heard from a source about Bill Clinton on a plane with Jeffrey Epstein. I'm not letting it go ever. Ever.
Bill Clinton's spokesperson released a statement in 2019 saying that
Ever. You heard that, Marky Dan? Ever. So crazy to me, Marky Dan. When it's their PDF file, it's like, hey, wait a minute. Are we still talking about the Epstein list? When it's Bill Clinton, who done had what? Ain't Bill Clinton had like 2 heart attacks? Ain't been in office since the 90s, bro. Like we had a dude that wrecked the economy from Bill Clinton presidency until now. Why? Bill Clinton? Okay, go after Bill. Get Bill. But you're not. I don't know. I thought Trump defeated Bill Clinton in 2016 with Hillary. Russia, and all that good stuff. You know, it just, I don't know, Marky Dan. Listen, bro. Listen, man, this is hilarious.
Former president, quote, knows nothing about the terrible crimes. We should note the presence of one's name in the files does not mean they were involved in any way in sex trafficking or having sex with any of Epstein's victims. Here's Alina Habba, now interim U.S. attorney for New Jersey. This is her in February.
In this case, in Epstein's case, it is incredibly disturbing. We have flight logs, we have information, names that will come out.
Is it going to be shocking?
I don't see how it's not shocking.
I'm shocked that none of that's been released. In February this year, Attorney General Bondi teased the imminent arrival of the Epstein files, and President Trump's eldest son, Don Jr., posted about the news, quote, LFG, an acronym for Let's Effing Go. A week later, the Trump administration invited a slew
Let's effing go. He's excited about it, Marky Dan.
of conservative MAGA influencers to the White House, purporting to give them a first look at a batch of documents labeled the Epstein files, phase 1, but none of it was.
That's how you know Donald Trump's son can't read. He couldn't even read his own name inside of because he's Don Jr. He couldn't even read his own name inside of the Epstein file.
Smoking gun. The vast majority of the information had already been made publicly available. CNN's Evan Perez reported in March that Attorney General Bondi directed FBI agents, in some cases, to drop their work on China and Iran and focus on redacting the files before their release. Remember, Trump made part of this.
Now, this is why the Epstein file has not been released. Donald Trump is trying to edit his name out of the files. He's trying to edit his. That's why he's distracted. He's distracted right now with everything, going hard on immigrants to please his base because he doesn't want his base to turn against him. You know, because we see what happened on January 6th. You know, but he don't want his base to turn against him. So he's trying everything to distract so that he can scribble his name up out of every file and then release them, just like they did the footage where there's a minute missing of footage from a jail cell. Like, it's the biggest cover up ever, and it's just so crazy that he is biding time. Like Marky Dan, he is like, it's like a spelling bee, and you can't spell a word, and you like, can you use it in the sentence? Okay, and then you say the letter slow, the one you know, T. You know what I mean? Just dragging it out.
Platform. Here he is during the 2024 campaign.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know it. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole.
Yeah,
world.
himself.
So what's really going on?
He'll be willing to release it, but there's a lot of phony stuff in there. Marky Dan, a lot of phony stuff. You know, you gotta beware of the phony stuff. Why did you campaign on releasing the list then? If you knew it could be phony. Like, bro, Marky Dan.
Yeah,
You know they put fluoride in water. I'm gonna start a petition to put omega-3 fish oils in water from now on to start spiking people's water so that their IQ can rise, because I feel like COVID has wiped out their memory, short term, long term, all of it. They don't have no memory of anything, and it's just all celebrity worship and feelings.
I think Donald Trump proved that the American presidential election is a popularity contest through and through. Say what you will, but Kamala Harris, I mean, people just didn't fuck with the bitch, and it wasn't just because of her.
Come on now.
What you mean?
Language. Listen, let me give you some.
What you mean language? We've been
Hold
calling
on.
Donald Trump an
No. Listen to me. So this is what I'm saying about language. I ain't saying like, hey, this is a children's show. This is what I'm saying about language, Marky Dan. So me and you be clowning and we have like a satirical view on the coverage, but sometimes you make some really, really good points, but it'll get derailed by that nigga or didn't vote for the bitch. You get what I'm trying to say? I know you're young, but you got to articulate yourself better than that, brother, because you make really good points. That's all I'm saying. You can say whatever you want to say, but go ahead. My bad.
Thank you very much. As I was just saying, I mean, I just think Donald Trump has proved that the American presidency is a popularity contest through and through. This man stood on the stage for almost 2 hours and said nothing, just danced to some music. Like, there's nothing about this man. Like, I really don't even understand like how he could win a popularity contest, like with all the public information out there about him being a creep. I
Does
really
Donald
don't
Trump
see
looks?
it, but
Does he represent strength? Because I hear people talk about how strong Donald Trump looks, and it's like, okay, if you strip him of the U.S. military at his disposal, and you see Donald Trump on the subway, and he threatens you, would that represent power? Like, bro, it's so crazy to me, bro. Like, we got his.
out of him.
Bro, Donald Trump made fun of Joe Biden falling down the stairs. And Joe Biden's the oldest president on record, and Donald Trump is going to tie his record. And he's starting to slip mentally, just like Joe Biden did, and fall going up the stairs. Bro, I showed a video whenever Kamala Harris was running, and it was Donald Trump talking about a staircase, bro. He like, I looked at those stairs, and I said, holy shit, how am I going to get up there? Bro, he was talking about the staircase like Terrence Bud Crawford talked about beating Errol Spence, bro. Like, bro, like it was a glorious like triumph. And you're like, bro, it's a flight of stairs, and it's not even up that high. You just have to get on the stairs to get into the truck, the diesel truck. And he made that like it was like, oh my God, it was a wonderful moment. And I didn't think I could overachieve it. But if you believe in yourself, miracles do happen. What's up, Queen? I couldn't believe it, bro. I couldn't wrap my mind around. That's the guy that they say is strong. Say what you want about women being weaker and Kamala Harris and blah, 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 blah. Kamala Harris has never did the triumph of Kamala Harris versus the Stairs movie. Just my opinion.
I mean, what's really going on? Well,
What'd you say?
I was just gonna say Donald Trump has cankles. It's only gonna get worse. I don't know if you saw him at the U.S. Open. This man was popping pills out in the open. He had like a blue pill in his teeth. It was the craziest shit ever. He looked like he was in the middle of like some type of festival or drug ritual. Was holding it, like was literally holding the blue pill in between his teeth. It's the craziest shit I ever seen. But hey,
this dude said, "Oh, dude, getting paid to spread this," and then y'all so stupid. Y'all think YouTuber. You think the Democratic Party would come to somebody who don't even have 40,000 subs and pay me to do what? Donald Trump is on the Epstein list. The people who are in his administration, the FBI director, campaign on releasing the Epstein list. What does that have to do about anybody getting paid? You think I'm the double agent? No, you're the double agent, the truth.
Experts, such as our friend Julie Brown from the Miami Herald, who's been covering Epstein for years, say that the notion of Epstein having an easy-to-access client list is likely a red herring. And that's what the Trump administration is relying on, that there likely isn't a list per se. But they are also now relying on the fact that because it's MAGA influencers who often put forward so many falsehoods, legacy news media won't push the point, that while there might not be a list, there are certainly files that can be released. There's a trove of information that the Trump administration is right now refusing to share. Information that could well point to the powerful folks who availed themselves of the sex trafficking victims of Jeffrey Epstein. If you go, for example, to the FBI vault online, you can see that there are 22 files containing thousands of pages. Most of them are heavily redacted. Now, sure, of course, redact the names and identifying characteristics of the victims. But why not make the victim and testimonies public? As Julie Brown points out, there's still so much we don't know from the investigations by U.S. attorneys in Miami and in New York, witness interviews in the U.S. Virgin Islands and New Mexico. Brown writes that there's still more evidence that hasn't been published, including, quote, Epstein kept video cameras in most of his residences, and Epstein's autopsy, nor the report of the investigation into his death, has been made public. So while there may not be an official client list to be released, as the administration is now saying, there's a lot of extra information that is not being made public, despite Trump's Justice Department basically now saying case closed. This isn't going to go away.
And Pam Bondi went on television and said, I have a videotape of kids getting abused. I followed this case closely, and I know a lot of the people involved, as I've told you.
Mhm.
I had no idea. I didn't know that. Really? Thousands of children got raped? Who raped them? Where are the rapists? Like, why aren't they in jail? What? This
For
is the
life.
Department of Justice.
Yes.
That is so crazy. This is honestly one of the craziest things I've ever seen in my entire life. And I just think it's very dangerous to play around with this stuff. Like, very dangerous.
Well,
I don't want a revolution, but if you wanted a revolution, this is how you would act.
All right, Jamal, what do you think hearing that from Tucker?
Well, first of all, Tucker is being dangerous by alluding to something like a revolution when we're talking about the MAGA people, because we know.
Marky Dan. Marky Dan, they said the revolution is dangerous. So, Marky Dan, what do you feel about this? He said Democrats don't even know what a woman is. Let's know what the truth is. It's so funny you say that, because I talked about this the other day, Marky Dan. You know, you're a young person, right? You ever heard of red pill?
Of course.
Why? Okay, why? So you know what I know about gender reveals, right? Of course, they have creative ways where they'll blow out powder, pink powder, blue powder, right? Right.
Of course.
If those are the colors that they use for gender reveal, why is the talking points red pill, blue pill?
I don't know.
It's because they modeled it after our democratic process. Red pill, blue pill. Blue pill, Democrat, red pill, Republican. That's why a lot of Republicans tend to agree with the people in red pill. It's common sense. It's common sense that they don't even realize it. They talk about how bad the government is and then go start a completely branched off echo chamber of all of their, that's why they talk about the nuclear family. That's why they talk about stupid stuff like this, because they modeled it off of our political system. And that person that just said Democrats don't even know what a woman is, a lot of the incels go over to red pill thinking because they can't even get a woman. I guarantee that person that typed that was single. 100% was single. Don't know what a woman is. They had a woman in years. I guarantee 100%. And also think that women should be forced to have babies, and give them to already overcrowded foster homes that, where they could be abused and all this other stuff, subject to abuse and all this other stuff. It's just so crazy. Those people are weird, man. Society's getting weirder and weirder by the day. What's up, Queen?
Nothing. Chilling.
What you got going on? I've been trying to set up that debate, sister. You think you scared, sister?
Oh, I ain't been paying attention. You been tagging me?
I'm just playing. I ain't trying to say that.
Oh.
I've been a little busy. I'm just joking.
Oh, I ain't running from no debate. I'm ready. Shit, I ain't never scared. Let's go.
Business.
Okay, stand on business all the time.
Queen, this is Marky Dan. I don't think you ever met Marky Dan. This is Marky Dan. He very intellectual. He a YN fascist revolutionary.
Oh, Lord.
You remember when they introduced Tupac on the Biggie movie?
I am literally a democratic socialist. I'm not a fascist.
Man, and now he Bernie Sanders. See what I mean? He got so much
Don't
stuff
be
going on.
introducing me to no YNs, okay?
No, this was sensible. He crazy, but he's sensible. Like he knowledgeable. He knowledgeable about the history of stuff
I mean,
going on.
I can tell his name is Marky Dan the historian, so he should meet Big J.
Yeah. I should
speak the facts to the end of the
I
day.
sent him Unk link. I got his number. I sent him Unk link when Unk go live. But I wanted to show this. So you know how they talk about propaganda. You remember when Kamala would explain policies and stuff, they would say word salad. And then Donald Trump said, I do the weave where I don't really answer the question. And they start clapping and cheering and smiling from ear to ear. This is the craziest part about it, right? So whenever I was doing my show and I was showing different things like Project 2025, they was pulling up calling me the boxing propagandist. Just stupid shit. Oh, you try to fear monger. And then now that Project 2025 is in their face, they just whistle around it and focus on everything else. But I wanted to show this, right? Because I'm the boxing propagandist. Does anybody ever wonder how Trump tweets so fast? And everybody used to think that he was using AI or any stuff like that, right? Oh, Deuce. Deuce is the main one. You're the master of propaganda. Deuce, I'm glad that you pulled up just now because when I'm finished show this video. Deuce, are you aware of how Donald Trump comes up with these tweets and stuff that he does? He has a team of propagandist people, not just Steve Bannon, who Donald Trump fired because he took credit for getting Donald Trump elected the first time through propaganda. Not just that guy, but he has a whole team. Check it out.
Thank you. 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 Thank you.
Oh my God. Is she crazy?
Thank you. Thank you
Wow.
all. Thank you so very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Oh, too many. Thank you. It's about 20. That must be 35.
Traveling from India
Thank
to
you.
California with an unshakable dream to be the scientist.
How many people are watching?
Can we tell how many, Dan? How many people are watching?
She's talking about how great San Francisco was before she destroyed it. A lot of talk about childhood. We've got to get to the border, inflation, and crime.
He's not proposing a single policy, not one policy proposal. Harris's biography won't lower your prices at the grocery store. Or at the pub.
Out there putting veterans out on the street, so
33,000 homeless veterans. Country. Okay, say these out. The things of which she complains. The things of which she complains.
In many ways, Donald Trump is an unserious man.
Oh. You hear that, Phil? It's great, right? Ready? These prosecutions were all started by her and Biden against their political opponent. Me. Get that out right away now.
about the Project 2025.
Oh, lying against Project 25, which she knows, and so do all Democrats, that I have absolutely nothing to do with.
She says we all know what a second term will look like. We can say yes, no inflation, secure borders, the best economy in the history of the world, and peace.
She said chart a new way forward. She's turning a new way.
Chart a new way forward.
She's done nothing but harm.
I think we have a graphic about black earnings being down 6%. If we haven't already hit that, let's hit that one.
She's talking about the middle class, but she's the one that broke the middle class and made it unsafe.
She wants to give free Social Security and Medicare to illegals, bankrupting the system. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are extremists on abortion. They want abortions up to the moment of and even after birth.
What would you say to a woman in Mississippi?
Look at Republicans, liberals and conservatives wanted Roe v. Wade terminated and brought back to the states. 4 stories that she is making up that I've never even heard of.
I heard her say contraception, and I heard her say birth control.
Do not limit access to birth control or IVF. That is a lie.
Well, we trust women.
I trust women also. And I will keep women safe.
Of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law.
She won't, because the millions pouring into the invasion of our country at her open border are destroying the lives of women and the families of African Americans and Hispanics.
That bill that legalizes illegal immigration.
And is a total disaster, weak and ineffective. Close the border. She just called to give all illegals citizenship. Say goodbye to the USA.
Trump, on the other hand, threatened to abandon NATO.
NATO wasn't paying their bills. I saved NATO. She hates Israel. You got it, Dan?
How many troops have you put out there?
How many about 40. She's complaining.
Has she said anything on China?
Has she mentioned fracking?
Kamala Harris is a threat to democracy.
She will take us into World War III and nuclear war.
She will take us into a nuclear World War III. So.
Thank you. God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America.
Oh, wow.
I never want to hear the word propaganda ever used by a Trump supporter ever again. Never.
I mean, I'm really not surprised. Like I saw I don't know if you saw the Superman movie where Lex Luthor literally just has a dimension of
Yeah,
monkeys and they're just
yeah,
typing all day.
yeah.
That's honestly what I
Yeah,
believe was going on with Trump, but this is way more believable.
that is hilarious. I'd never want to hear about propaganda. They can't even use P words from now on. Grab her by the pussy, none of that. It's over for P words for MAGA and Trump support. That is crazy.
Pedophile.
So y'all don't like propaganda unless it's the propaganda you agree with. They're gonna tell him it's World War III if she's elected. Well, how is that working for Donald Trump getting her? You remember he said day one he was going to stop Vladimir Putin. It's just like so much stuff. They fell for the propaganda hook, line, and sinker while screaming propagandas to other people who disagree with them because they knew it would be dismissive. It's a conversation ender. Nobody would look at that and listen to that person if they just yell propaganda. Man, y'all got to stop doing this to Trump. It's a witch hunt. Trump is always the victim no matter what. These people are crazy, man. I love it, though. I love it. I love it because they getting exactly what they want. You remember them? I will vote, for Donald Trump. You remember them?
Yeah.
Deported. They're deported, breaking up their family. It's just like, okay, this is what you voted for. I hope
But
America
his approval
learns.
rating is going up amongst the Latinos.
Really?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Uh,
They
uh,
like that shit because they feel like they better than the ones that come over here illegally. So it's a class system amongst the Latino population. And so the ones that feel like, oh yeah, deport them, get rid of them, they support Trump bullshit. But they ain't paying attention. Trump, stupid. He thought that he was gonna be able to be friends with Vladimir Putin and fucking Kim Jong Un, and now that they sitting up here having meetings with other world leaders behind his back, now he feels slighted. Like we stupid. We been told you that man was your friend. Stupid.
Yo, Marky Dan, you brought up something the other day. You said that if it's World War III, who would be involved? YN, wake up.
I'm like,
Who
bunch
gonna
of
be involved in
bastards.
World War III? YN, Marky Dan.
No, a bunch of bastards. I mean, they.
No.
I mean,
Hold up. Don't wake up sleep talking now. Hold up, wake up. Get
nah,
the
I'm not
crust
no
out your eye.
sleep talking.
I said if there's because you made a statement already. I'm getting you to say it again. I said if there's World War III, who did you suspect might be the cause of it?
Oh, Donnie Boy Trump in Taiwan.
Yes, okay. So what I was gonna say to that, Marky Dan, is I seen this Jon Stewart has a podcast and I was watching him talk to this guy who basically said that the US through like some pretty hard convincing tactics had convinced the world that China is bad for business. Not just with the labor laws, but with like them keeping their word and just a bunch of business practices they were doing that
China
shit
is
raised.
bad for business. It ain't no lie.
Yeah,
No, they're
but
not.
no,
They
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 definitely are.
do shady ass shit.
They definitely do.
I
But check
mean,
this
no,
out,
they
Marky
do
Dan.
steal intellectual property, but that they are
They
an
do a lot
intricate
of
part of
shady ass
this
shit.
economy.
Even with they stocks, they fucking change the rate of fucking return when it produce a return. They some shady young business partners. That ain't no lie.
What I know is the farmers of this country, they love Chinese people. They buy their soybeans. Like literally in 2018 or 2019, after Trump had his first trade war, the government had to bail them out because China stopped buying from them. So China ain't nothing you can just shove off or just pretend like, oh, we don't need them. And that's not the only part of this economy. We get shit like we get a lot of shit from China when we talk about auto parts. But yeah, World War III starts. It's gonna be happening in Taiwan, unfortunately. And I don't see nothing stopping it, to be honest, Boxer Scholar. Queen. Xi Jinping, he wants Taiwan back. He's gonna take it back. And we, like we always done, we're gonna send young men to die. What a wonderful time it'll be, Boxer Scholar.
Yo, wait a minute. You one of
Trump,
the
ice,
YNs.
ice. Let's go. What you say,
You
nigga?
one of the YNs.
What you mean I'm one of the YNs? So what?
You go, Marky Dan, they're
What's your
gonna see you
point?
out first.
Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. It'll be an honor to defend democracy.
Man, you finna go out there and down the front line for nothing, Marky Dan. That's crazy work, man. Yo, but Marky Dan. So basically, so basically, what the guy was saying, the economist that was on the podcast was basically saying that basically we were able to effectively get the world to come to a consensus on China and basically like stop doing business with them because their practices and what they were doing. So he said that, and then he said but this administration with their policies, their tariffs on everybody, kind of made the world go back to messing with China again. And it's just so crazy to me. It's just like everything this man does. I don't even know. Marky Dan, let me ask you this, because you always doom and gloom with this war talk. Do you think Donald Trump? 2 questions. Do you think Donald Trump will make it an entire presidency of 4 years? And that's the question 1. And then question 2 is: do you think that America can survive 4 years of Donald Trump, or you think it's going to be like President Bush?
I think that I really don't know. I don't have strong confidence that he'll be alive at the end of this due to his health. But I think that of this coming midterms, I think the Democrats are going to take back control of the legislature. Yeah, I think he'll just be a lame duck president from here on out. I think that's the best we can hope for at this point.
This dude said ICE is a joke just like you.
Matter of fact, did you hear? Speaking of World War III, I mean, did you hear? Did you see the New York Times report that came out this week or last
What
week?
is that?
Excuse me. It
What is
came out
that?
on Friday. They said that Trump greenlight a mission for some Navy SEALs to go into North Korea and plant a listening device, I guess, near or inside of Kim Jong Un's quarters, so that they
Mhm.
can get inside of his head because North Korea is such an insular state. They have it's basically impossible to get a human source
Yeah.
of information out. And they said the SEALs basically they got spotted by like a clam fishing boat, and they killed, or excuse me, unalived everybody in the boat. And these were just like villagers. They weren't soldiers or authorities. And they said the SEALs poked them full of holes to make their body sink. So you talk about, and they say this is a peacetime president, but he green lights stupid shit like this that could have, could you imagine if instead of that was a clam fishing boat, that was a fucking North Korean Coast Guard boat, and they had to open fire on them? It's
Crazy.
8,000 artillery pieces in North Korea facing 200,000 U.S. troops in South Korea. That's World War III, my friend. They got 50 nuclear warheads pointing at the West Coast.
So you know who the director of the FBI is, obviously, right? You know who the deputy director is, right?
Obviously, Dan Bongino. And Boxer
Bongino.
Scott, but one more point before you go. This guy is even more stupid, and he has even less intelligent, less people with less integrity now. Like the Secretary of Defense refused to do some crazy illegal shit that he ordered him to do. So think about it now. Now he has even, and we talk about this gunboat that he blew up last week. That's turned into a huge scandal. It looked like he violated international law and just murdered 11 people. And it's claiming that it's that it was a drug boat without evidence. Well, I don't know. I think World War III, it's just inevitable. Whether China causes it, whether it's Trump's just stupidity, it's gonna be one of the two.
So, Marky Dan, you get Marky Dan. I'm gonna say Marky Dan. What are they called? What are they called, bro? The service dogs. What are they called? What's the name for them? And not emotional support. What do they call them, Marky Dan? Come on now, you know what I'm
I
talking
don't
about.
need emotional support, nigga.
But what do they call the pets? Not
It's
stress relief. Golly. It'll come to me. I'm having a brain fart.
it's a
But I'm gonna send
support
you a
animal.
dog. I'm gonna send you a dog, bro. I'm gonna send you a dog. You know,
You
because
go
you
straight to hell.
listen. No, look, Marky Dan. Listen. You know, if you bring pause to me, like, oh man, this guy's negative. Well, then you done said some crazy stuff, Marky Dan. I don't think World War III is gonna happen. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not that confident that it won't. Like, I wouldn't bet on it. I'm more sure about
Exactly.
Terrence Crawford versus Canelo than I am that. You know, and that still is not for certain.
China literally says they are going to take back Taiwan.
Oh, that's
They
definitely
say
gonna happen. They've been saying that for a while. They're definitely gonna do that. I wouldn't
we
if
get
we woke up tomorrow and that happened. I would not be surprised, Marky Dan.
we get the majority of our semiconductors from Taiwan. We are going to defend Taiwan to the death. We literally have 500 jets and a whole or excuse me 3 aircraft carriers in the fucking Indo-Pacific right now. And that's not even including the jets we got in South Korea and Japan, specifically set up and positioned like that to defend Taiwan. This is gonna happen. I don't know when it's gonna happen, but it's gonna happen. Xi Jinping just had a big fucking military parade. They've been building right now. China
Yo,
has
Marky
built
Dan.
the largest navy in the world, and it's
Marky
all
Dan.
concentrated in the Pacific.
You know,
While the
you know how emotional support dog. Thank you, Angie. Marky Dan knew that. He just didn't want me to say. Marky Dan, every time you say Xi Jinping, it make me want to bust out laughing, bro. It sounds like something you just make up. It sounds like if me and you were to act like we speak a foreign language and we just say Xi Jinping. You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. But
his
nah, I
name
agree
is
with
Xi
you, bro.
Jinping.
I know. It's a funny name, bro. Like Donald Trump's signature. It's funny. I'm a child. It's funny to me,
I
brother.
mean, I
Sorry.
think that's a little bit racist, Boxer Scholar.
Oh, there you go. Now he getting his BBO back. Hold on, let me play this about director Bongino.
But
Bongino,
here's the
assistant.
link to that article, by the way.
Okay.
It's the link to the
Okay.
Sources.
Bro, we ain't posting no links. We ain't seeing CNN, bro. They gonna take our word for it like they do everybody else on the internet.
No, I mean, it's a very interesting article to read.
Nah, check it out. I was just joking. But check this out.
Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino has told people that he's considering resigning amid a major clash between the FBI and DOJ over the continued fallout from the release or lack thereof of the Jeffrey Epstein memo. Joining us right now in Files, joining us.
What do you think he's considering leaving for, Marky Dan? Why do you think he's considering leaving? The deputy director of the FBI.
Either it's public embarrassment, because this bitch decided to jump out the window too quickly, or
you don't think he knows something that he shouldn't know, and that the DOJ and them are going back and forth, and then Democrats are getting involved, and people are putting a lot of pressure on them, and he doesn't want to get caught, a part of an administration cover up. You don't think it's that?
I think it could be that, but I think it's too late. I mean, you're already in it, nigga. So what's the point? In for a penny, in for a dime.
Interesting. That's interesting, bro. Yeah, because you're right. Even if he separates himself and jumps off the Titanic right now, it's not going to change anything. He's still going to be a part of the cover-up.
That there should be transparency in the Epstein case. Do you agree?
The Attorney General's handled that very well. She's really done a very good job. And I think that when you look at it, you'll understand that. I would like to see that also. But I think the Attorney General, the credibility is very important. And you want credible evidence for something like that. And I think the Attorney General has handled it very well.
Did she tell you, what did she tell you about the review? And specifically, did she tell you at all that your name appeared in the
No, she's given us just a very quick briefing. And in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen, and I would say that, these files were made up by Comey. They were made up by Obama. They were made up by the Biden, we went through years of that with the Russia hoax, with all of the different things that we had to go through. We've gone through years of it, but she's handled it very well, and it's going to be up to her. Whatever she thinks is credible, she should release. Yeah.
What do you think, Marky Dan? You think it was the Democrats with the Russia, or you think it was Donald Trump with the lying? Like what you think, Marky Dan? What you think? That's crazy word. So hold on, Marky Dan. 'Cause
Man.
Before you cook, I just want to say, shout out to Marky Dan. After this show, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take his link. For those who don't know, he has a channel. I'm gonna post it on my community chat so y'all can click and subscribe. If y'all like the young revolutionary, the YN, the future of the country, you know what I mean? Because we ain't gonna be here. The older people, global warming gonna take us out. The YNs, they done adapted to COVID. Matter of fact, y'all ain't got no strong immune system. Y'all don't even go outside and play no more. So we all gonna be gone. But I'm gonna put Marky Dan link on the community tab for that y'all to go to his page and subscribe to the little homie Marky Dan. He doing his thing. He's a bright mind. He just got to clean up and articulate a little bit more. He got to learn. He gonna learn this with time. He gonna learn it in time. I mean, clean it up to get your point across, not for kidding purposes. I mean, like, you gotta learn what you gonna learn, Marky. Then the older you get, you're gonna learn there's a fine line between the comedic and then the point. You don't know your point. You're like a young comic. You like Chris Rock. Women be shot. No, Dave Smith. Women be shot bad. That's what point you is right now. But you're gonna get there, bro. You're gonna learn when to turn it on, when to turn it off. And you're gonna be pretty cold in this game, man, if you keep on doing your thing. But it's timing. Timing is everything, Mikey Dan. Time is everything. You know what I mean? The language.
Hold on. One sec. Texas G, do not ever associate me with the boys. The boys are a bunch of fucking trash bags with jerseys. Do not ever in your life make such a comment. And I love you to death, Texas G. But no.
Yo, listen, this might be a bad time to say this, but Jerry Jones was at Epstein Island. But check this out.
Allegedly.
Calls the quote bizarre and quote ridiculous allegations Trump made against him in the Oval Office just hours ago. So here's some of what Trump said.
The witch hunt that you should be talking about is they caught President Obama absolutely cold. Tulsi Gabbard.
We haven't heard about that. That just completely went away.
2016, but going up to 2020 and the election. They tried to rig the election. We found this isn't like evidence this is like proof, irrefutable proof that Obama was seditious, that Obama was trying to lead a...
Marky Dan, you got what is seditious? I think did he just make up a word? Did he use it out of context? I don't think that's proper.
Seditious, it means you're doing something with serious intent.
I don't think that's a word.
Very
I don't think
intense.
that's a word.
Seditious is a word.
No, we should look that up. Marky. I think he made that up.
Coup. All right, trying to lead a coup. Now, usually anyone associated with Obama just ignores all that. They don't respond. But that is not what happened this time. Obama's spokesperson responded in part, and I quote, "Out of respect for the office of the presidency, our office does not normally dignify the constant nonsense and misinformation flowing out of this White House with a response, but these claims are outrageous enough to merit one. These bizarre allegations are ridiculous and a weak attempt at distraction." Jamal Simmons is out front now, and the former Republican governor of Minnesota, Tim Pawlenty. All right, I appreciate both of you very much. So, Jamal, look, this is a change to come from Team Obama. It's a spokesperson, okay, but it's a change. And to come out and to speak like that, bizarre allegations are ridiculous and a weak attempt at distraction. Now, Trump said that Obama was trying to stage a coup, so that's what caused this. But what do you think? How significant of a departure is this for Obama to actually say, okay, we're going to respond?
Well, first of all, it's pretty rich that the man who was sort of affiliated with the January 6th insurrection at the Capitol is the one accusing people of trying to stage a coup. Obama, about a few days ago, came out and went after Democrats and said, it's time for Democrats to be, to speak up and to, not do so much navel gazing, did that at a fundraiser. And so I think a lot of Democrats said, well, a lot of people are speaking up. They're marching, they're stepping up. And where are you at, President Obama? And so now I think we see President Obama stepping up too. And so he's stepping up and saying something to the American public. He refuses to sit back and allow Donald Trump to accuse him of leading a coup. And remember, it wasn't just what he said, Trump said in the Oval Office, President Trump said. He also released a video on his social media network showing Barack Obama being arrested in the Oval Office. And
it was an
out
AI-generated video, right? Yeah. And maybe that was part of what
Didn't he say AI should be illegal?
Yeah.
Did he just accuse his political enemies of using AI on him, and he said it should be illegal?
Yeah. Like that AI video, I mean, some people say it was funny. That shit was disgusting, but to me. Like that video he made with Obama getting taken to the ground and put in handcuffs while he's smiling.
This is hilarious. So you want to hear what AI said? It said seditious, which means inciting or causing people to rebel against the authority of the state or monarch. You finna take that and add that to your repertoire.
I mean, that's sedition. That's sedition.
So, okay. Yes. It brought that up.
What
It said
sedacious is a word. At least I believe it to be.
it's not a word, bro. It said it's not standard modern English. It said that people they mixed those two words up, is what they were saying. That's why I gave the definition. They mixed those two words up. It said, and the other one's not proper English. And it says that people try to use it to sound smart. And it's like, oh my God, how does AI know that Donald Trump just threw the word in there? Oh my God. It said it's floating around the linguistics ether. That's crazy. That's crazy. But it's not the correct usage, and it's not modern English. So yeah, I knew that wasn't that sounded kind of it sounded kind of funny. But hey, it is what it is. But yeah, man, that is hilarious, Marky Dan, that Donald Trump Donald Trump is hilarious. Oh my God. It's kind of one of those things where people got fidgets. And I feel like at this point, my only thing to do, Marky Dan, is just to laugh to keep from crying, because you look at the world around you and you see that look, Trump is awesome. Somebody put Trump as king. Amanda, we love Trump. It's just so crazy, bro. You're right, Marky Dan. Look, none of the people that put pictures. They never have pictures. I'm starting to think that maybe the people that made Superman had insider information. And it's kind of like, you remember when the Boondocks did Tyler Perry episode?
Yeah.
And you remember there was truth. It's not truth to that, but it's coming out that Tyler Perry might have been a 69 guy. So they might have had some type of intel into what was going on at them Tyler parties. It's kind of like that. It's
Tyler
like
Perry always been a freak.
Well, hold on, don't get distracted. See, that's another thing, Marky Dan. You get distracted real fast. We know he a freak. Everybody know that Tyler Perry a freak. But I'm saying that the Boondocks did the episode because they probably had insider information about what was going on. You get what I'm saying? So it was comedy, but it was truth based, which is the best comedy, right? And I feel like that that with the Lex Luthor Superman movie analogy you gave, that maybe they got insider information, because that clip, that was a great parallel that you drew between the clip that I showed and the Lex Luthor movie, because that's literally what they were doing. They were little monkeys in the lab just typing and texting and spewing propaganda and just saying stupid stuff. And what's the crazy part about it, Marky Dan, is the people who it was intended to go to, those people would take those talking points and run with them as if they were some truth, some unadulterated truth that nobody else had access to, and they wasn't even Donald Trump's original thoughts. It's a part of the monkey team.
Man, it's over with, Boxer Scholar. I think AI is gonna be running circles around us in the next 50 years. I think as our education goes down, our brain capacity goes down. I think AI is just gonna rule over us and treat us like we're children, or like we're like a subclass of inferior to them, respectfully. Because when that Central Intelligence AI, when that thing gains self-awareness, it's over, Boxer Scholar. It'll have gained
Yo, Marky
godhood.
Dan.
What?
See, they comprehension is off. I just gave a scenario where I said that the people in my comment section could easily be MAGA people that are stupid or bots, right? Because they don't have a picture. This is what I suggested. And the person in the chat said, well, you don't have a picture. Are you suggesting, sir, that I'm a bot? That this whole show is just two bots for the Democratic Party? Interesting. I bet you blend with the lid off and keep wondering why you get whatever you're blending in your face. I'm willing to bet that. I'm willing to take a shot in the dark and say that's the type of person that you are. Liberals will destroy this country. It's so funny that, Marky Dan, historically speaking, who balances the budget and who puts us in debt?
I mean, are you kidding me? The last 15 of the last 16 recessions have been under Republican administrations. That's just a fact.
You know what's crazy about that? Donald Trump, when he was pretending to be a Democrat, said that the economy does better under Democrats and that they always balance the budget. So that is a direct quote from Donald Trump himself, y'all's leader. So if you don't want to take our word for it, take the word of Donald Trump, or maybe I need to go get a bot account and maybe you'll listen to them.
Somebody just got blasted in this Vikings game, but
and he over there watching football. But yo, Marky, I'm gonna share your link out, man. Appreciate you pulling up. I wanted to do 2 hours a day. We went 6 minutes over. Great show, good content as always, man. Appreciate your young mind. You gonna learn, brother. You gonna learn. To everybody else that pulled up, appreciate y'all. You're always welcome to hit the link. I know everybody has well, not everybody. Most people have fear of public speaking. But for the most part, I put something over the screen like this. I just didn't do it today because I wasn't even planning to go live. So for the most part, I'll put something over the screen like this. Something, random.
Hey, Boxer Scholar.
Yeah.
It's an absolute Democratic hoax. I don't know what he's talking about. Dems empty it.
Somebody put that.
No, I'm just saying it. It's an absolute Democratic hoax.
So I put stuff on the screen like this to protect people because I know people got jobs and stuff and they shouldn't lose their job for their online opinion unless they go to harassing people and affecting people's life. But then, yeah, maybe so. But for the most part, yeah, you should be free to say certain things, especially online. It's a really great area there. But I normally leave stuff on the screen so you can, pull up and voice your opinion, without judgment or whatever the case may be, and have real civilized discourse. And I promise you, I'll let you speak up here, even if I think you're crazy. There's a bunch of listen. They don't even agree with me on boxing. As much as I've been right in the sport of boxing, I still get pushback on my opinion. This is the craziest thing in the world, but I still get pushback on my opinions. So if I'll let them people, if I'll allow them people to talk, I'll allow anybody to talk. As long as they're respectful, man. Because people will troll and just in-bomb the channel or just do weird stuff. So yeah, for the most part, man, pull on up and have your voice heard. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. If you like the gentleman today, which is my homie, my co-host today, Marky Dan, the young historian, aka Sleepy, aka Revolutionary, aka Mr. Fred Hampton. If you like him, I'm gonna share his link out as well, so you can subscribe to him. Got a smart brain. He's on his way up. I know it. I'll put that stamp on him. So yeah, man. Appreciate everybody for pulling up. But you got any final words, Marky Dan? Damn, bro, G gonna miss the fight, bro. That's crazy. But you got any final words, Marky Dan?
All I'm gonna say is, man, please be aware of everything that's going on in your surroundings. The nigga boxing scholar, or well, let me just say to this person in the chat, I mean, Donald Trump is destroying this country. Like, these people are destroying this country. I mean, they're literally trying to take away the right for a person that was born in this country to be here. They're trying to take away birthright citizenship. And it's like they don't understand, like, you whittling away at the little pillars of what makes us Americans. And then
Let me ask you this, Marky
he
Dan.
can
Let me ask
lie
you this. Let me
directly
ask you
to you.
this. Let me give you some let me get some context
What?
by asking you questions. Let me ask you a couple things. Do you think that we would have won the World War without Albert Einstein?
Absolutely.
What? No.
Sure.
No.
Germany was already beaten with a
No.
I would have
No.
already been
No.
beaten without
No.
a
No.
fucking
No. No. We wouldn't have won that.
Absolutely.
Listen, okay, well, let me ask you, let me put it a different way, because it's a hypothetical. There's no way we could prove that, right? It's still speculation, right? Because if we were speculating years ago, we probably would say, Russia would have probably already took over Ukraine. But okay, let me put it a different way. Let me put it a different way, because I disagree with you on this, but that's fair. It's a hypothetical. Do you think that Albert Einstein saved a bunch of American lives?
Sure.
Okay, now we cooking with grease. Was Albert Einstein American?
No.
Do you think there's any benefits in accepting the smartest people from other countries into America?
Absolutely.
And I think historically it's been that way. Like, I mean, you could argue that we might win the war, but history would have definitely been a lot different if Albert Einstein wasn't invited over here. That wasn't an American mind. And it's like, listen, bro, we're a country of immigrants. It is what it is. Like, don't allow them to use that LBJ stuff to pick your pockets. You know what I mean? Convince you that you better than the non-white immigrant and pick your pockets clean. Don't allow that to be done. If you're and then they always say stupid stuff like, I'm for legal immigration, and then when they go after people that are legally immigrated here, then they don't say anything. It's just crazy to me, but it is what it is. Said them spend all their money and are mad at Trump for saying you're broke. What
does that even
so
mean?
you do understand that Democrats' money is everybody's money. Like, we're one country. See, and that just shows the divide in their brain, that they can't even fathom the idea that Democrats are American too. They think that they're real Americans and that real America
only that,
exists here.
this idea that just because you weren't born here that you're not an American, like, that's new. Like, this is shit. Like, this is an ideology that's just been pushing its way forward in the last 15 years. Like, the whole idea of the American dream is the idea that you can come from some of the worst circumstances anywhere on this fucking planet and make it big over here, or make it to a comfortable life.
So,
You know
Marky
what I'm
Dan,
saying? And you could
Marky Dan,
and you could be protected by what?
let's clarify, because we got somebody, some dummy in the comment section said no citizens are deported. There, in fact, was a U.S. citizen that was deported. That's number one. And then number two, there are people that have work visas that may be expired, but they've been working and doing the right things, through the government, right? Because that's how you get the visa. And those people are being deported too as well. So, I mean, like, what they're contributing to society, and you say you don't want them over here. That's
And
stupid
then
to me.
he's talking about through a port of entry. There's people that are coming through the legal asylum process that are getting picked up at court. So they're doing the right thing. So it's not just quote unquote illegals and undocumented.
Marky Dan, and then they always miss the forest for the trees. Now, I done presented a whole bunch of videos today, whole bunch of evidence today. The title of the show was Trump, breaking news, Trump birthday card to Epstein. And they show up talking about immigration. You can't make this up, bro. This is why Donald Trump uses immigration to distract them from the Epstein list, because he know they're like those dogs from Up. Squirrel. Like, every time he brings up immigration, squirrel. Like, every time, bro. He knows his base, bro. He
How
knows
do
the
you feel,
intelligence of his base.
Mr. Butch? How do you feel about hundreds of people who had no criminal record being sent to a death camp in El Salvador without due process? How do you feel about that? Or is it just you just care about citizens? Are people who aren't American citizens subhuman to you? Like, that's how these fucking people sound to me. Like, when they say some of this shit. Oh, so what? Get him out of here. Oh, so what if they fucking beat him up and dragged him out? Oh, they don't deserve due process. Like, are you crazy, dude? Bye. Okay, Trump said the birthday card. Who cares? I mean, I get his game. I get it. He's just a troll.
Now, I'm gonna be honest with you, Marky Dan. I don't think he's trolling. I think he's really that stupid. I think he's really that stupid. I think that he don't want to believe anything. He's gonna always show up and defend Trump to the T.
I mean,
You know,
it's about making the libs mad. It's not even about having substance anymore. It's about making the libs mad.
it's
Man, these
about
fucking people are
distracting.
gonna be out of here in 2 years.
It's about distracting from the reason that we're here. And if Donald Trump, in fact, is on the Epstein list, he belongs in jail. Simple as that. Simple as that. That ain't got nothing to do with immigration. Listen. Let's just say this for the sake of argument. Me and Marky didn't disagree with the job that Donald Trump is doing on immigration, but hey, he's the president of the United States. Now, y'all address this Epstein stuff.
I mean, and this guy Mark R. I mean, John Paulson literally raised $50 million for Epstein. Thomas Massey, a Republican from Kentucky, is saying he is in the Epstein files, and that's the reason Donald Trump is covering it up. So, the Republicans are literally sponsored by PDF files. Like, that's a fact. And that stuff they're gonna and I don't know if you heard. I mean, it's a full-blown rebellion in MAGA. Marjorie Taylor Greene, she said she's gonna compile a list of names and she's gonna read it into the record on the House floor. And I believe that crazy bitch, Boxer Scholar. I believe her.
She's not gonna do it, bro.
She gonna do. I believe her.
Caveman Marjorie Taylor Greene not gonna do anything, bro.
It's two things that I could give Marjorie Taylor Greene credit for when it comes to being anti-war, anti-interventionist, and the Epstein files. She put her signature on the discharge petition, which Donald Trump made clear if she did that, it would be considered a hostile act. So she picked her side, Boxer Scholar. I gotta respect it. Even though I think she's a crazy, weird bitch. Excuse me.
Let me ask you this, Marky Dan. They said that this is rage bait. For them, Donald Trump speaking is masturbate. Because if a guy breaking the law enraged you, like think about the language that you use, enrages you. Well, then you probably have what they call celebrity worship, and you probably need to check yourself.
I mean, Donald Trump is like a god to many of these people. He's like the most.
Many, all. You remember when it was so crazy as I said this whenever. You know what's really crazy? Since we're here, let's bring it up. Like I said, these MAGA people believe in every conspiracy except one against Donald Trump, right? Everything that, even if it's a fact, it's a witch hunt, right? But Marky Dan, you want to go down a conspiracy rabbit hole? Because I ain't a conspiracy. I'm a conspiracy theorist to a certain degree. Why Donald Trump ain't really dove deep into the assassination attempt on his life?
That's a good question. That's a really good question. Of anything,
The
you
man
think
that
that'd be
sued
the
ABC.
thing and you think that'd be the thing the Republicans would be hounding after? You think they would set up a whole fucking committee?
We're talking about the man that sued ABC. You remember that? Sued
What'd you say?
ABC. Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. What'd you say?
We talking about a man that sued ABC. He even sued Fox News, bro. And Fox News has been giving this man a blowjob since 2016. The everlasting blowjob. He goes after political opponents. He just took Kamala Harris's Secret Service protection. So you tell me a man that's petty, he's that petty, did not investigate his own assassination attempt, and that don't make y'all the least bit suspicious. It don't make y'all suspicious that Donald Trump is saying fight on and gets a really, really good photo shot with blood dripping down his ear and an American flag in the background. It's interesting. I think Donald Trump set that shooting up. I think he didn't intend for anybody to die, and somebody ended up dying, and that's why he wants to move on from that situation.
I mean,
We're talking about a man that told a glory story about him going up some stairs to get into a diesel truck. That guy,
yeah,
right, has let this go. An assassination attempt that he survived. Not to mention, Donald Trump tries to be Reagan 2.0. Reagan was Make America Great. Donald Trump just added again. Reagan was a Democrat that went to Republican. Donald Trump is on record being a Democrat that went to Republican. Reagan had an assassination attempt on his life. Donald Trump had an assassination attempt on his life. You see, hey, look, you see it? Somebody named Robert Kennedy, I'm guessing that you talk like this. Somebody named Robert Kennedy, bro, said psycho host. You crazy, bro. And then Pittsburgh T said you guys have.
Did you know?
Pittsburgh T said you guys have Trump arrangements.
Did you know Robert F. Kennedy did heroin for 10 years? That's real. And this man is not even a doctor. He's a lawyer.
Can you hear me?
I hear you now.
Okay. No, I didn't know that, bro.
Yeah, he did heroin for over 10 years of his life.
Insane, bro. You want to hear something more insane? Look, this dude said Trump, old news. Pittsburgh T said you guys have Trump derangement syndrome. Or Trump derangement. Yeah, I think.
I think that you love to give charity to Trump, Pittsburgh T.
I love the term Trump derangement because they've diagnosed themselves. You know how sometimes you get something like a pain in your foot and then you go to Google and you Google some stuff and then you diagnose yourself. That's basically what the people do who accuse people of having that. Because they definitely are cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs over Donald Trump.
Vaughn says it right here. Vaughn said, can you imagine if Obama had these out? Could you, like that? Obama wore a tan suit one day and Fox News talked about it for 3 days straight. Like it was the end of the fucking world. Like it was the worst scandal ever. Like how dare he represent the presidency in such bad taste? Oh, this man is he even fit for office and bringing on actual experts to talk about different wardrobes from the past and how unprecedented he is. Like, are you fucking kidding me? If Obama had even one, like 0.0001% of these allegations, Trump had.
He said Obama for treason, bro. Trump incited an insurrection, bro. You can't make this for a fair election. Oh, man, it's crazy. Pittsburgh T said, were all the names on the Epstein list, only one name, Trump, in 20 years of the Epstein Islands, nobody said anything. Well, Pittsburgh T, that one person that we're referring to is the president of the United States. Who cares about anybody else? So you okay, Pittsburgh T, with the president of the United States being on the Epstein list, as long as they don't reveal Bill Clinton being on it. So until they reveal Bill Clinton, leave Donald Trump alone. Let the president of the United States be on the Epstein list. That's insane. That's PDF arguing. My PDF better than yours. Like no. PDFs is PDFs. The president of the United States should not be allowed to be the president. Because you know, Pittsburgh T, there are things that could disqualify you from getting a job at Target, right? From getting an apartment you know, in an apartment building, right? There's things that disqualify you. The standard that's set for the presidency should be way higher than those two things. Just saying, because you got target president, target president, target president. Yes, the president should be held at a higher standard. I don't understand. I don't understand what the caping for Trump is. That should be a new term. You know how they say people put on their cape and be saving these women? The caping for Trump is crazy. You know, like it don't make any sense. Like, man, look, Deuce Times pulled up and said propaganda and left when I showed him a propaganda video. He ain't pulled up one time and talked about this Epstein list or really dove into this, because even Deuce Times know that Donald Trump is guilty and on the Epstein list. It's crazy, bro. Leslie said that's why he won't investigate, because he set it up. It's performative. I 100% agree. I 1,000% agree. Like it doesn't go with the character of Donald Trump, the what he showed us thus far and what we know him to be. You know,
Yeah.
he definitely set it up, and he set it up because he thought it would help him in the polls, and it did. And look, after that happened, they started talking about how President Donald Trump was God sent. That President Donald Trump was God saved his life for a reason. I already knew that narrative was going to get spun, and even at that point, he did a debate with Kamala Harris, and he clearly lost, and he didn't want to do any more debates, and he basically didn't do any more debates, and everybody just like act like he didn't lose the debate. But when he lost to Biden, who everybody said was going down mentally, you know, like on the mentally declining, when he lost to him, he plummeted in the polls, and that's what made the election. That's why he kept doing them. He knew he had to. He knew this election, you know, he had did so much stuff, you know, that he thought he was a for sure win, and he was. Look at people still defending him. Look at the chat. People still defending him. My homie Pittsburgh T said, "Who cares?" He said, "Trump derangement. I thought we cared about PDF files."
Yeah,
This
and Trump
is
might be one of them.
what? Okay. Oh, deep breath. Pittsburgh T, if we care about PDF files, and Donald Trump, our president, is one of them, wouldn't that make sense to why I did today's episode about Donald Trump and the birthday card to Jeffrey Epstein that he said didn't even exist?
Exactly.
Interesting. Somebody said Trump was sent from God. Trump never lost a debate. That's trolling. That's trolling.
Not only that, Pittsburgh T. You say I thought we cared about PDF files. Donald Trump is actively protecting PDF files. Like I just mentioned, John Paulson. He is in the Epstein files, according to Thomas Massey, and he's one of Donald Trump's biggest donors. He raised $50 million for him for his presidential election. So what are we talking about? This guy is not only was he best friends with the worst PDF file of the 21st century, chances are he probably is a PDF file himself. And he's continuing to protect PDF files.
So Trim, I know you trolling slightly, but the last comment, I'm gonna go ahead and delete it. Tread light, brother. I'm gonna put you in timeout. I'm giving you the floor to say what you want. And I know you trolling, but you gotta be careful, man. This is not one of those topics where you could just be all crazy and stuff. But anyway, I agree, bro. I agree. I think it's crazy that Donald Trump don't want to release the list. Is claiming that Barack Obama tampered with the list and Democrats tampered with the list, even though he was the president before the Democrats got in and could have did whatever he. Why didn't he change the list the first time around? If the list could be in and be edited like Wikipedia, why didn't he change the list?
I mean, I just don't have time for the stupidity. I look at the facts as they are. Donald Trump is clearly trying to cover this shit up. He does not want this to be out for whatever reason. The weirdo, I'm not gonna call her a bitch. Excuse me, Box Scholar. The weirdo whore Pam Bondi. She said she had the files on her desk. Then all of a sudden, Oh, what I really meant was they put out this video, prison video, where it's a whole minute missing from it. Thank God, thanks to the House subpoena, we now have the full video. But not only that, this letter proves not only that Donald Trump is not credible when it comes to talking about Jeffrey Epstein because he lied and said it didn't exist. It shows just how close they were. And this letter did not come from Democrats. This came directly from Jeffrey Epstein's estate. This motherfucker wrote this letter for Jeffrey Epstein on his birthday, and it was in his birthday book. Talking about every day is a wonderful secret, Jeffrey. Like the two of them were lovers. Like it was crazy. But hey, that's your guy, man. I mean, that's the guy you
What's
say
up,
was sent from
fellas?
heaven.
I
Oh,
don't know about
Pittsburgh
that
T.
sentence from heaven stuff.
Hold on,
That's
hold
a
on.
bunch of nonsense right there.
Pittsburgh T.
I don't
Let
know
me
about
let me
that.
hold on.
Pittsburgh
Let me
T.
fix your mic, Pittsburgh T. I'm gonna let y'all go at it. Hey, what he saying, Batman? Let's not stand on formalities, Bruce. Go ahead, Pittsburgh T. Get him, Pittsburgh T.
Hey man, appreciate both of you fellas. I know y'all was gonna be up here when I see that misdirection foolishness they did. They had this long investigation and they came up with one name only. That's the only name. This is all lawfare. They don't really care about them victims. I've been saying this for the longest. They keep throwing Trump name around. It's 20 years of those islands, and it's only one name. We ain't talking about the attorney generals that gave Epstein the original plea deals. We ain't talking about the probation officers that let the guy roll. We ain't talking about all the workers. We ain't talking about all them people that was rolling back and forth to them islands. The only thing we talking about was Trump. And I'm pretty sure I told you. Me and Scholar had this conversation a long time ago, and I acknowledge that everybody kind of knows the guy was on the island. I don't even think that was disputable. I think only delusional fucking people are sitting up here trying to act like Trump wasn't on the island. I think that's fucking insane, completely nuts. But I think it's all performative because it's nothing real. There's no real substance behind it, and there's no real paperwork. There's no names. All those years, those islands was from 1999 all the way up until they caught Epstein. That had to be about 20 years. That's the only name they're releasing. Like, come on, man. This ain't even funny at this point.
Well, I mean, at this point, Republicans, and you can continue to, and you're entitled to your opinion, Pittsburgh T, but it's clear Republicans are trying to stonewall. They don't want these files to come out. Now, I don't know why that is. I can assume it's because it doesn't look good for their donors, and it doesn't look good for Donald Trump himself, who is Jeffrey Epstein's best friend. This letter just came out, or excuse me, it didn't come out today.
Nah, that's not his
The
best
Wall
friend.
Street Journal broke
Wait, Marky
it
Dan,
months
you think
ago.
so? But you think this? So
What?
this is an issue between Democrats and Republicans. You don't think it was Democrats at those islands? So you
Right
think this is
now,
only a Republican?
right now, I don't doubt that Democrats were on that island. I'm talking about in
Of
the right
course.
now. There is a discharge petition to release all the Epstein files. All 212 Democrats in the House have signed to it. What is the
No.
Republicans
In the
waiting on
Senate.
if they want to
Okay, so
release?
so in the House they can safely vote on that because they know. Guess what? They know it has to go to the Senate, and they know they don't
It
have the
do not.
votes.
It does not
So
have to
in
go
the
to the
House,
Senate. It's a discharge
so
petition.
So in the House, they can safely do that nonsense. And then a lot of those things that they sit there and they do, it's all performative because they already counted the votes up and they already know this stuff isn't going to be released. And they know these games. It's because remember, Epstein went to jail under Trump, right? And then we had 4 years of Biden and nobody said anything, right? All of this stuff could have been released under Biden. Nothing got released. Absolutely nothing got released. Even up until this point, that they're playing this game like they want to release stuff. They don't want to release stuff. Where's okay? They got them documents. Why are we only getting one name? I'm saying take them all down, not just Trump. Take all the motherfuckers down. Why are we just stopping with Trump?
Exactly.
That'd be the
So
problem with all
let's
this stuff.
release all the documents. Let's release everything to the House committee. Let's not stonewall. Let's not release 34,000 documents and then we find out most of it 98% of it is already public information. Let's release all of it so that we can put all this crap to bed. If he did it, or excuse me, if he's involved, if he's not involved, I want to know. I want to know not
Mark
only
again,
if
you
he's
still
involved.
making it one
I
person.
want to
Yeah,
know.
you still making it one person. Mark
Hold
again.
on. What happened?
You
What you
falling
say?
for the bait, bro. You falling for the bait. You making it one person. See, they're just releasing you enough to
I'm not
keep you
making it
quiet.
one per. I'm
Yeah, yeah,
focusing
that's what
on
they do.
Donald
They
Trump
keep.
because he's
I
currently the
know.
president of the United States.
It
That's
don't.
my thing.
Okay, so Marky, let's just go through this exercise because I think we got to go through this. Let's just say they released the tapes and they say he was involved in it. Are they going to put him in prison? No. Are they going to remove him as president? No. So what's the point? Like, what happened to the actual paperwork with actual names of people that are run around, that are bankers, that are priests, that are all kind of stuff, CEOs, they're leaders of other countries. What are all these people that they're still running around?
I mean,
Donald Trump's 80 years old.
Thomas Massey, one of the Republicans that are signing the discharge petition. He came out and said, like I said, John Paulson, one of the top Republican mega donors, is in the Epstein files, and that they are covering that the Republican majority is covering for him. Well, this is out here now. This is not just one name, and more names are gonna fall. Matter of fact, the New York Times just came out with a report talking about how J.P. Morgan helped Epstein for years, and they went in depth talking about Joseph Evangelistini. I think that's how you say his name, and one other boy, and how they were warned multiple times about Epstein and what he was doing, and they continued to give him services in upwards of $1 billion. And one more thing, you said oh, nobody wants to talk about the prosecutor that gave him the original deal. The prosecutor that gave him the original deal was Alexander Acosta down there in Palm Beach. Guess who went on and made Alexander Acosta a member of their cabinet? Donald goddamn Trump. And Boxer Scholar was playing it earlier when Epstein was asking in his deposition if you have ever been in the presence of underage women with Donald Trump. He pleaded the fifth. So I'm allowed to put all these facts together and point to one person who also just happens to be the most powerful person in the country, who, by the way, Epstein was arrested under, quote unquote, committed suicide under. I mean, I'm allowed to question all these things. On top of the fact he's covering it up, he's literally calling it a hoax when it's not. Like I'm allowed to question all of this Pittsburgh tea. But hey, I guess I'm falling for the bait, like you like to say. I'm falling too deep. Let me see this chat. What these people trying to say. Leslie Seskane, Epstein Butler said him and Trump were best friends. I mean, I don't think that's not even for dispute anymore. These two guys were very much best friends. And this letter that came out today, I mean, it's just creepy. Like, it is just straight up creepy. Every day is a wonderful secret with you, Jeffrey. Nah, bro.
Yo, didn't he say he didn't mess with Jeffrey Epstein, and it wasn't because the dude was like a PDF file, maybe one of the worst of all time. It was
That
because
shit is so funny.
he was
People keep trying
soliciting
to,
workers from him.
People keep trying, yeah, exactly. People keep trying to say, "Oh, Donald Trump, he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago because he was a creep." Yeah, or a matter of fact, Mike Johnson tried to say he's an FBI informant, and he had to retract that. And then Donald Trump got up there and said, "Oh, it was a long story why I kicked him out. It's really ancient history. I don't want to talk about it, but I'll tell you anyway. He hired help. He hired help. And I told him not to do that, and he did it again. So I had to kick him out. He hired help." I don't know where they could find a fucking dude like this. I really don't know where they could find a fucking cartoon character like this dude.
Bro, it's
He
the
hired
episode of
help.
Family Guy that we're living, bro.
Like, out of all the shit, like, he knows Jeffrey Epstein is a fucking, the people are out here, like, making pledges for him that he kicked Jeffrey Epstein out because he was a creep. Like, out of all the shit you could have said, he hired help. And then we find out Virginia Giuffre, one of the victims, was one of the girls that Epstein quote unquote poached.
You know what's crazy? That's like saying that me and Ted Bundy were good friends, but he kept using my damn toothbrush and leaving the toilet seat up. So I told that son of a bitch, pack it and leave.
Wow.
Yeah, but y'all
our
don't
dear
remember.
president
Yeah,
is so strong.
y'all don't remember they had that whole documentary about the what's that, the Victoria's Secrets? I can't remember the name of it. They had this Victoria's Secrets documentary about them young girls being abducted. Did y'all see that?
Nah, when it came out.
I'm not sure exactly what year it came out, but that was during the years when Epstein controlled Victoria's Secret. Remember, he had the power of attorney over Victoria's Secret and all of the companies that were associated with it that one guy owned. I forgot his name, but he had the power of attorney of that CEO. And that was years ago. That was way before any of this stuff happened. That those girls were being taken and that they were being abducted. They already knew this. And this was before he got arrested.
Well,
No,
Pittsburgh T,
absolutely. I mean, but
you
it's
know
the
this,
same
Pittsburgh T?
thing.
You know when
But
Melania met Donald Trump? You know where they
I'm pretty sure
smashed
she had
it?
something to do with it. I'm pretty sure she had something to do with it.
But he met her on Epstein's plane, and they smashed on
Yeah.
Epstein's plane.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm pretty sure he had something to do with it. I mean, that's not like Scott.
So
I don't even think like the line to Trump is that hard. I just think it's the thing I think is crazy is like we're focusing on the guy that nothing's going to happen to, and there's a lot of people running around that are still doing this stuff. That's my problem with it. And they're still walking around in public, and they're just blended in, and it's just so much focus on this one person.
But Pittsburgh T, I think the focus on that one person is because he's the president, and that's like a high bar. You know, like I said, people get disqualified from trash man jobs because of their background. So president, that's kind of a disqualification, you know, being on the Epstein list. And then his involvement, he's downplaying it. A lot of people believe that he was just as egregious as Jeffrey Epstein. That's why he's trying to hide it. They think that because there's no way that you're around that and that's your best friend and you ain't got no involvement, especially when you stop talking to him because he quote unquote started getting your help. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but I think
That sound like a disagreement between pedophiles where he was recruiting and groomed the girls that Trump already groomed. He took my girls that I groomed. It took me 2 years to groom these girls.
Why the fuck
Yeah,
was a 14-year-old Virginia Giuffre even working in Donald Trump's spa?
That's not abnormal though. That happens a lot of times at the spas. Like if you go to the
I
spa
don't know about
and
that.
listen, if you go to the spa and you go into the locker room, on the men's side, there'll be a teenage boy in there handing out the towels and making sure your locker is straight, or to be a 20-year-old, to be a young person there. 'Cause that's not a high-paying job. But those kids
Man.
usually go there. That happens all the time. It's not abnormal. Even now today, no matter which country club, which spa you go to, that's how it is.
I think you're being what I don't doubt
I'm not
though
making
what
that
you're
up.
saying, that maybe they do have a young attendance, but I think we're being very charitable to Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein when it comes to at least
No,
that
that's not exclusive
situation.
to him. No, that's not exclusive to him. Trust me, if it was something exclusive to him, I would tell you. I ain't holding no cover for the dude. That happens all over the place.
Would you agree with this, Pittsburgh T? If we get the most powerful man in America, then maybe it'll be a trickle-down effect?
No.
I mean,
Why?
I would hope so.
I mean, but get him in what way? Like that's why we went through this whole exercise. Is he going to
Lose his
jail?
job, go to jail, yeah.
Is he losing his job? We did this
Public
before. Did they try to impeach
humiliation.
him? Yeah, I mean, but you can't impeach a wealthy white guy that's 80 years old that don't give a fuck.
I mean, you can if you lose the 2026 midterm. If the Republicans lose the 2026 midterms by a landslide, which it's already looking
But
like
that's
they're going to.
politics. Yeah, but that again don't have nothing to do with them young girls. Now we're making the politics again. That don't got nothing to do with Donald Trump, and that's not affecting him personally, and that's not affecting the young
He should lose
girls.
his job at the least. So if we're gonna talk about the two-tier justice system that we have, that we all know exists, he should at least lose his job at the most. You can't be the president with them. Yes, you could. All the people that's on the list are none of them are president. So you cannot be. That should be a disqualification for being the president of the United States.
Okay, so what makes you lose disqualified? Because we didn't did some pretty fucked up things as president. So what things are we naming get you kicked out or booted out of being a president?
Being on the Jeffrey Epstein list.
I mean, that's one thing. What's some other things?
That's it. That's it. No, that's it.
Out of all the shit the presidents do, come on.
Yeah, being a PDF file. Yeah, that should disqualify you for being the president of the United States.
Running a drug ring where they were sleeping with underage children is enough. There is no other. There's no other. That's a disqualifier.
Like Pittsburgh T. The United States. In the '60s, I think it was LBJ. We were involved in a genocide in Indonesia. So I get what you're saying, but at least that had a purpose. It was to stop communism, or at least that's what they said. What what does you getting down with Jeffrey Epstein?
No,
how
I
does
see,
that
Marky Dan.
benefit
I can't drink a cup of that. I can't drink a cup of that, Marky Dan. And the reason being is because it's saying America is responsible for more egregious crimes, so they can't look down on somebody who's grooming and selling underage girls on an island. Like, no, bro, what? No, absolutely not.
That's my point. Yeah,
bro, we have had presidents at the wheel when we have drugged our own American citizens at the helm of presidents that will use their own CIA operatives. We have had presidents at the helm where we have done stuff to their own citizens medically. We have had presidents at the helm where they sent American citizens to wars that they knew was a fucking lie. When you start getting on this, what we gonna get rid of and disqualify, I think that can get real wide because we done did a lot of fucking crazy shit with presidents. A lot of
it. See, how many of those are active presidents right now?
None.
Exactly. We got to focus on what it's Pittsburgh team. Whenever we brought up 2016 with Donald Trump, y'all said y'all need to focus on who's president now. Joe Biden is president now, and the economy's failing. Stop bringing up the past. But now all of a sudden we got to go get every president that has ever did suspect or wrong because Donald Trump is a pedophile.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that we already have a threshold of doing all this egregious stuff. And we knew it wasn't like they had to have an investigation after. We knew that weapons of mass destruction was bullshit like a year or two in. We knew because of the mercury from the guy from the Mercury newspaper that they were poisoning their own fucking citizens. We knew from Snowden that the CIA, the FBI, and the government was wiretapping our phones. And that's a violation of our rights. We knew all of these things and nothing happened to these jokers. And they were all signed off on this stuff.
Leaves the country.
But Pittsburgh team, would you say that there's a spectrum?
Leaves the country, he could get arrested.
No, hold on, Marky Dan.
ICC.
Hold on, Marky Dan. Let me pause real quick. Would you say that there's a spectrum on crime? Like you wouldn't treat jaywalking the same way that you would treat murder, right? So there's a spectrum.
But that's what I'm saying. Where are we going?
Where's the spectrum on PDF? Being a PDF file.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think that's what I'm asking you.
I think that's kind of number one.
I don't think it's that serious, bro, because we done did so many crazy things, man.
Pittsburgh team,
many crazy things. Yes, we have. To American citizens, on masses, like we ranking them out. Like, look, this country has poisoned their country in LA with drugs, poisoned them, locked them up, killed them. We knew this happened, bro, and they didn't give a goddamn. So now we trying to say that's more egregious than them doing that. But people still in jail.
But why can't we say that's bad and
so
also
is this.
agree?
Yes. Yeah.
I'm not saying
the argument that you're making.
Hold on. I think Pittsburgh T's point is there's not going to be any accountability anyway. So why do we care? But I mean, Pittsburgh T, we gotta give a fuck.
Yo, Marky Dan, that's like me getting with a woman who's been in abusive relationships, and then like I don't beat her till she pass out, but I kind of like still rough her up and hit her, and I'm like, hey, your last boyfriends, they didn't do much to. I mean, they used to beat you till you pass out, but look what I'm doing. I'm not doing. You know what Malcolm X say? well, about the knife analogy, it's kind of like that. It's like, well, then if we go down this rabbit hole, Pittsburgh T, of no accountability, every president's gonna use that excuse that you just used. Well, y'all black people can't be mad at me right now because we put drugs in y'all community and y'all never said anything. So why y'all saying something now?
But Scarlett, that's what I'm telling you. We've already went past any line that you could think this country went past. We didn't already dip past that, way past that, and all of them should be arrested, all the way from Nixon all the way up, and none of them are. Nothing ever happens. The only thing they do is what Marky Dan said. Oh, we're gonna get you in the midterms.
Wait.
Really
Nixon had to resign. Nixon had to resign.
Did he go to jail? Did he go to jail?
Scandal, he didn't go to jail because the person that took over was his friend, his vice president. But Nixon had to resign. His scandal was and his scandal was less than Donald Trump's.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. He used the Secret Service. Yeah, no, he didn't. No, he didn't.
You think that Jeffrey Epstein, Epstein Island
Trump
scandal?
Using the DOJ
No, he
to
wasn't.
cover up for.
He actually used the Watergate scandal is not. He actually used the Secret Service to spy on his political party, and he tried to rig up an election. So no, like all the stuff that Trump and we say about our democracy, that's like the bedrock is our election. So no, that's a huge thing. Like I don't even know where you put that at on the level of wiring up an election.
Hold on, Pittsburgh T. Let me get some clarity. You think that spying on political opponents is the equivalent of trafficking underage minors?
He didn't just spy. He also he rigged the election. That was his.
He could have killed one, and it still wouldn't have been on the level of Epstein Island.
I mean, but that's the bedrock. That's what I'm saying. That's your opinion. I can't argue with your opinion. I'm telling you that's the bedrock of our democracy is elections.
They say over 1,000 children were raped. So I mean, like I don't think it's really a comparison.
If that guy, what I'm saying is, when we got a guy on tape, like, right, this ain't even like with Nixon, remember, it's not even a doubt of if he actually did. Like, we got tape, we got signatures, we got people. Like, he's caught. Like, there's no, there's no way out of it. And nothing happened to it. That's what I'm saying. And that's one of the pillars of our democracy. Like from there, I don't know why. I don't even know how you prosecute any of these jokers, is what I'm saying. If none of them are going to get prosecuted, why would any of them be prosecuted?
The Supreme Court said so. They got immunity.
That's what I'm saying. So if they're not doing nothing to none of them, why don't we just get all the fucking names and get them all out there? That's what I'm saying. Because they're not, no matter how much we talk about Trump, they're not going to do anything to him.
But he should not have his job, even if they don't. He should not be the current president of the United States. Using what you just said. What you just said is what Nixon did was impeachable, and Donald Trump is doing the exact same thing while being on the Epstein list. Like, how many disqualified did you need for Donald Trump to say, okay?
He wasn't a president when he did that, so that's not the same thing. Nixon was an active president.
He's active in the cover-up, Pittsburgh T. Not only is he on the list, and that should be a disqualification right there. Like, it don't matter when you did it. There's no justification. Well, I was 10 when I was a pervert, but I'm good now. No, that doesn't work. So that's a disqualification. But now that he's actually the president of the United States, he's actively trying to scrub his name from the files. That is a disqualification also. How many disqualifiers does he need to have before we're like, all right, let's get this motherfucker up out of here? Are we going to continue to go down? Well, Obama did this. Well, Kamala Harris, she did that. Bro, and then he removed Secret Service from Kamala Harris, protection from Kamala Harris in the form of Secret Service. Bro, that is a political opponent that he targeted and removed. Like, that's so petty, bro. That's so petty and uncalled for, especially being a guy that had an attempt on his life. Like, bro, at Pittsburgh T, at what point are we going to look at Donald Trump and say, this guy is not qualified? The same thing y'all did with Kamala Harris. Y'all looked at her, and by her words, not her experience, you said she's disqualified. So why can't y'all look at Donald Trump and say, okay, this motherfucker's not qualified?
That's not the same thing, Scholar. Number one, Donald Trump had already been a president. We already seen him be a president, number one. Number two, everything that Donald Trump gets prosecuted for, no matter how egregious we might call it, is not him being a president. So all of this stuff is previous to him being in office. All those other guys we're going to bring up and any other president in between is actually them being in president in office doing some crazy ass shit that they shouldn't do, that we shouldn't tolerate. So they're not equivalent things. Like all those other guys that we can even bring up, they're doing the shit actively while they're in fucking office. This guy happened to be somebody who had access to a lot of things outside of him being president, that he did a lot of crazy shit.
So Donald Trump's past don't matter. So if I went to go be a police officer, but I killed 15 people in my lifetime, and they didn't find out until I was a police officer, and I told them, well, you know, you guys will understand that was before I became a police officer, I should still continue to keep my job?
If they're not going to prosecute an active president, then for stuff he actually did in office, then they can't prosecute a guy for his past. And the Supreme Court has already ruled on this stuff. If they're not going to prosecute an active president for stuff he's actually did while he's actually the president, they're not going to prosecute. It shouldn't be prosecuted.
Hold on, but Pittsburgh T, if
The
they
felonies for
if
stuff
there's
he did
proof out there,
previous.
Firstly, I don't think, even if there was proof out there that was found that he did do something, I don't think Pam Bondi would ever open an investigation into it.
He definitely would.
But if they found some type of smoking gun proof that Donald Trump did sexually assault a little girl, I think that they would impeach him. I think that this would be the first time in history you would actually see a president get fully impeached. And then I think they would impeach Pam Bondi and the rest of them. I don't know what will happen from that. The government would just fall. We might have to have a special election or something like that, but I don't know. At that point, he will be open for prosecution.
That's not the
You
same
talk about
thing,
two different things. You're talking about two different
That's
things.
not the
Marky
same
Dan.
thing.
He's talking
That's not the
about
same
he's
thing.
talking about conviction, and you're talking about impeaching. And I agree with you that he should at least be impeached. If we could all agree that there's a two-tier justice system for rich
There's a
people
process
and
for
poor people.
impeachment. Yeah, but there's a process for impeachment.
Yeah,
So they need
start
to,
it.
that's
Start
okay.
it.
So that's different. But you got to remember, like the things that look. This is the problem with what this has been done, and this has been said. I don't know how many different times, how many different ways. All of this reeks of lawfare, especially because all of this stuff is previous to him becoming a president. Presidents get impeached for things that they do as a president. He got those felonies from him paying a prostitute, stripper, porn star, whatever she was, previous to him being the president, and him paying her previous to him being the president. So all of this stuff reeks of lawfare. So if we go back in all of these presidents' history, previous to them being, so you don't think George Bush has some crazy stuff going on? 1 and 2. You don't think the Clinton over in Oklahoma,
Hold on. This is
previous to them
hilarious.
being presidents, not them actually being the president?
This
Bill
is
Clinton was
golden.
found to be a PDF file. He should be.
No.
If
Trump didn't
any
get
other
Trump didn't get the felonies, but Trump didn't get the felonies from him being a PDF. Trump got
Joe,
the
but
felonies from playing a prostitute. That's not what he got the felonies for.
This is why I think it's kind of comical, because the presidency is a job. Make no mistake about it, it's a job. That's why they change every 4 to 8 years, right? It's a job, right? And we understand that stuff can get you disqualified from your job. Pittsburgh T, we did a whole episode about a girl twerking at the airport, and you were in favor of her losing her job. Donald Trump said, "Hold my beer." You know, he started suing ABC, going after news organizations, covering up the Epstein files. He does whatever the fuck. Pardon the January 6th people. All that stuff happened while he was president.
Executive orders against law firms.
All that stuff happened while he was president, and you say, well, you know, history really don't matter, and also what he does when he has the job don't matter because we didn't do it to nobody else.
No, that's not what I said. No, that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that it's selective history. But the thing, like that whole thing with him, with the felonies that they keep hollering about, what are the cases about? Everything happened before him, previous to him being president, correct? Like if he would have never been president, nobody would have actually ever went after this guy for any of that stuff. So that's problem that's problem number one.
Wait, I thought it was the mishandling of campaign funds. It would have had to been while he was trying to be president.
No, it was to pay the woman that was basically blackmailing him by him having sex with the porn star. That way that he was paying her with Michael Cohen. He told Michael Cohen to pay the guy.
That was campaign funds. Am I wrong about that? That was campaign funds.
You're missing it. I think
he was a porn star.
He used Yeah.
No, but y'all missing it. The original person that they were paying was the porn star that he had sex with years before he became the president. So that's the basis of it. Then the lady came, he paid her, she came back again. Trump told Cohen to pay her, and he paid her with campaign funds or whatever he did. Whatever he did. He wasn't the president yet, and that's what happened. But that's not him. He's not the president, bro. That's y'all missing. I'm not saying that y'all missing the point of what I'm telling you. What I'm saying is like we're talking about the president. The president has a role when he's the president, and we usually prosecute whatever he does within him being the president. And if he does anything wrong, there's a whole process to get him up out of there as him being the president. We never go back and say, hey, you did this 10, 15 years ago. They do that shit in Venezuela, Colombia, wherever those third world countries, do that stupid shit. We don't do that in this country.
Respectfully, Pittsburgh, I don't think we've ever had a president get accused or or we've ever had
Epstein is recent
evidence.
No, it's not. Epstein's 20 years ago. Epstein's
No.
20. No,
Hold on.
He wasn't the president.
But hold on, that girl just got
over his head. If it's the case that he did something illegal with Jeffrey Epstein and one of these underage girls, we've never had that before. This is unprecedented.
Marky, what was his girlfriend's name again? Epstein's?
Ghislaine Maxwell.
Didn't they just question her? Like, this stuff takes time, Pittsburgh. You said it's a process. Like, this didn't just come out of nowhere. It wasn't like, it's not like Donald Trump is such a great president they can't find nothing on him with his presidency, so they go digging for dirt. That's not what this was. Jeffrey Epstein was murdered while Donald Trump was in the White House.
What he got accused
like, this
of?
ain't ancient history.
No, he wasn't in the White House when that happened, bro. You bringing up stuff from when he wasn't the president.
He was.
No, he was president. So he was the president of FCI. Was you trying to tell him? Because he was in jail before that. How could he be here?
No. He was president when Jeffrey Epstein died, is what we're saying.
When Jeffrey Epstein was wiped off the face of the earth.
Okay, so did he murder? Is that what we accused him of? No, we're not accusing him of that.
Absolutely.
We're not accusing him of that.
But he's being accused of me and Marky Dan of using his administration to try to cover up this scandal because he's involved in it. And the reason why there's a lot of fishiness around a minute missing from the jail cell and all that other stuff, and him requesting people to give anything that highlights his name inside the Epstein files is because he's trying to cover it up. That alone, Pittsburgh T, is impeachable. That right there. Like I said, if you think that Nixon should have been impeached, there is no way that you don't look at Donald Trump and say, yeah, this is the abuse of power. This is illegal. He should be impeached as well.
I mean, it's just scummy and terrible. But anyway, Baza, it's an absolute hoax.
It's a witcher. Russia. What's up, Kojo? Damn, they done muted my brother Kojo. You there, Kojo? We can't hear you. You talking? Yeah, we can hear. They got to you, Kojo. They already got to Kojo.
Yo, y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man. I was just gonna say, yeah, we talking about pedophilia. That's like unfortunately, even to Pittsburgh T's point, all these rich people can commit heinous crimes, but when it comes to pedophilia, that's something that that's I'm gonna hit y'all back. Give me like 10 minutes.
Okay, yeah, cause I want you to cook on that, Kojo. It sounds like you were finna go deep with that one, brother.
Yeah. It's not gonna be deep, it's surface level. But yeah, I'm gonna hit y'all up.
Hold on. Try it right now. So let's see. Let me try to do something in your mind. I think I can fix it. Hold on, give me a sec. You know, black men think they can fix everything. Hold on. Go ahead. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe in the bad area. I think it's the area. I don't think it's his microphone. But yeah, man, I don't know. I ain't gonna lie. Pittsburgh T, man. Pittsburgh T threw me for a loop with this with Mikey Dan. I'm spinning so much, bro. I got vertigo. You know,
Yeah, I don't know. Pittsburgh T. I really don't.
bro,
Like, I really
Nixon,
think my
Nick
brother
Water.
is
He
a
said
is like he's
Watergate
like
was
a
worse.
closeted. He's like a closeted MAGA supporter, but he's like he likes to keep one
Closeted,
foot
bro.
outside
He said
and
that
act like.
Jeffrey Epstein list was on par with Watergate. I mean, excuse me,
I
Watergate was
mean,
worse than Epstein. Excuse me. Watergate was worse than the Epstein list. No way, no, bro, no way possible, bro. You can even equate the two. It's not, if you do equate the two, you don't know enough about Watergate or the Epstein Island. One of the two. There's no way that you look at those things and say, yeah, they're the same. You know what? It was really crazy, Marky Dan. If I would have in 2017 had, let's say I won the lottery and I was a billionaire and I started campaigning for King Von to be president, how many people would vote for King Von based on his past not
you
being
would
in?
get you might be able to start a new party off just young blacks.
No, but
I'm
no,
telling
all
you.
seriousness, all seriousness, Marky Dan. How many people would bring up his past as if bro? Listen. This is why I love having a great memory. You remember this guy?
Hold on. Let me one second. Hold on. Who's that guy?
Carmelo Anthony, right? And next to him is Kyle Rittenhouse, right?
Oh
When
shit.
Carmelo Anthony was in the paper, they never brought up the fact that he actually saved somebody's life, you know? And this guy is on trial in real court, not court of public opinion, real actual court, right? And everybody made this guy out to be a villain based on his past, right? His
Yeah.
past mattered. But with Donald Trump, his past does not matter. Why is it, bro, that only a certain hue of skin, bro, their past matters the most? That's so frustrating, bro. They can't do anything. They can't be Trayvon Martin. They can't be the victim of being unalived. George Zimmerman somehow is the victim, and they bring up Trayvon Martin's past. Even going all the way up to the presidency with Barack Obama, his past mattered. They were bringing up all kind of stuff. Donald Trump is literally the person that started the birther conspiracy with Barack Obama. His birth mattered to everybody else who would listen. But when it comes to Donald Trump, bro, the past does not matter. And hey, you got to go into what every president does. We got to dig up George Washington because he owned slaves. Like, bro, what are we doing, bro? Like, at least admit that he has to go through the impeachment process based on doing impeachable offenses while he's the active president, using the government the way it's not intended to be used and function. Nixon's scandal was 1% of this scandal, and he thought enough to just quit before he could be impeached. And he was gonna win. He was favorable to win in the next election, so he didn't even have to do it. But that's neither here nor there. Nixon's scandal was so appalling to the public that they impeached him, and he said, "You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and quit because I know that I'm gonna be found guilty in this impeachment. I know what y'all said I did. I'm gonna go ahead and quit." Donald Trump has said, "Hold my beer," did that times 10, and they don't even think we should do start the process of impeachment. You can't make this up, bro. You can't make it up, bro. Spike Lee couldn't write it better than this. The Boondocks could. This is the Boondocks episode. We have all died and went to a Boondocks episode.
Pretty much.
Insane,
Pretty
bro.
much.
Insane. I ain't gonna lie to you, Marky. I can, bro. I can't, because sometimes I be having hope. I say, I'm gonna do an episode like this, and people gonna pull up and be sensible about the situation. They're not gonna try to distract with stupid stuff that has nothing to do with the topic of conversation, right? Like Bill Clinton did it. 9/11. President Bush. What? What are
Listen.
we talking about? We're talking about the Patriot Act. What does the Patriot Act have to do with Jeffrey Epstein? If they say that they're targeting Donald Trump and there's more people on the list, okay. I'm not gonna give you that. I will agree with that. But if context matters, Donald Trump is the sitting president, right? You have to have qualifications for any job in America, right? Didn't Donald Trump say that they're coming for your black jobs? Your black jobs. Well, what is a white job? Because if you telling me that the president of the United States past don't matter, and everybody's history matter when they go to a job. If they got a tattoo, they're gonna ask them a question about the tattoo. But this guy get to skate on ice, bro. And black people will show up and defend what's the obvious with this, bro. Donald Trump has a certain privilege that we are not gifted in this country, and Barack Obama wasn't gifted it. And it's sad. It's sick. It's sick to see black people defend it. But it is what it is. What's up, Kojo? Damn, Kojo pulled up and left again. Shit. But yeah, man, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I'm a little. And you know what, Mark? This is why I don't do a lot of political episodes, man, because it drains me. Because when I hear the rhetoric and the argument for the other side, it's not even sensible to me. It's not sensible enough for me to want to do these episodes. They're not enjoyable. I'm gonna be honest with you. They defeat me because they make me lose hope. But what's up, Kojo?
What's good? What's good? I was gonna say, yeah, man. I listened to a little bit of conversation. I don't got nothing deep to say. I was just gonna say, we talking about pedophilia. That's like the quote unquote. I think it's the American unforgiven sin, right? So, with Pittsburgh's Tea Point, he was talking about how much rich people been doing this. We need to get them more. Like I agree with that. I do, but now that we have this rich man in office here, in the office, doing the one unforgivable sin, that whole Pizzagate fiasco, someone literally drove across the country, stuck up a pizza shop in Virginia with a shotgun, looking for pedophiles. Still in jail to this day, right? Like, this. And to Pittsburgh T's point as well, like I agree. At this point, Trump is pretty much, he seems untouchable. I said seems. But at a certain point, if it's not now, it's gonna be later. If he don't pass away, we're gonna have to get him out of the office. Someone's gonna have to step up. We're gonna have to step up and do it. You see what happened last time, speaking of crimes people commit, you seen January 7th. Right, we've seen what happened with that. So unless people don't think that's a crime, but whatever, I'm not gonna get to the legalese of it. But it's gonna come down to a point we're gonna have to get him out because he obviously not gonna get out himself. And just like T said, we can do two things at once. We don't gotta, we don't gotta just chew gum by ourselves. We can chew gum and walk at the same time. We should go after him and then go after other people as well. I mean, that's what I think a democracy is supposed to be about, but we know we don't live in a democracy right now, or probably ever, so, but that's what needs to happen. That's just my 2 cents.
No, absolutely. We need to go after all of them. I read an amazing article today from the New York Times about, they did a real deep dive into JP Morgan and how they were helping, how they were warned about Epstein, but they continued to offer him services and processed over $1 billion for him. I mean, all of them got to go. We got to see what was happening, who was on the planes, who's the donors. And we don't really put to test this representative democracy that we got.
Like, all our politicians for the most part are paid off. So, it's even to the point where, we got a whole. Sometimes I don't even like talking, man. They all paid off. If someone can pay you and you vote against the political will of the people, to kill other people overseas with our tax money, to give other people free health care with our tax money, to give them free education with our tax money, and we don't have that, we're far long gone. We're so far gone. And that's at least I agree with Pittsburgh T on that point. Like, the prosecute this man now after everything.
We put a civilly adjudicated rapist in the White House to catch sexual predators. Like, people are just dumb nowadays, and
no, for sure, that's the one thing I do agree with them. This has been going on for a long time. A lot of things been going on for a long time, but we just let it slide. Like, we can't do nothing about it. or when we do try to do something about it, what if Frank Hampton, they would just straight up murder you. If you get a real movement going on, they'll just straight up murder you. If you actually try to be, self-sufficient.
But part of me also feel like this Epstein stuff might be a distraction from what's going on in Israel. That's
That's not no
honestly how I feel.
distraction. It's not no
Yo, Marky Dan,
distraction.
you sound crazy as hell, bro. Why would they try to distract everybody with Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump, who they're not gonna prosecute? You sound crazy, Marky Dan.
I mean,
Yo,
No,
that's
no.
child.
I mean,
No,
I
that's
mean,
child pedophilia, man.
I mean, the death toll over there was 50,000 in May. It's 62,000 now.
Yeah,
Bro,
and Marky
that's what
Dan,
I'm saying.
in war, how many people have we lost just in the Iraq war
Bro,
that we had
bro,
occupying
That's
those
not a
streets?
war, though,
I mean,
Scholar. Scholar, that's
that's
not a
not
war.
civil. We didn't
That's
we
not a
didn't drop
war.
that many civilians. No, hold on.
That's not a
No,
war,
we didn't
bro.
drop that. Yeah, our military was not responsible for killing that many civilians directly or
No.
starving them.
Marky Dan, let me ask you
No.
an honest question. Answer this honestly. How many tears have
What?
you shed for any of the kids that died in
Say that one more time.
yeah?
Here we go. Here we
Say that one more
go.
It
time.
don't matter. The same
That's
that
that's a false
the same.
equivalency,
I
though.
didn't hear
Have
what
you
you
Yeah, it's
said.
the same.
No,
It's the same we
Scholar,
shed
have you
for
shed any tears for
Epstein
Kojo,
kids
Kojo,
molested
Kojo.
by Trump?
Yeah, Kojo. No, Kojo. You didn't even. Did you hear my
I
question,
didn't hear
bro?
what you said, Scholar.
Yeah, I heard your question.
What did I say?
You said how many tears have you shed for the people who died overseas?
Yes. So that's why what I was bringing it up is like that's not even really an American issue. It's foreign policy.
Here we go. Here we go. Go ahead.
Kojo, you don't even know what point. Why you being so dismissive? How you know I'm not agreeing with you?
Because where you started, I don't think you agree with me.
So you agree with Marky Dan that they use this as a distraction for the?
No, I think I
Okay.
disagree with
So
both
you
of you.
agree
I
with?
think but I disagree with your point about it being a foreign issue, right? I just think that two things can occur at once. We're talking about child pedophilia and then a genocide. Those
Not
two
only
things
that,
are very horrible. You don't have to
Okay.
put
Well,
one
let me ask you
against
this.
the
Let me put
other.
it a different way. How many people have been tried for those war crimes in an American court?
None.
Jeffrey Epstein was correct.
Was he tried? I guess he was, and he got off
He was
scot-free.
unalive. Yeah, he was unalive before he can beat his trial
but
date.
we
But
can't talk about the fact that the Trump plan is being enacted right now in Gaza. Like we can't
Yeah,
talk
but
about this Jeffrey Epstein shit could be a distraction.
No. Listen, two things can happen at once. Why does it gotta be mutually exclusive, right? This plan. This is one of the reasons why some people didn't vote for the Democrats, because they were going to, not to say Trump has definitely put the battery in Israel's back, but this was always going to happen, whether it was slowly or fast. We've been funding this for a long time, right? So we have that, and then Jeffrey Epstein has also been going on for a long time. We can tackle two things at once. It don't got to be one that's a distraction for the other. Like if it is, and that's because maybe CNN or your local news outlet is pumping it, right? But at a certain point, you have to just follow the news for yourself. You don't got to be like someone is feeding you something so you can't see something else going on.
I mean, whether it's Democrat or Republican administration, I don't think anything's really going to change. Both are controlled by AIPAC and Israel.
Here we go. So y'all got to stop this
Yeah,
rhetoric,
they are.
Marky Dan.
They are.
What
Both
do you
of them are
mean?
controlled by AIPAC.
Joe Biden
Yeah,
is
they
the
are.
one
Marky
who
Dan,
gave
Marky Dan,
Israel the
I
bombs
just
to
seen,
drop on those little kids.
Jubilee. Hold on, I just seen Jubilee, right? And on Jubilee, Jank went up there, right?
Joe
From
Biden took
TYT.
$4 million from AIPAC.
Hold up. You got to listen.
Look at all
You
the
can't talk and
Democrats
listen at
that
the
did
same
it.
time. But check this out. Jank went up there, and Jank was talking about how corporate money, anti-corruption, while he takes corporate money and is corrupt, and he's starting to become more right on his policies because he feel like he can get more corporate money out of it. But Jank was up there and he was spewing this rhetoric that the parties are not different, and I beg to disagree. Like what party talks consistently about cutting Medicare, Medicaid, food stamps, and all the government assisted programs?
Joe Biden did cut Medicaid.
Bro, wait a minute. They both took, but both parties took.
They do it.
But wait, AIPAC is the second largest group.
Hold on, Pittsburgh, let me call you.
Yeah.
Hey, put it in the back chat, Kojo. Put it in the back chat. But go ahead, Pittsburgh T.
Yeah, but AIPAC is like healthcare is number one. Then you got AIPAC number 2 or number 3 with the largest donors, and that's to both groups. So this ain't no like that APAC stuff with Israel. That's not like a party thing, because we've never had a president stand up to those guys. Never, not one. They actually like they just got worse and worse as time goes on because they got the same guy, which is Netanyahu, and he get more emboldened. They tell him not to do something, he fucking does it, and nobody does anything. Like that's been going on for years, president after president after president. It's just more egregious now.
I agree.
Okay, well, let me ask y'all this, since the parties are the same. Which presidency has ever created unconstitutional program named DOJ?
But that's not
Donald
unconstitutional,
Trump.
bro. Yeah, but who said
It
that's
is.
unconstitutional?
So if no president ever did it and this president did it,
Come on, man.
would you say that there's a lot of difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump?
Yeah, look.
Yeah, she not the president. She not the president. Yeah, that's different.
Policy wise.
Yo, to your point, the Republicans are far worse than Democrats. But you want to talk about being unconstitutional? Wasn't Obama the one who literally had to who ran out Snowden because he was exposed them for spying on the millions of Americans, breaching their privacy?
Yeah, he was actually
Kojo.
man,
And when he revealed it, what did the Americans do?
Nothing.
Exactly.
Nothing. They didn't. That guy's in Russia right now for letting us know what they was doing secretly. That's what he in Russia for. And on top of that,
Nothing happened because after 9/11 happened, people gave up their freedoms with the Patriot Act, and nobody cares. They depend on the government for so much.
That ain't true.
Yes.
But
That ain't true.
first, Doge,
Nobody
go
know
back
that.
to Doge for a second.
No.
Doge is literally
But wait.
what Congress is for. Like that's literally the pot. What Congress is for is to cut wasteful fucking spending or to create budgets that you think are good for or create or if you have a conservative mindset to create budgets that cut from the debt. Like that's literally
that's definitely
what Congress is for.
unconstitutional. You
And
can't
then they
make a
went in
Congress.
there and they didn't do shit.
Let's get back to this. But wait, let's get back to the Snowden thing. Let's see what happened. What happened? Obama and those people in Senate and all those House committees, Republican and Democrat, got up there and said, "Hey, we're not spying on you. We wouldn't do anything like that. Never would we do anything like that." Obama was the president at the time. They asked the people from the Senate and the Means Committee. They said the same crap. Snowden leaked the files, and what happened? They were trying to throw the man in fucking jail. Nobody got pressed for that. That's illegal, against the fucking law. Breaks all kind of statutes. Nothing happened to nobody, bro. Like, so this idea that we got people all of a sudden where they just break laws and we've never seen this before. Man, these fucking people break the law all the goddamn time. They're not supposed to be spying on you without a warrant. They're not supposed to be doing that shit.
I agree, and that's the thing. I agree. The Republicans take what Democrats do, and they just turn it up 10 by 10. But Democrats allow this to happen. They allow it to happen.
I mean, I am not even gonna say that. I do agree with Pittsburgh T. Obama did a lot of illegal shit. Like I remember he killed an American citizen who was a jihad. He was a jihad, but still, we have laws and processes in place. You can't just use the military to kill an American citizen. You have to it has to come to an act of Congress if you want to use the military. And his father sued him because Obama put him on the kill list, and it was up in the Supreme Court, and Obama went ahead and killed him anyway. So, I agree with Pittsburgh T. Both sides
He did. Look, he did all. Yeah, he did all.
And
look, he
nothing ever
bombed a
happened to
whole bunch
Obama.
of. Nothing happened to him, bro. And then look, even the drones. He was bombing up countries that we don't even have. We're not even at war with. He was sending the drones and blowing shit up. Nobody said anything. So, bro, it's like the hypocrisy of it. Like, we just don't prosecute presidents. That's my point. And they do all kind of illegal shit all across the war. Even look at the guy in Haiti right now. Who put that president in there? They elect that motherfucker. Who put him in there?
No, they assassinated. No, Haiti's a mess. They assassinated the president a couple of years ago. Then they put this dude in there. Now they got half of the country is run by gangs. It's run by gangs. It's not even run by
because they don't have. But that's because they don't have they didn't have an election. But that's because they didn't have an election. The guy who was put in place, America implanted that guy, and they've had NATO and all kind of militias in there since. So like we get involved in all manner of shit across the world that's completely illegal, and we have no problem with it.
Haiti,
Nah,
no, but
so
Haiti's had a bunch of natural disasters too. They've had a cholera outbreak. They had a couple of earthquakes and hurricanes. Like, nah, it ain't just like I
no,
don't
but
even think the U.S. has touched Port-au-Prince. Like, they haven't been over there. At least from what I've observed. Like, that place, it has been raped
no, we
dry
took the
by
president. We took the president. We
what'd you
put the
say?
president in place. We put that president in place. That president, we put him in place. They did not elect that guy. They didn't elect that guy. Look up the
I
last
gotta
time
look into
Haiti had
how
a president.
yeah, I gotta look into that more. But all I know is one of them got assassinated pretty recently.
Yeah, who you
There's a
think
lot.
assassinated him? Yeah, that's the problem.
There's a lot of things with Haiti. Bill Clinton even apologized to Haiti. I think at one point they had forced Haiti to I think they pretty much controlled their crops. Like, yo, you cannot grow these type of crops. Your crops will literally have to grow to sustain U.S. consumerism. I can't. Yeah, you can look that up. He apologized himself, like, oh yeah, I did. Haiti was wrong.
No, my sister
He
went to
kidnapped
Haiti.
the president. He kidnapped the
Haiti is
president.
not like Haiti is not like the rest of the Caribbean. It's gray. Like, there's not lush green over there.
It's certain parts it is,
Like,
but
it's
look,
really scary over there.
but Bill
They said there's
Clinton.
been a bunch of pollution and chemical dumping over there from big companies.
No, but Bill Clinton kidnapped the president. Bill Clinton is the one that kidnapped the president in the middle of the night and implanted that one of those presidents. And we've been making a mess of that place ever since, bro. Like the stuff that we do that's completely illegal. We just be acting like we don't know this stuff is happening, and these people be doing all manner of stuff. Same thing with Saddam Hussein. We didn't have no business. We didn't have no authorization to go over there.
How you feel
You
about
just
what
did
Trump
that
is
crap.
doing with Maduro? It looked like Trump about
Same
to
crap.
plant his own regime change flag.
Yeah, but it's the same. That's what we end up doing. He has a legitimate reason, which is the drug thing. But what's going to end up happening? He's going to get rid of Maduro eventually. He's going to implant his own guy, and it's going to be a mess. That's what's going to happen. We do it all the time. There's too many times we do the same fucking play.
Either way, like you said, I agree. We need real change.
Taxes and
Real
regime
change.
What are you gonna do?
It's going to take bloodshed and people sacrificing themselves. But I do agree that Donald Trump does need to be ousted. Like I said, pedophilia for some reason is that's the what's it called, the end all be all. You can't be a pedophile. You can kill kids, bomb them. You can throw people in jail and do whatever. But when it comes to pedophile, that's something that even I guess most folks don't agree with. So if it's not now, it's gonna come another time. I'm going to kick them out. You can't let someone who touching kids go unscathed.
I mean, it's a lot of egregious stuff these cats do. So I don't know where you draw the line. That's the point I was making earlier. And everybody's gonna have their opinion of what they won't draw the line on, but we can go down a list of all the egregious stuff these crazy fools have did as far as presidents go.
Pittsburgh T, I agree with you, but there's no president or no public figure who has touched kids as of yet, and we have exalted them. I can't think of
like that. Yeah, that's why this is unprecedented. Like, this is not like.
And he's still the president. Like, bro, what we gonna dig up Clinton
because it shouldn't be that way because there's a bunch of crazy stuff they
listen,
done.
we're gonna dig up George Washington because he owned slaves.
Will fall when they saw it.
Because Pittsburgh
sent
T,
people
I
to
was
war.
talking about it earlier.
Men have died, women have died because of people's presidents' poor decisions and not caring.
Pittsburgh T.
I hear you.
I was talking about it earlier.
Nah, I
There
can't
was
get
an
jiggy with
article
that.
came
Nah,
out
I
in the New
can't
York
get.
What do you
Times.
mean?
I can't get jiggy with that because that's
people
you know what that
for
is.
weapons of mass destruction, bro. That
But
they
no,
knew it
'cause
was a
see-
bullshit ass war from Israel. That's an
But
Israel
listen,
again. War
But
Israel
listen,
bullshit.
Pittsburgh T, America does a lot of stuff that we do not agree with in the name of foreign policy, in the
died.
name of and look, it's
People
gonna
died
always
over-
be that way, Pittsburgh T.
Nah,
And you know why
man.
Americans turn the cheek the same way they did with Eric Snowden? Because we're able to have this luxury life that we have. We're able to talk from our smartphones. We're able to have these what they call freedom. They don't like us because of our freedoms. That's what George
That's
W. Bush said.
hypocrisy, though.
Yeah,
but that's hypocrisy when people
Pittsburgh T,
die.
that is the American way.
We
You know
can't-
what's
but
not
listen,
the
we
American
can't-
way?
No, but we can't act like
Pedophilia.
that's so. No, but we can't
Pedophilia is
act
not
like-
American.
So
America,
it's okay to
listen,
say-
one thing America's
so
good
it's
for
okay
is
to say
war.
men die.
Oh my goodness.
But men and women dying for no reason besides oil and Israel, that's cool. But this is where we draw the line. Thousands of
No,
men and women died over
America.
years.
If
This is
one
where we
thing
draw the
America,
line. Got it.
there's two things America's good at: war and jailing people. Right? You go to countries where they say they have dictators, and we have more people in jail. We jail people and we send people to war. What I'm telling you is one thing that's not American is pedophilia. It's not debatable.
I agree.
But that ain't even school though. That ain't even true because what was Woodstock about? What was them marching and well, how do we even know that J. Edgar Hoover and those guys were spying on American people back in those days? It was based off of war. It was based off of them fighting back, saying we don't want to be in war, and them people breaking into an FBI. That was based off of.
Okay, so
no,
now
it's
this is
not
the
true.
fight back against pedophilia. And we're gonna
What
start
I'm
with Mr.
saying,
Pedophilia because he got
no,
Epstein unalive.
Predator in chief.
Carla, what I'm saying is you're acting like we're okay with. We've always been okay with war. No, we haven't. And there's a lot of people that aren't okay with war. There's always a group of people that are warmongers that benefit and profit from this stupidness, and they push this nonsense all the time. And those
Then
people
why do
never
people
say
join
they're
the
against the
military?
war. That's not the same thing. People join for all different types of reasons. I mean, it's not one thing for why people.
What's some of them? What's some of the reasons they join the military?
Some of it's financial, some of it's for school. Some people are patriots. Some people for heritage, where they're maybe their
So doesn't
father,
that prove
brother,
my
sister,
point, Pittsburgh
somebody.
T, that's the American way, that they'll turn the cheek if they're getting paid for it?
That's not turning the cheek, though, scholar. That's not.
But it's amazing that it's amazing that Pittsburgh T cares about us going over there and killing our military killing unarmed civilians, but he doesn't give a fuck about migrants that haven't committed any crimes getting sent to death camps. I just think that's amazing. And like that's something I hear from not just Pittsburgh T, but from people on that side of the spectrum that like Donnie Boy Trump. I just noticed that, but I don't really get it. Because on one side we got to get our hands dirty for some shit. I mean, we live a comfortable, charmed life over here in the U.S.
Some of us
and
do.
men
Not
got to
all
get
of
their
us. Some
hands
of us.
dirty.
Yeah, some of us do, but I agree with you. I agree with you. At
Oh,
this point,
my bad. I think Pittsburgh T backstage. My bad. I'm over here eating and shit. Yo, check this out though. Before Pittsburgh T, let me say this. Hold on, let me say this. Pittsburgh T, we the only, well, I don't say the only country, but most countries got rid of slavery without war. America said, nope, we want to own our human beings. Let's go to war, baby. And we still got statues of the people from that war. Like I said, it's two things that America do really, really good: jail people and war. You know, so that's seen as American. They teach us we learn about all of our triumphs in war in school. But that's all I got to say. I pass the mic. Go ahead, Pittsburgh T.
Yeah, but I mean, as far as war go, I brought that up because it's not just the people it's American soldiers that are coming back with PTSD, that are dying, have mental illness, all of that stuff, but based off of some BS war that should have never occurred. That's what we're okay with. And people are fine with that happening. And the military personnel that goes over there are the least washed over. We know we're sending these people in harm's way. We don't support them. We don't give a damn about them. And we keep doing these stupid ass wars. And the people that are in charge, they never have anything to do with it. And it used to be a day and an age where they used to act like, they used to even fake where the people who were in charge would act like they were going to war. They would go to be National Guard. They would be reserve. They would do some shit to have a semblance of them having some recognition of the military. None of these people ain't going to no military. That's I think Clinton was Clinton. No, Clinton was the first one that started that, where he was not a person who served in the military. Ever since then, and we've always had a commander-in-chief that served in the military at some point. These people are so detached from it, they don't have anybody in it, till it's so crazy how they willy-nilly do it. So no, I don't think that whole the war thing that we have going on, we have like this warped sense of it because we're away from it. And on top of that, they completely manipulated it. Because I think Bush, the second Bush up under that war, they stopped showing you Dover, which at the Dover Air Force Base, that's where they used to show the caskets of the fallen heroes when they come back with the caskets with the flag over it. They stopped that. They didn't show that no more. They stopped showing that visually on TV. They did not want people seeing that, so they completely stopped showing that stuff. So,
Let me ask you
they
this, T.
have warped up people's ideas.
You think Clinton was a good president?
He had some good stuff he did, and he had some real fucked up shit he did. Like
Do you
all
think if Clinton
presidents.
was on that Epstein list, he should be gone? It's a disqualification. Do you think him in charge of the military and not being like actively serving, well, not actively serving, but serving himself is a disqualifier?
No, they don't do anything to presidents. It don't matter who it is. They don't do nothing to presidents. That's the point I've been making. It's irrespective of persons.
But you could wave a magic wand and get rid of whoever's in office. If Bill Clinton was there and you found out he was on the Epstein list, and you think, a person that's the president of the United States should actually serve and have military experience themselves, do you think those two things are disqualified? Would you get them out of office?
No, because we don't do anything to the presidents. No, we went way past that. What I'm saying, that was probably, you're talking about like the 80s, maybe 90s. We went way past that.
No, I'm saying, what would Pittsburgh T do?
Nah, but it's too late. Like, you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube at this point. What I'm saying, we already here.
So long as they non-black.
No, I'm saying we here. We done had a ruling from the Supreme Court. We done had all these presidents that are not completely removed from the military. They only go up there to give that speech at the Fallen Heroes branch. Like, it's not even serious anymore. Like, some of the Israel stuff, like the foreign policy. Like, look at that one guy that fell out with Trump with them glasses. What's the guy name? The white guy. Him and Trump fell out at the beginning of the year. The Warhawk. What's that guy name? Help me out, Michael Dan. What's the guy name? I can't think of the guy name.
Michael Dan left.
Oh, he left. But it's a guy that's a known, bro. It's a known guy who's a war hawk, and he's been in every cabinet all the way back to like the early 70s, late 70s. Not Kissinger. Bolton. So Bolton been from U.S. aid all the way up to Trump. Most of the time, I think it's like one or two presidents where he hasn't been at least an advisor. Bolton, and that's a complete war hawk. It ain't even hard to figure this out. So I bring that up to say that guy ain't never served in nobody's fucking military. It's people like him that's running around and so when we start talking about people that are unqualified, that have never done those jobs, that's the easiest thing that you can glaringly say, that guy got no business being that close to a president. And there's plenty of people that are on these boards of the FDA. There's plenty of people because money to put these people there. Because once we put the money in this stuff, that's all it is. It's all about money. These people are taking all these donor money and they put these people here, and we be acting like these people are experts because they got a job and they've been in a position for a long time, but they should have never had the job from the fucking beginning.
I don't disagree. And that's why I think Donald Trump shouldn't be president. I think he comes from money. He got a deferment not to go to war for an injury that was not proven to ever be had. He didn't even play baseball, so had this injury. I think Donald Trump is the spokesmodel or spokesperson for everything that you just said, which is why he don't belong there.
But I mean, to Pittsburgh T's bigger point, this is at this point we can't undo Donald Trump. We can't undo the toothpaste that's going to take him out, right? And not to say you shouldn't prosecute him, but this is a ongoing problem, right? After he leaves, it's going to be someone else who's going to take a spot, just as bad as he is. Until people actually find a way to change their system, it's only going to get worse.
Kojo, you sound like the people.
You got to take money out. Look, Iman, the old man chick, she just. Yeah, you got. That's the biggest problem. Like that Oman chick, she just got in a couple years ago. That chick worth $30 million on a $100,000 salary. Like, bro, this ain't that. Like, these people they all running up the check.
Remove that.
No, they can't, because it's legal for them to take money. You got to take the money out of politics.
I thought they were gonna get rid of wasteful spending and corruption. That's what they model. That's what they. They
can't take. No, but those ain't got nothing to do with those got nothing to do with political contributions. That's legal. You can't do anything about that.
You said Oman who?
The lady he came in with AOC, Iman or Oman or whatever the lady name is.
You talking about Ilhan Omar?
Yeah, that lady. She came in. She's worth $30 million in a couple of years, like 4-5 years. She's worth $30 million.
What source is that?
I mean, we could go through a list of all of these senators and congressmen. They're all millionaires. Like they've all accepted all this money from APAC and all these different places. So whatever your interest is, whatever you think it is, and whatever you think these people are, they belong with the wind of the paper that's paying them. That's where they at. They all like that. So I don't even think like the president is only like, look, Donald Trump, you say what you want about him, but we can agree that he's doing what the fuck he want to do, right? There's no person behind him telling him what to do. Most of these presidents are fucking puppets. He ain't that. Everything he doing, that's what he want to do. These senators, they ain't doing what they want to do. They're doing what somebody's paying them. And that's the larger constituent. Those who affect us locally, most of us, that's who's going to affect us nationally, is these clowns, the congressmen and senators of our state, the local and the federal people who run around making up all these stupid rules, make all these clips up and play like they care. They don't. It's just a game. It's about money.
See, and this is what Kojo, this is where you lose me every time, Kojo. You lose me every time. Because you show up as a centrist and you lean
I'm not a
one way.
centrist.
You
I'm
definitely
not
is
a
a centrist.
centrist.
You definitely
You're a
is a centrist.
you're a centrist. You're a centrist, bud.
That man think it's
Go
an
ahead.
insult. Nate, I just heard you a nigga. That's what I just heard. But
For sure.
no, you're a centrist because what you do is you make some good, interesting points, but you don't lean all the way to one side because you say, hey, the other side is doing it too. And this is why I want to tell you, Kojo, you know, small differences could be big outcomes. Would you agree with that? Boxing, right? In boxing, split second. A split second too late, bam, you get knocked out. You know what I mean? It's a small difference could have a big outcome. So if you take that logic and you carry it over to the candidates, listen, the complaints that you have, I have the same complaints. The corruption, the people being born and bred and pushed through these schools to become, they argue, but they really was friends in college. I get all that, the fraternity, all that stuff, right? But you can't look at this administration this second time around and say that we've seen anything like this before. He's a combination of he's a combination of Nixon.
It's about
Elaborate.
For me.
Yeah, every presidency, you're never going to see what the last president did. Like we never saw nothing like Biden.
Hold on.
When we ever see a president like Biden?
What you're saying cannot exist because what you and Kojo just said is that both the parties are the same. And it's going to be business as usual. So if it's business as usual, then Biden was just like every other president.
No. You're talking about you're talking about the cabinet. So as far as the cabinet of a president, no, what we were talking about was the Senate and the Congress. That ain't changing. I don't give a damn what president in there. That ain't pretty much changing because of all the gerrymandering. Those congressmen don't really get, the senators don't really get changed out that much because all these states gerrymandered to a crazy degree. And they just don't do it on election years, but that's a whole nother thing. That's how you get the Chuck Schumers, the Nancy Pelosi's, what's the guy with the chicken neck that always be beat up all the time, the Rand Pauls. Those guys stay in power forever because those districts are always, so those people ain't leaving is my point. That's what we were talking about. The cabinet itself, that goes with the president. So if you look at Biden's cabinet and his presidency, we've never seen a cabinet and the presidency like that. We ain't gonna never see nothing like that again.
What elaborate? What do you mean by that?
Bro, the guy was absent. He wasn't at home, man. That ain't even hard to figure out. Like he just first of all, he made a lot of crazy statements where you can tell he was clearly absent and what was going on, stammering and stuttering over himself. He didn't know if he was coming or going. It progressively got worse to where they were denying it, and towards the end, they finally had to admit it. It went from slight to major. Like we literally watched the president over 4 years go into straight dementia. Like we've never seen that before.
And that's what happens with old people. And he was the oldest president ever, and Donald Trump is going to break his record. Donald Trump's the same age Joe Biden was when you started to see the mental decline. No, Joe Biden's older than Trump. But the point that I'm making with this is older people go through those stages, and Donald Trump is at that age. You don't think Donald Trump is behaving weirdly? You don't think his behavior is weird? You don't see the similarities between him and Biden, him falling down the steps and stuff like that?
No, I think he's an old guy that does old guy shit. That's stubborn as hell. That wants to do shit his way. No,
You
I
sound like
don't.
the
'Cause if
Democrats talking about Joe Biden.
no, Biden. I don't think nobody. I don't think nobody thought that Biden was running anything. I don't think. I think maybe the first 6 months, maybe the first 8 months. After that, I don't think many people thought Biden was in control of a lot of things, man. I just don't. And it progressively got worse. And we saw less and less of Biden. We saw less and less speeches as it got towards the end, to where at the point where that whole last debate he had, it was undeniable. So no, I don't think it's the same thing. And he was just randomly falling for nothing, like just straight up, just in the
Well,
press
he
corps, he
also
just
had
falling.
stage 4 cancer, which, I mean, the older you get, you're more at risk for cancer as well. But Donald Trump is throwing up with mysterious bruises. Cognitively, his test, they said that he was in a decline, just like Joe Biden. He was having memory issues. And Donald Trump's so fucking stupid that he challenged Jasmine Crockett to an IQ test at the facility that he took his cognitive test at. He's so stupid. He don't even know that it was a cognitive test because he's so fucking old. They wanted to make sure he just remembered his name. And he challenged Jasmine Crockett, a low IQ person who passed the bar exam, right? Black too. I guess he don't see color though, but black too. He challenged her to an IQ test using the same facility that tested him for his cognitive abilities. That's how smart this guy is. He shows the same decline that Joe Biden's showing. Y'all just don't see it because this is y'all's guy.
Nah, he ain't got no. No, that's not the same thing, bro. Like that's not the same thing because I'll tell you another thing that you didn't see. You didn't even see Joe Biden very active when you looked at his calendar. Trump, you say what you want, he gonna do some crazy, he gonna do something you're not gonna agree with in the morning. By the afternoon, he gonna do something else that you don't agree with. And at the nighttime, maybe in the middle of the night, he gonna tweet something else. So that's not a guy who's inactive and completely lost like that guy was. No. Now, if he declines over the period of time, I mean, we'll see it. We'll see it happen in live action because one thing about him, he's not going to be quiet. So we'll see it. So right now,
One thing I would hope my president would be is busy. That's what I would hope my president would be. Not playing golf and tweeting all day.
Yeah, but Biden wasn't busy. We didn't see Biden do a whole bunch
But
of
we
nothing.
already agree that Joe Biden is not the standard because he was a sick man. He had stage 4 cancer and he was in mental decline. You can't compare Donald Trump to him and say, well, Donald Trump is so great because we're comparing him to a sick man.
No, you're saying he's like Joe Biden. I'm telling you, he's nothing like that guy. That guy was missing in action.
Okay, well, let's compare him to somebody who was cognitively there. Barack Obama. Was Barack Obama tweeting and playing golf every second?
No. Well, he's not playing golf every second.
He was busy doing shit, right?
Trump busy doing shit too. You just don't agree with the stuff
playing
he's doing.
golf.
Nah, bro, he ain't playing golf all. So nah, man. We can look at the Cavs calendar in the last 8 months. All the deals and stuff he did. He did a lot of stuff, bro. He has done a lot of stuff. Now you can disagree with it.
There was a record that George W. Bush had, and he was like he played the most games of golf as an active president. I'm willing to bet that Donald Trump has broke his record.
I don't know about that. I wouldn't bet on that. I'm just talking about the activity that he's done and the things he's done. He's done a lot of stuff in a year. Done a ton of stuff in a year. Now you cannot agree with it, but he's done a lot of stuff in a year. So we can't say that he's not cognitively there. He's there.
I don't know if you ever seen
like his policies.
You ever seen the movie Brewster's Millions?
Oh yeah.
Donald Trump is doing a lot of stuff, but I just don't know that it represents a person that's cognitively right. Like I just feel like he just, like you say, he's just doing stuff for the sake of doing it. And this is what happened when people get old. My grandma, same thing, just do stuff, buy stuff off Amazon, buy them little prayer blankets that from the prosperity pastors that come on TV. Just start spending money, just doing stuff. And this is exactly why we need youth, Kamala Harris, inside the office, because old people just do stuff. They're not good at running stuff when they're old. That's why we have nursing homes. The people that are the ages that qualify for nursing homes are in Congress. That is absolutely insane.
But Scholar, you know why Donald Trump's in office? Because the Democrats are incapable of picking up. Like out of all the people that's in the Democratic Party, why did they end up with Kamala Harris when she never polled well? Like, how did they even end up with that, bro? Like, that didn't make any sense. They should have had a primary. That whole excuse that they didn't make any sense. They knew that the lady wasn't polling well going into that. And then she didn't hardly do any interviews. That's the reason why Donald Trump even won the first time and this time was because of the people that he was running against. It was Hillary Clinton with the whole Benghazi and her whole thing that she had going on, and them ousting Bernie Sanders. That was the first one. And then the second one, they screwed this stuff up. They gave him a walkthrough. They gave him a layup. So if you mad at anybody, it should be the Democrats.
Well, Pittsburgh T, we went through this already, bro. There was no way they could have did any type of primary while Donald Trump was campaigning after he lost in 2020. There were signs in Texas after 2020, after Donald Trump had lost, for him to get elected the next election. So he started campaigning then. Joe Biden was the presumptive nominee, and then he dropped out. Like,
why did he wait so long? Why did he wait so long?
Pittsburgh T, he wasn't in his right mind, and he had stage 4 cancer. Who cares why? At least, like I don't know what he was thinking. I don't know, but he dropped out.
So the people, listen, the party
Kamala's
itself
not
knew
responsible.
that man wasn't. No, I didn't make her responsible. The Democratic Party, the people surrounding him in that White House, the people that was running that party, they knew that man was not capable of being no president. They knew that shit. That wasn't even that hard. We didn't know. They fucking knew. They dropped the ball, bro. That was crazy that they put that man up there. Should have never had a debate. It should have never went that far. They should have been kicked him up out of there. They should have figured out a way to get him up out of that seat. Then they would have had a legitimate chance to get him up out of there. So you think Gavin Newsom would have just lost? That's probably who y'all candidate would have been.
They thought that Joe Biden could sneak and steal an election, not physically. No conspiracy theories don't go. Crazy. I mean by like talking minimal and people, because I mean Donald Trump he did a lot of campaigning before, but when Kamala kicked his ass in that debate, he was fairly quiet. He was like, "Hey, all the talk has been done. Just go out and vote." You know what I mean? That still election in that way, where people already have their mind made up who they're gonna vote for. They thought they could do that, and it was crazy, but it's what they thought. So I want to say this though, Kojo, you there? Centrist?
I'm still here.
So I looked it up I looked up the cuts, brother, and it said that he didn't cut. They ChatGPT basically told me, don't look at it as a cut, look at it more like a tweak. And they were saying that every president comes in with their own tweaks to Medicaid, and they said that he was tweaking it based off of Obamacare because he was part of that administration as well, but he didn't cut. And I said, now compare that to Donald Trump's cuts, and they was like, Donald Trump's was super duper aggressive. And no, tweak my ass. He cut. It was like $1.6 trillion. Yes.
No, he didn't.
A major cut.
He did. You know what Donald Trump did? He made the states pick up the bill. That's what he said. He said, look, the states are going to have to pay part of this bill, and then we're going to meet them at the threshold. So that's not actually a cut. That's what happened. And they tried to put restrictions on that. So no, that's not the same thing. But hey, Kojo, do you think you know a lot of people that stayed at home that just didn't vote because of Kamala Harris? Tell the truth.
Y'all can hear me? Yeah. Of course. You know, they say 40% of people didn't vote in this election. So going by the numbers, my thing is this, right? I detest Trump as a human being. I guess I'm being a centrist again. But going to my point, the Democrats are also despicable. There's certain things you could have done to try to get people out the seat. Like, hey, guarantee a minimum wage raise. Hey, we're not going to support Israel, even though that's a pipe dream. I know that's a pipe dream. Right? There's certain things that, especially if you're Kamala Harris, you have to at least try to guarantee the people. And they're still not doing it. You got Mamdani, and they're still not supporting him. This man clearly is a favorite. You got two Trump-backed candidates, and y'all still won't support them. What does that tell you about the Democratic Party? My thing is this: until we get a third party, a valid third party, which is going to be a needle in the haystack, until we get an actual movement with people, and the people can actually dictate most of the terms what's going on in our democracy, ain't nothing going to change. At least for people who are really struggling in this country, nothing's going to change. You might get a little bit changes here and there, but every single time a Democrat's going to come in, they're going to fuck up a little bit of stuff, and then the Republicans gonna come right back after that, and then make it 10 times worse, and it's gonna rinse and repeat. And this is what we got now because of that.
And while my homie,
Yeah,
who's a
you're right.
centrist, is sitting up
I
here
mean, never spot
preaching
better.
his centrist
Never
stuff.
spot better, Kojo.
Yeah, Kojo,
Can't believe you
why
spot that. Kojo, wait, let's let that sizzle in your spirit for a little bit there, Scholar, man. Go ahead, Kojo.
Kojo, why you sit up here spitting this, change gon' come. Oh, yes it is. Why you sitting up here with this centrist
Change gonna
bullshit?
come. Here we go.
People is being deported right now, waiting. The people that was dancing, I will vote, yeah, for Donald Trump, yeah. Those people was waiting for change gonna come. Oh,
Look,
yes it is. And then secondly, I want to say this. They always poll people who didn't vote in the election, and the numbers are always high. I think the most participated election was Joe Biden versus Donald Trump. So I mean, that's not saying much.
Nah,
They don't.
Obama.
That's
It was the first Obama one. The first Obama one.
Joe
The
Biden
last
broke
20
that
years.
record.
No,
Joe Biden
it
broke.
was the first.
I'm telling you,
Percentage
Pittsburgh team,
wise.
he had the
You
most
talking
votes
about total
ever.
numbers. Yeah, you talking about total votes. I'm talking about percentage wise, it was Obama. Like if you look at percentage, not the actual number, because remember, it's going to be more registered voters every year. So if you look at the percentage wise, it was Obama who had the biggest turnout. Number wise, it's going to be Biden.
see, but even right, getting back to that point, right? I know you're saying the change is gonna come stuff, right? I already told you how I voted, right? But I'm at that point now where we have a dangerous threat in the office, and we still seeing inaction. We're still seeing people not doing what they're supposed to do from the Democratic Party, right? So it's like, wow, the worst possible scenario is here, and you guys still aren't doing nothing that the people want. The people.
Let me ask you this, centrist. I'm gonna call you
Well, what they
centrist.
gonna do, Kojo? The cities are failing.
All right,
They coming
Democratic
from.
chill. Go ahead, I'm gonna call you Roland Martin. Go ahead, Roland Martin. Go ahead, Roland.
Because the cities they coming from is failing, Kojo. So what they supposed to do? They got failing budgets. They got no jobs. They got the highest crime rates.
Let me talk to the centrist. Let me talk to the centrist.
Go ahead, Roland. Go ahead.
Let me talk to the centrist on the panel. So Mr. Centrist, let me ask you this: your ideal candidate that you just said, the third party, what if he was to join either party? Which party would he probably more likely align?
He wouldn't join none.
Oh
just
my
like Martin
God,
Luther King.
bro.
Just like Martin
Bernie
Luther King
Sanders was
didn't
a
join none.
Democratic
Just like Malcolm
socialist
X
who
didn't
talked
join
about
one.
universal health care. He was in
No,
a
he can't
Democratic
join.
Party.
And how did that work out for him?
He
How that work
wasn't
out
on
for
the
him,
Democratic
Scholar?
Party.
Yeah,
Why would
but wait, hold
listen?
on.
Why would he?
How that work out for him?
Listen,
How that
if
work
he
out for
would,
him?
but hold on,
They
Pittsburgh T.
sabotaged him.
Oh my
Pittsburgh T.
God.
Do you think that there's any scenario where Bernie Sanders runs as a Republican and gets elected?
No, he needed to run independent.
Okay.
Neither party
Okay,
wanted
so
him.
agree.
The
okay.
Democrats sabotaged him, bro. They set
Thank
up
you,
there and they
Dan.
gave the questions to. They definitely sabotaged him. It ain't
Bro,
even a
y'all gotta
question if
stop
they
this. Y'all gotta
sabotaged him
stop
or
this, bro.
not.
Now
Bernie
we gotta
lost
Bro,
stop
they
it.
literally gave.
because
They gave.
y'all. But listen, man.
They
Listen.
gave
Bernie
Hillary Clinton the questions, the answers to the questions. They timed them out. Like, bro, this ain't even that hard. Like, this. They did plenty of research and stories on this stuff, bro. Like, this ain't even that hard. He
Bernie
should have stayed
Sanders
independent.
lost because he didn't have enough votes, bro. Simple as that. See, all this Democratic sabotage Bernie Sanders stuff is absolutely crazy to me because they did. Hold up. Let me finish it. Because they did do stuff where they colluded, but at the end of the day, votes is what matters, right? And Bernie did not get enough votes. I was a Bernie Sanders supporter, but when they left it up to the people to vote, he did not get enough votes and enough delegates in the primaries. It's simple as that, bro. Like you don't have to. You
can't collude. You can't collude in an election and say it don't matter that you're sitting up there doing the stuff that these people were doing. Hillary Clinton was financing the Democratic campaign, the Democratic Party at that time. So she had a full access to all the questions, the venues, that she made up all the rules, everything that was going on. And they very well knew this stuff. This ain't even that hard. This ain't even a hard lift to do. So you can't have all that going on and say, hey, we're going to have some fair elections, because they're not fair. That's just rigged from the beginning.
And here's what I say to that too, right? So we bringing up Martin Luther King. When he was alive, he was anti-war. He was, like you said, Democratic socialist. Yeah. A lot of stuff that polarized them, right? Now we have people today here like Obama who will go and literally tell people when they're about to have a strike, an NBA strike, oh, don't have a strike. Oh, don't support Bernie Sanders. all these people are, and granted, yes, you got to get the vote. So I agree with you with that point, Scholar. But to the point saying that Bernie Sanders, where he messed up to me, is when he decided that he was not going to contest Hillary as an independent candidate, right? Because at the end of the day, you have to continuously build a movement. It's not just a one-time thing and you just say you quit. So to your point, yes, because that's always going to be there.
Because unlike you, Centrist, Bernie Sanders knows that if he would have did that, it would have took votes away from the Democratic nominee.
He went anyway.
It doesn't matter. It's not because of him. He thought the alternative was worse. He thought the alternative was worse.
No, they for the party. They're not for the party. Listen, those folks you're talking about, they're loyal. They're not loyal to the people. They should be loyal to what's good for the people, not to the fucking party. And that's the problem with them. That's the whole problem with the two stupid parties we got. That's why it's never going to change, and Kojo's saying, because they do whatever they can to make the party be
It's
successful.
never going to change because centrists like Kojo will go out there and vote third party, and the third party candidate was Robert Kennedy.
Quote from Scholar.
So what?
How many
Hold on, Kojo, don't let that go over your head. Kojo, don't let that go over your head. Who were the third party candidates this year?
Wait.
Cornel West. You had Cornel West?
Yes.
Yeah, Cornel West.
Okay,
Jill
so
Stein.
Cornel West. Who else we got?
Jill Stein.
Who else we got? Who else we got?
That's what he said. You build it as a movement. That's what it is. You don't get it in one day.
Okay. Now let's fast forward, Kojo. 2028, coming off the backs of Jill Stein, Cornel West, and RFK. Where is the movement gonna go? It's nothing, bro. And voting third party candidate just because they're third party is just as foolish as voting all red or all blue. You can't escape the system.
But if you agree with the stuff they're saying, though, Scholar, if you agree with no war, then either Jill Stein or Cornel West are your people. You agree more towards socialism, those two people are aligned to that. Neither party aligns to that. So there's people that line up with that stuff.
That's the thing.
That's
the thing, right? You can say it's foolish, but you already said war is an American value. Like, quote, how many times have you shed a tear for someone dying overseas? Like, that's a heartless thing to say.
Kojo,
the values are different.
You're in your feelings, bro. Kojo, if you open up that American history book, brother, you will see war from the beginning to the end. We had a 10-year war in Afghanistan and Iraq, bro. What are you talking about?
That's the point. And it's every single thing that has came to a stop here. People had to fight for it. You don't just sit back and then be complacent. The same stuff they were doing back in the day. It's always talking about I'm being a centrist. Always people in the middle like, oh man, don't go here, March. I'm gonna sit my ass at home, man. I ain't doing all that. Oh, they look at them. They over here wilding, man. Martin Luther King, just calm down, man. Why you always marching? It's the same people.
So you think what you doing? So what you think you doing is what Martin Luther King doing for voting? You think you voted for Jill Scott is the equivalent? Hold on. You think you voted for Jill Scott is the equivalent of Martin Luther King?
Bruh, first and foremost, did I say I voted for Jill Stein?
I just heard you say that.
I didn't say that. You already know. First, this election right here, there's nothing wrong for Jill Stein. Because I'm at that point, like I said, you have to build movements. Everybody that is an independent person in history who we cherish so much, they were independent and built their own movements. That's what it's about. I didn't say I voted for Jill Stein, by the way. But at this point, it's getting to that point because I see that nothing's going to change.
This man didn't even vote for Jill Stein. This is the craziest thing in the world. This man up here talking about. Hold on. This got to be said. T. This man up here talking about casting a vote for third party is equivalent to Martin Luther King and what he did with his movement. He voted for Kamala Harris. That centrist stuff just falling and collapsing. On top of that's crazy.
A different opinion. Because I express a different opinion, that makes it wrong. I can't change in the future. We all got to stay the same like you and keep going Democrat, blue no matter what.
This is the argument.
I don't care about kids dying.
Hold on,
keep
hold
going
on, Kojo.
through.
This is the argument that I'm making. See, Kojo, you be in your feelings and you miss what I'm saying. What I'm saying is undeniable. You know, it's fact. It's not an opinion.
Bro, bro,
America. Kojo, does America have a bunch of wars? Well, we built
bro.
on war.
There's every single time there's a war, every single time suppression, the people have to free themselves, or did the
Kojo,
Democratic Party
but
or the Republican Party free
Kojo,
us?
you going somewhere else. I answer these questions. I want you to get my viewpoint.
Bruh.
Because you talking about heartless stuff and all that stuff. I'm finna bring clarity to my position. Does
What
America
clarity?
have?
You vote blue no matter what. That's your clarity. That's no.
I
That's what
don't.
you
I don't
mean.
even vote in every election. What are you talking about?
You don't vote in every election. So
No,
all
I
of a sudden
didn't
talking
vote.
about me saying Jill Stein, I can just repeat to you. This person talking about Democrats, but you don't vote blue in every election. Oh,
See,
I should do
but see,
that.
I'm not talking about revolutionary stuff and both parties are the same. That's your position.
They don't even
They
look at
are
it
though,
as
Scholar.
revolutionary. That's just the
But they
truth.
are
That's
though.
just the truth. It's not even
So
Yeah, they are
revolutionary.
though.
this is what I know about.
Revolutionaries actually.
See,
Go ahead.
Kojo. What people do, bro, in their criticism of politics, and it's you talk about the rinse and repeat system, the laundry stuff that's going on. You know what they always do, Kojo? Every
What?
person says they criticize the political process, right? And they say, we need an outsider. Then they go find a Robin Hood person that says, "I'm your outsider. I'm your retribution," whoever it may be, right? And they put that person in office and they do the exact same thing. Your corruption is different than my corruption. My PDF file is better than your PDF file. All that stuff. Trump campaigned on draining the fucking swamp, which is like hilarious, bro. Like remarkably hilarious that people thought a billionaire lobbyist was going to get in there and get rid of money in politics. That's fucking hilarious at
I agree
best.
with you. I
But
agree.
everybody always
Yeah, but
do the same thing, Kojo. Kojo, you know the movie. This is how I look at politics. You remember the movie Hunger Games? You remember that? You remember the lady who led the revolution? At the end, she really wanted to. She said we should continue the Hunger Games, and the Mockingjay killed her because she seen where it was going. She didn't care about the person in power. She just wanted to be on the other side of the gun. Most politicians and people have that mindset. So what I'm telling you is there's no perfect candidate. You're going to agree with some of the stuff. You're going to disagree with some other stuff. But for the most part, bro, if I see somebody like in this election drove me out of my house to go vote because I looked at one candidate and I said, he's awful for the country. And I looked at the other candidate, I said, she may not be the best, but she's better than the alternative. So I went out and casted my vote. I didn't cast my vote and say this is for America, one small step for democracy, one giant leap for revolutionary. I didn't
Why
think it was
not?
anything special about what I did and how I casted my vote.
Okay, I agree with you on that, right?
But hold on, but let me say this. But let me say this, because y'all, let me just say this. Look, the whole problem with what you said, Scholar, that's what everybody does. Everybody has issues that they say, I can't stand this, so I can't vote for this person, for that. The problem that we're having right now, and the problem that Democrats are having, they're saying that because they put this bad product out that people didn't want to vote for, that the people that didn't vote for her, they're crazy. The product was good. You should have just voted for that product because it's better than the other product. That's a horrible way to do politics. That's fucking stupid. How about you put a good product out? Like, you can't get mad at me because you put out some bullshit that I didn't want to accept. I didn't want to accept that crap. And a lot of people just didn't even vote from the base. That's where she lost a lot of her votes. It wasn't that Trump was just that great. It was just that she was that bad. Her campaign was just that dysfunctional. And you can say whatever you want about Trump. That campaign that she ran was fucking horrible. And if they do that again, it's going to be the same thing. They can't just keep putting out anything because they want people just to be loyal to the Democratic Party. And that's not what we're supposed to be doing. You're not supposed to be loyal to no stupid Democrats or no dumbass Republicans. You're supposed to pick what you can tolerate and vote whatever you feel that you just can't take. Because all of them, either one of them, you're going to say, this is all the things I don't like about this one. This is all the things I don't like about this one. I can't take this, so I'm going to vote for this person. That's what we do. And to eliminate that, you would have to go with what Kojo was saying, where you have another person that's not loyal to these parties. Because if you look at the parties, Bill Clinton is the prime example of all of this. Bill Clinton increased immigration. He deported a bunch of people. He also cut the government. Like these parties flip back and forth between the things that they're doing. Obama's healthcare plan that he got, that was originally done through George Bush's. That they originally tried to push that through with George Bush and them. They couldn't get it through. So they just flip back and forth between the two parties through different extremes, and then they find something in the middle. So in order for you to get something actually different, you would have to get another party. There's no other way.
See, Kojo done did so much revolutionary fight, he done got tired.
No, I mean, no, because it's just, unfortunately, it's just the truth. And I'm with you, Scholar. I voted Kamala because I'm like, yo, I see what's coming. But now that I'm seeing what the Democrats are continuously still doing, right now, I'm just like, bro, there needs to be something different.
Kojo, but you know what I do notice, Kojo, and what can be taken advantage of, either party, and Trump is kind of exposed this to a degree, is they fall in line. Whoever's that number one position as president, they fall in line and support everything they do. And we see that with Barack Obama, right? So with that being said, when we're voting, because a lot of people don't even know there's more elections than just the presidential election, right? But if you vote and let's just say for the sake of arguments, Kamala Harris was in there and she was opposed to Vladimir Putin, everybody else would be singing those same praise. If she said, I'm gonna get rid of Obamacare, they would follow suit and sing, because they're about winning. It's about the win for them. So when I look at the system that, like I said, Trump has exploited and showed that they won't criticize Trump on anything. And when I say anything, I mean anything. Donald Trump could impose a legislation for slavery, and they would be like, well, you got to bring back that work ethic. They would be in full support of everything. So that's why I tend to go with the lesser two evils. And I mean, like I said, Kojo, I don't know if you seen I put in the chat the Trump MAGA say that I'd rather go with the pedo I know. I'd rather go with the corruption person that I know, because corruption as usual, it don't just shake things up. Like, they deport people too, but they not sending in the National Guard. You get them, it's one extreme. I can't do the extreme. I could complain and try to fight
what's wrong with the National Guard though? What's wrong with the National Guard? Let's talk about the National Guard. What's wrong with the National Guard in these cities? Well, over a weekend, 50 people get shot. Over the holiday weekends, 50 to 70 people get shot. What's wrong with that? We think that's supposed to happen?
I don't think
that's not supposed to happen.
I don't think it's a long-term solution. Because why can't the police do their jobs like it's supposed to do? That's the real issue right there.
Exactly.
But they're not doing it, Kojo. But they're not doing it.
But it's not the government's job to step in and deploy the National Guard and make them become the police of a state, because they can't do their job. No. So the states that Donald Trump is trying to leave. So, Pittsburgh T, this is where the craziness of the Trump administration.
Criminals, bro. Listen, the rate we're doing, we're protecting criminals, because we're only talking about criminality. So that's not regular people that the National Guard run around, or any of this has to do with any people other than the terrorism of the regular people that go to work every fucking day, where people are getting shot over every holiday weekend in these cities at 50 and 60, 70 people. That's unheard of. So clearly the fucking police don't know what they're doing.
How do they determine? How does the National Guard determine who's criminals or not?
Did the police shooters? Did the shooters go down when they went to DC?
I'm not familiar with the story.
They did.
You got to give me context. What happened?
Yeah, they went down. When the DC, when the National Guard went in there, just the presence, the shootings went down, right? So we can say whatever we want to say. Citizens should be able to walk around, and kids should be able to go outside and play without having to worry about that nonsense. Like, and we can't just keep saying,
you don't see how that could be a problem. Okay, they call that martial law, Pittsburgh Chief. And what's funny is the MAGA anti-deep state people have been preaching against martial law for a long time, and they accuse Barack Obama of wanting to do it in Chicago because of the gang violence and him being from Chicago. You can't deploy the National Guard to the streets just so you could be safe. That is Pittsburgh T.
How crazy
martial
is that
law, Pittsburgh T. That is insane. That is insane.
What's insane? That you don't deploy the National Guard so you can be safe?
It's insane that you're preaching against you're preaching against the Patriot Act, where Edward Snowden revealed that they were spying on us illegally and had to leave the country. Right?
Right.
That is the same thing that the
We
martial
don't
law
follow no
is.
law. Exactly. So since we're gonna pick and selectively choose which laws we actually follow, why don't we want to keep our citizens safe? That's the bigger question. Because we don't
So,
follow all the
Pittsburgh, are
fucking
you
laws in
okay
this
with the
country.
Patriot Act? You okay with the Patriot Act? Patriot Act.
No, they
Patriot
have to
Act.
answer me. They have to me.
Okay,
I know
so
what
but
it is.
you're okay
No,
with
I'm not.
martial law. You're okay with martial law.
Yeah, because we selectively pick and choose what we want to follow.
Oh my God.
We select just like tax
The Patriot
evasion. We
Act is just them
selectively.
spying. Martial
I know
law
it
is them
is.
occupying. That's the reason that
Yeah.
the
So
Second
what?
Amendment exists. The reason we
No, it
have the
ain't.
second. The reason we
No, it
have the
ain't.
Second Amendment, yes, Pittsburgh T. The reason we have the Second Amendment is because they were supposed to keep their arms to fight the soldiers when they were rebelling against fucking United Kingdom. They were keeping their guns.
So
That's why you have the amendment that I think is a third amendment that soldiers cannot congregate in your house. The reason we have these constitutional amendments is just for stuff like martial law. So you're okay with them physically oppressing us, but not spying on us through
that's not
the web
oppressment.
camera.
But wait a minute. That you're not talking to sending them to Beverly Hills. You're talking sending them in a place where they clearly have a violence problem. That's where
That's
they're
how it's
going.
gonna start. That's how it's gonna start. That's how it
Okay,
starts.
cool. But the oppression is the people that live there where they can't send their kids outside. Where they having these victims of people getting killed that have nothing to do with this stuff. And it's going on, and the local police, the local whoever's there, they're not fucking doing nothing about it. So we're trying to hide and say, oh, it's the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment it's for the government oppressing you. It's not that the people of that city are oppressing the regular citizens of that city. They can't move around and they can't fucking live, and they're paying taxes to people who are incapable of keeping them fucking safe. That's not supposed to happen.
Coach, you got any
And
centrist
that's only
views on this?
here. That's only here. They do that in other countries. They use the military
Coach,
all over the world. They use it.
Coach, you got any centrist views on this?
All right, Roland. Like I was gonna say, my thing is this, right? You can't. This is the way I look at it. I just don't look at it as a long-term solution, right? You can't get rid of police consent decrees and then you want to bring in the National Guard and you're gonna cut Medicaid, right? It's all these stuff you're doing is gonna hurt common people. Right? It is a short-term solution, right? I'll give you that, but I just don't look at it as long-term. And if you really want to change things, you all know police are freaking corrupt as hell, can't even do their job. But you know what? Hey,
So what's the
I only got
solution?
the answer for
What's
you.
the solution? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If we don't send a National Guard, what's the solution?
The solution will be things that Trump will never be willing to do. So at this point, hey, National Guard it is.
No, but people, no, but seriously, people dying. So what are we gonna do with the people? Forget the politics of it. The police that are there are not doing their fucking job. So we saying we don't want the National Guard. You can't do that. Cool. So what are we supposed to do with them people? That they paying taxes like we paying taxes, and the people getting killed, innocent people getting killed.
It's gonna come back to, in my opinion, what should occur. It's a community, right? There's already community advocates who do things like this already. If you power the communities and not foreign nonprofits, people in the community who already control already have their blocks, right? If you actually funded them and get their program together, I think they would do a much better job. And
But they already tried to do that already. They already tried to do that, bro. They got Chicago got two. Listen, Chicago got $260-something million they give for nonprofits for all these stupid ass organizations. You name them, they throwing money at it. They got all these damn leaders, and people are dying. They have no clue what the fuck they doing.
And that's the thing. I wouldn't even say most nonprofits, right? Especially if it's coming from a think tank, if it's coming from someone who's looking at some white person looking at violence as a disease and not actually coming in organically in the community, of course it's going to be bad. Right now, I'm just spitting like some hoopla stuff, so it's going to sound crazy, right? But there's actual communities, actually people who on the streets who have used to be criminals who go around helping people. There's been many cases where you've seen police officers even try to plant crack in in their environments, and they seen the effectiveness of it, and they try to sabotage them because they were actually effective. Right? This
Yo,
is not something new either. You have people like, if you're going back in history, there's been plenty of people who've done it.
can Roland
Right?
Martin give his perspective?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Can I? Because
He probably
Kojo,
did.
you know,
He
Kojo gonna
probably,
give
he
us.
probably gave it
That ain't
before.
no,
He probably
because that ain't no
did.
answer,
No,
Kojo. Yeah, Kojo, that ain't no
no.
answer though. Because you don't want National Guard. It's not an answer. Go ahead, Scott.
The reason why I think that this could be a problem, because it most definitely is a slippery slope. You know, it's no different than the income tax that was made for rich people, and now you know the middle class gets taxed heavily and carries the economy based on something that was. You ever heard that the path to hell is paved with good intentions? Like you may be well intended, but no, I'm not like Americans should not give up their freedom because states can't do their job. And here's the whole kicker about this, right? So Roe v. Wade was put back to the states. Schooling was put back to the states, even though Texas, I think, is third to last in education. So shout out to Texas for being dumbasses and having Hot Wheels up there and leading. You know what I mean? But it's put back to the states, and the states don't do an effective job, as we see, right? Because your argument, Pittsburgh T, is the states are mishandling crime in their state. So let the government come in. So then that's where the argument falls on its head, because now you're saying it's the government's job to pick up where the states lack. Okay, then they need to be in charge of schooling. They need to be in charge of all this other stuff where the states are failing. And if not, then they don't need to be practicing martial law where the states have failed. Both things can't be true.
But they already do that, Scarlett. If you have a failing school, they close the school down. You don't have a school that's failing that your kids are up to a certain level. They close the fucking school down if you don't meet certain criteria. So like we can't have like the idea like that. Like the only argument I ever hear about this, we can't do it because it's a martial law. But what about the people? Oh, we can go to the regular leaders in the community. But I mean, clearly the leaders in the community ain't leading shit. The people ain't listening to them. So in the meantime, the people that live in these neighborhoods that can't leave because everybody can't jump up and leave, they trapped there, bro. That's not right. Like that's not right that these people are in these communities, that they're trapped there and all this killing, all this violence is happening and nothing's happening. And these people playing politics.
Of course, it's a two-way street, but of course, right? I'm not going to say that there's no presence should not be there in some of these areas. But at the same time, you can't go and just over police a place and make it into a military zone. A lot of those cases, even in D.C., where they're arresting people, a lot of them are even being thrown out because they have no basis on them even being the people being arrested.
But did the crime go down, Coach Al, when they was there? Did the crime go down? Yes. So let's just say you live in a neighborhood. Yes, the crime for the month. Let's say for a month that you go there. Let's say you live. If I lived in that neighborhood and the National Guard or whoever came in there for a month, nobody died, I would be happy with that, because guess what? My kids could go outside. My wife can move around. You don't know. Like if somebody close to you get hit, then just for that month, that would have stopped that. That's how ridiculous that stuff is. For 50 people to get shot in 2 days over the holiday weekend, that's insane, man. That's completely nuts that kind of stuff happens and that there's no like real accountability to that. And it happens too often in that stupid city. Memphis is another one that it happens in. I think Jacksonville is another one. There's a couple cities that it's just freaking horrible. And it's been like that for a long time. It ain't new. And these local people aren't doing what they're supposed to do.
So 2 things I wanted to add. So there was a person that I follow, right? It's a lady, you know, she got a lot of followers. She's a pro-black conscious. She's from the conscious community. Her name is Michi X. So she's a pro-Trump person, even though, and most people that say that they're independent definitely are Trump supporters. So she's a Trump supporter because she claims to be independent. But she basically had a headline and it said that crime is down thanks to the National Guard and thanks to Donald Trump. Something of that nature. That's not an exact quote. So I screenshotted it, put it through ChatGPT, and it said that as absolutely exaggerated, that it was not true, and it gave me the actual truth on that. And then to that I say, like, why does everything that Donald Trump does have to be 100% correct? If every president and every human being is subject to error, then why is the National Guard all of a sudden such a great idea? Because if Barack Obama had pushed the National Guard out, they said he was going to do martial law, even though he never did. If he had pushed the National Guard out, and talked about crime, they would be totally against it. They would talk about their
But
rights.
why?
They would talk about their guns because that's how they are, Pittsburgh T.
I
Donald
don't,
Trump,
but Scholar,
everything he
I don't
does.
listen. It doesn't matter if it's right and what they talk about, Scholar. I like when they're talking about crime as the overall. I'm talking about people getting killed. Like a lot of that stuff, they be fudging them numbers. Like a lot of times, they'll take a criminal, a felony that's like a felony breaking and entering and make it a misdemeanor to make the crime number look big. They'll take a carjacking and they'll put it as a regular breaking and entering. But one thing they can't move is murder. So if you look at the murders,
Oh my
they went
goodness.
down.
Pittsburgh T,
Yeah.
that's the worst one. No, that's the worst one. Because we know that 60% of black people get accused and exonerated of murder. Can you
But did they
imagine?
happen? But
Pittsburgh
did they
T,
happen though?
we're talking
Did they
about
happen during National Guard was there though?
Pittsburgh T, we're talking
Did it
about an
happen?
already. But Pittsburgh T, think about what you're saying. You're talking about them fudging up the numbers. They fudge up the numbers so bad. According to you agree with me that people that are innocent have to go through court and be tried as a guilty person. And you think the National Guard being deployed is going to turn out good for black people?
Yeah, well, that's two different things. First of all, the local city police chief is the one that sends those numbers in to the database. That's who sends those numbers in.
The ones who's
that's
fucking it
manipulating.
up. The ones who's fucking it up.
That's the actual data that they're sending in. That's them. The one thing they can't change is the murder. Like that's still capital offense. They can't change that. The rest of that stuff, I mean, there's plenty of cases where they done mess with them numbers and play that stupid game. So that's the whole thing. Like I just don't think that places where people are fucking shit up, they get to have a whole say so about I'm fucking it up, but don't say nothing to me. Just keep sending me money. Like no, that's not how this works. You don't keep to do that when you're talking about people dying. Like if it was just some other shit, like if it was my car, okay, cool. But you talking about people dying and nobody's supposed to criticize you? No, man, that ain't hell no.
See, and this is why I say this is why I say, you know, shout out to Kojo for being a centrist. Let me know which way you lean on this one, Mr. Centrist. Anytime there's a school mass shooting, right? People that are considered left-leaning, liberal, whatever name you want to throw in, I'm gonna kick your ass or I'm gonna get you sucker, whatever the case you want to be. They show up and they say, this is why we need gun control. This is why we need sensible gun policies. One life is too many. And Republicans will show up and say, don't make this a political moment. There are lives out there at stake. Now all of a sudden, they care about murder in places with high crime. All of a sudden, now that Donald Trump is on his Epstein list, now all of a sudden crime is one black life is too many. Like, bro, you can't make this up, bro. Absolutely not.
And
Donald
we don't
Trump
need no
should
gun
not be
control.
deploying the National Guard, because what happens when they do stuff like that is that people that look like you and I are always going to be at the butt of these type of systems. The justice system is already unfair to black people. We could agree on that. We don't even got to agree on it. It's not an opinion. It's fact. If you look at the people who get exonerated, 60% of them are black. Pittsburgh T, if you deploy the National Guard, so the people who are arresting these black people, they're not robots that are being made at a factory by Elon Musk. They're people. Those people are Americans, and they are arresting black people who are innocent. Correct? And even though they're arresting black people that are innocent, their system is still flawed and fucked up. So now you send in the National Guard with no training in this situation.
So what
right?
we sending them? What situation? The violent situation, right? We're not just sending them in some random ass place, right?
Hold on. You think if they shoot, who do you think is going to be a suspect? Who you think will be a victim at a bunch of these prevention?
Whoever
methods?
it is, I don't know who it could be. It's probably
They're going to be black
person.
people, Pittsburgh T.
Yeah,
That's not
so what? So we just let black people kill black people. That's okay. If he's doing something that he needs to be, yeah. So we okay with black people?
If a black person kills a black person,
National Guard doing it?
No, I think if a black person kills a black person, he should be arrested. He should go through our American justice system, and he should be tried by a jury of his peers or by the judge, whichever he chooses, because that is the American way. What's not the American way is deploying the National Guard to prevent crime. That reminds me of like Rome, where people were in the streets.
Yeah, but what's the solution, Scholar? That's what, like, we always go back to the same thing with the comparison. What's the solution? If we don't put the National Guard there, you don't want no National Guard. All these people saying it's against the letter. Oh, I heard all that. Cool. What y'all gonna do to fix this? Because we still got the same mayors, we still got the same sorry police chiefs there, and people are still dying at a crazy rate. And it's us killing us. That's not even debatable in most of these cities.
Oh man, but it's a lot of things
So there ain't no
killing black
man.
people. There's a lot of things killing black people, but I hear you though, because death is not excusable. But to Skylar's point, I forgot exactly what you said, but it's just the contradiction of it all. That now all of a sudden we want Trump to come save us with the National Guard, like this. Well, I don't even know.
We shouldn't have gun control at all. Look, these states that got gun control, they shouldn't have it. They shouldn't have it. That's part of your rights to have your Second Amendment. I don't even believe in that nonsense. I don't even know where that came from. That's the stupidest thing ever.
It's just pure stupidity on the point of every single year they increase the police budget, almost every single year, and the police are still corrupt. But then they send the National Guard, and that's the solution. Like that just cannot be the solution. I have to disagree with Skylar on that, because there's so many other solutions, things to start off just to make the solutions better in black communities, right? Before you send a National Guard, and that's just the easy.
We don't think we did that already.
The people that said blue lives matter.
We did that already. Yeah, but this ain't blue line. This ain't got. Listen,
No. The blue lines they say matter. All of a sudden don't matter. Just sending the National Guard.
No, but how long ago was Obama in? Because he was the one talking. Like you said, Obama was talking about sending them in Chicago. That's how long it's been a political hot button issue. So this
I don't think he was talking about sending them. I think that was a conspiracy.
He was. He was. His cabinet was talking about that.
There was no proof
but it's been out there. It's been out there for that long. So that ain't new. Like Chicago been fucked up for a long time. It ain't even the worst out of, like, that's not even, like, Chicago ain't even the worst out of all of them. I think Memphis and Jacksonville are the worst, and they've been like that for a minute. I don't know why Chicago gets the most attention as far as the murder rate, because they're not the worst. They definitely are atrocious either way, but it's been bad for a while. In those cities that it's been bad, it ain't just get like that, and it ain't improving. And these mayors and these people, and not only are the crime rate high, their budgets are all fucked up. Like Chicago's like $800 million over the budget. LA's $900 million over the budget. Chicago $800 million over the budget. But the federal government got to send them money anyways because they're over budget.
And this is why. And this is why I can't get jiggy with that idea, Pittsburgh T. Because when you bring up the idea of gun control, it's shot down, right? It's shot down immediately.
But they have it. Chicago got it though. They shouldn't have it.
So one of the policies in gun control, Pittsburgh T. See, people hear gun control, they just shut down. Was gun registry, right? So if a gun is involved with a murder, they had a process of registration where they could track that gun down and find the murder weapon. You know who shot that down? Guess who? Republicans.
Chicago.
You know why?
Illinois
because you know why?
Illinois can't really have no
because
guns, bro.
You know why? Because the NRA pays Republicans to shoot ideas like that down. Pittsburgh T? Why have you never ever seen a black gun owner on their magazine, or whenever there's a situation where a person uses the gun to protect them? That right was never for us. You know what I mean? So this stuff is not going to affect us negative. So the right to bear arms was for black people.
Yes, you look in the state that you have rights to bear arms. You can bear arms. Why can't you?
Pittsburgh, are you serious?
Yo, wait.
Yes.
All the history of the right to bear arms was to make sure you can keep the slaves in
right now. I'm not going back to 18. I'm talking about right now in the state of Florida and the state of Texas.
The right to bear arms was for them to fight off the British.
Okay, but
the
right now
would not be overtaken for the.
Go look that up too. I'll send it to you. That's also slavery is part of that. To keep their slaves.
Y'all going back too far.
I ain't going
in Texas.
That, go ahead.
So in Texas and Florida right now, anybody who's not a felon, black, white, green, whatever, you can bear arms. Don't matter. So none of that stuff matters at this point. You can bear arms if you want to. If you're a legal citizen and you're not a felon, you can bear arms. And even some felons can bear arms in Florida, Texas, and a few other states with no concealed weapons, no nothing. There's plenty of states where you can't bear arms at all.
Okay, so why this is where the argument falls apart again. If you have the right to bear arms and the only thing that stops a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun, why do we need the National Guard?
You can't. Illinois can't do that. They don't have that right. That's not one of the states. That's not the same kind of state.
People in Illinois own guns. I've asked them.
Yes, they get them from another state. They are not allowed to have them in that state. Not like that.
So the legal. So what you're saying is we don't need the National Guard. We just need legalized
No, I never
weapons.
said that. Never,
So
never
what's the
said that. We
solution?
got. Listen, we right now that place is overly regulated with gun regulations. So we can't sit here and act like gun regulation is the way. It's not. You would have to decrease that foolishness. That needs to leave. If you're legally able to carry a gun and you're not a felon, I don't know why an American citizen cannot have the right to bear arms unless you have some kind of mental challenge. I don't know why a person wouldn't be able to. That should be your own right to defend yourself.
Let me ask you this. I just light bulb just clicked. So what happens? So you're saying that the gangs and stuff are overriding the country because their lack of rights to bear arms, correct?
No, gangs don't follow laws. Laws are for working people. Regular
Yeah, that's what I
working
said.
by
So the
law-abiding
gangs are
citizens.
so the gangs are
get them
overrun.
illegally. You
Yes.
don't because you're following the law. They
So
don't.
they're
They don't care
subject.
about fucking
Yes.
law.
So they're subjugated to the gangs who don't follow the law. So they're overrunning the
Yes.
country. I mean, excuse me, the state. Yeah. So what
The
you're
city.
saying
The
is
city.
so what
They're overrunning
so
the
what you're
city.
the city. Excuse me. So what they're overrunning the city is what you're saying. So what you're saying is
Yes,
that
absolutely.
okay. So your solution to that is the National Guard. What happens if the National Guard goes there and starts to oppress the citizens that don't have guns?
How can they be oppressed when the kids can't go outside and play? So you think kids not being able to go outside and play
So
is not a
law
form of oppression?
enforcement can oppress
Oh,
somebody, but the
So
National
the
Guard
kids
can't.
No. But wait. So you think the kids not being able to go outside and play? You think people not being able to go outside and walk? That's not a form of oppression. You don't think people can't get on the subway and not in fear of somebody? Like they're already oppressed. Like that's a form of oppression. That whole gang stuff is the stupidest stuff ever.
But yo, Pittsburgh T though. See, it's, at least tell me if I'm wrong. It's my opinion. Listen, I agree that is a form of oppression. But what's also a form of oppression is what they've already been doing to people in living in those communities. Whether or not that's the horrible living conditions they living in, the poor school systems they got, the horrible policing they got. What else? Everything adds up. Like if you were talking about the top causes of Black death, I know this is statistics, right? You're talking about statistically speaking, you got like heart disease, cancer, I've got one more thing before you even get to homicides. There are other solutions before you get to the National Guard. Will they actually do it? One thing
Like what?
hey,
Like SNAP?
Like what?
Like SNAP? Feeding,
what?
feeding kids so they can go to school so they don't drop out?
Yeah, but Chicago's budget is okay. But look, Chicago's budget right now, they are $800 million over budget. That means all the programs you're talking about, they have extended themselves way past that. And that's part of the immigration problem that they want to make themselves a sanctuary city and invite all these people in and they can barely take care of that. So they flooded their school system. They flooded their healthcare system. They flooded every system that they got. And they put a whole bunch of weight on what they already don't have. So these are the people that you're saying that, hey, don't bring the National Guard in. We got all these other solutions. No, you don't. You got a bunch of inept people that are in charge. And this is the problem that, like, there's plenty of cities. We all live close to a city. That's a Black city. That's not a national city that people know. And people keep voting these sorry-ass mayors in. I have no idea why besides name recognition. And you go to them cities, they don't have much jobs there. They don't have much industry there. There's not a lot there. But you know what you got? You got the mayor from 15 years. You got the mayor for however many years because you got name recognition.
And guns, more than likely.
No, but I mean, you look at that city, it's terrible.
That's not how democracy works.
Terrible.
That's not how democracy works, Pittsburgh T. The idea of democracy is if you have a shitty state, you have a shitty policy or whatever the case may be, is your fault because you should vote whenever they come up for election. And if you don't vote, you don't have anything to complain about. But this is where, like I say, the argument always collapses, right? Because the idea that Donald Trump was going to return things to the states was because government wasteful spending and not effective leadership from states. State representatives, right? So now what you're saying is we're going to spend and use government dollars to enforce and police the streets where the states where the states are lacking. It's like, well, wait a minute. If you're gonna do that,
We do
do
that all
the
the
same thing
time.
okay, do it for education. Why did you cut education
Bro,
then?
wait,
Why did you
hold
cut
up. We do
SNAP?
that. Listen,
Why'd you cut all these
there's
other
plenty of
programs?
but wait, there's plenty of local police forces that get closed and they get policed by the state or the local sheriff.
I don't think
It
that's
happens all the
possible,
time.
I've never
Yeah,
heard
that
of that.
does happen.
I've never
So
heard
wait
of
a
an
minute, you
agency
never
closing down. I've
never heard
that.
of a city police force that they were so fucking bad that they closed them down and the sheriffs took over or the state police take over. That happens. It's happening.
You're gonna have to send me some links, bro. I've never seen what they
I
normally
gotta
do
see
is they
that
normally
too.
will get the administration that's in charge out, but they never close them down.
Yes,
I've
they
never heard of
do.
that.
Yes, they do.
You
They
could be
have
right.
closed
I've
them
never heard of
down.
it.
They've done it before. They've done it plenty of times. If it's that egregious, that's what they'll do.
Yo, Pittsburgh
Sometimes it's
T,
corrective,
let me
sometimes
ask you
they'll
this,
close them
Pittsburgh
all the
T.
way down.
Do you ever look at the points that you make and be like, damn, I might need to question these because white people agree with me. So you got somebody named Kaboom saying, if you're not breaking the law, then why worry about the National Guard?
No, I don't know about that. I know I'm not saying that because no, what I'm saying is the presence of the National Guard has seemed to be effective in preventing murder. Is it going to stop all crime? Absolutely not. Are they running around arresting people? Absolutely not. So I think you're conflating, like he's conflating some whole other stuff. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is people should have the right to walk up and down the fucking street. Kids should have a right to go outside. Imagine having a child that's 8, 9 years old. You can't even send that damn kid out the door. You can't. Not if you're a conscious parent. So,
Well,
like, no, that
so
shouldn't be
you
happening.
do know that there's people that have functioning lives in Chicago.
Not in every city. No, there's cities they can't do that in. There's sections of those cities where
So
they can't do that.
you telling me it's some people that live in Chicago that can't come out the house?
At night? Hell no. When the sun go
Are
down.
you
So you think they
speculating
got
or
their
do you
kids
know
out
that for a
playing?
fact?
Man, that's a fact. Go look YouTube. There's plenty of people that got vlogs on Chicago, hood vlogs or whatever you want to call them, and they go in certain sections of Chicago and they tell you where they are and they show you at night you cannot be outside.
So check this
Those
out.
are those people over there telling you that.
Kaboom just made a point and didn't even realize it. Said kids don't play outside anymore. Why even worry about kids being able to play outside when they're on Fortnite
they
and playing
can't.
video games anyway?
Yeah, but
they don't want
can't.
to. They don't want to.
No,
but
it's not that they don't want to. Parents
they
won't allow them.
absolutely don't want. But so check this out. So I got this. I got a friend on here, and she's from Chicago, and I'm always clowning about. I can smell the gun smoke through the Wi-Fi. I'm always clowning about the city of Chicago. But really, I actually want to go to Chicago because I got another homie, Ill Status from Chicago. Ill Status don't be moving around like scared of anything. You know what I mean? It's just like that. All the stuff that we see is based on media. And if you say media will lie, then why do you believe stuff based on media? Like there are people who have regular lives in Chicago. They go out, they mingle, they do
all Chicago
certain
scholars.
stuff.
There's parts of,
But that's
but there's
everywhere.
parts of,
You got places
no,
like that
Scholar.
in Texas.
Not like that, Scarlett. You ain't got places like that where on how holiday weekend 50 people getting popped. You don't have that, and you know what's gonna happen. You don't have that kind of stuff
So
happening,
Pittsburgh T, why not this? If me and you know that, we know about what Kojo said, the centrist. Shout out to my centrist friend. He always brings balance with that centrist point of view. But like Kojo said, if we could have access to history books and we could see that these communities have been targeted of certain stuff, you know what I mean? Gentrified, have been the target of drug wars and stuff like that. And then we see the people there being arrested and they're getting out, getting exonerated at 60% for murder rates. Well, then why wouldn't we have, preventative measures like SNAP? You know what I mean? Some kids would go to school looking forward to lunch, as sad as that sounds. The only time they ate was at school. The Black Panthers started a program where they wanted to feed kids because they understood you need nutrition to go learn. You burn calories when you use your brain. A lot of people don't use their brains. They don't know that. That's why they be in the conversation. But that's neither here nor there. But no, you need calories. So it's like, why not go through preventative measures? Why is everybody so against SNAP and stuff that helps feed children in impoverished areas like this? But they'll be like, hey, go send in that National Guard. We got to send in the National Guard. It's going to deter crime. And it's so crazy that all of this is because Donald Trump is trying to distract from the fact that his name is the Epstein list. All this stuff came out of nowhere.
Before we get to that, let the centrist speak, quote unquote. Like, I also go. This will also like the National Guard has been used before, right? It's been used on the crack epidemic. They send the National Guard to D.C., right? If they don't do nothing good, you know what did happen before they sent the National Guard in? Even before crack came in, Ronald Reagan. I almost said Donald Trump, and they almost the same people anyway.
He
Ronald
tries
Reagan
to be.
cut. What you say?
He tries to be like Reagan. But go ahead, my
Yeah,
bad.
yeah, yeah. He literally cut. What's it called? It used to be mental health facilities, public mental health facilities that anyone could go to. So if you were bugging out, you could go there, get cleaned up, come back out. He cut jobs. Used to be federal job programs to help teens during the summertime, all throughout the year, get jobs and help their family pay, get money, get additional money and assistance. All that stuff was cut off, and then crack came as well, and boom. It's like we see, like, it's the simple stuff. If you give people simple stuff, a way to live, and the basic way to take care of themselves, crime will decrease drastically. And on top of that as well, right? What was I going to say? Speaking of Black Panthers, they also, forget to fund the police. They were trying to literally have community control of the police. At least have community boards who at least, hey, you can fire police. The community will be the ones to do that. But you know what happened? Everybody knows what happened to the Black Panthers anyway. So
Yeah, they were infiltrated by the FBI and brought up with false charges, etc. But and seen it as troublemakers. Meanwhile, KKK members met and were moving people from their homes and unaliving them. But that's neither here nor there.
Let me say one more thing, Scarlett, and that's what people need to be fighting for, not for National Guard just to be sending as a band-aid. But I hear you. You know what? With this economy and people today, I feel like shit ain't gonna happen, unfortunately. But I'm with you, Scarlett. I'm just against the National Guard altogether. Because at the end of the day, we've seen it happen before, and it doesn't work. It just doesn't work.
Great points. Black people who know more and have an example to pull from. The Reagan era, when they sent in the National Guard, how did that work for Black people? And to the white people in the comment section, like I'm sure Angie is, I don't understand why y'all talk about the oppressive government, your Second Amendment rights to fight off the oppressive government, tyranny, patriotism, all these names that y'all throw, and martial law being the main one that y'all used when Barack Obama was president. Now all of a sudden you come to Jesus on the idea of the National Guard policing the streets. You can't make this up. You cannot make this level of stupidity and hypocrisy up. Like, no, Angie, I don't understand why you're against the things that you say that y'all stand for, which is patriotism, anti-tyranny, revolutionary, all this stupid ass words that y'all throw around when y'all want to make a point. Y'all call the January 6th people heroes. But now all of a sudden you understand policing. Why didn't they send the National Guard in to beat the motherfuckers on January 6th over the head?
Nah,
You can't make this up.
Scholar. We can't be talking about them good light-skinned brothers like that, Scholar. I mean, they just got a little, they ain't get the suntan fully, but those good old patriots right there, Scholar.
But Pittsburgh T, before I head out, I will say I do feel your pain because something needs to be done. Because like you said, people can't be dying out here, but it just needs to go. It needs to go both ways. It can't just have it just one way. Press the red button, like, nah, man.
Kojo, you understand why that's bullshit to me? Because I've observed. I was a centrist, for a long time. That's how I understand your pain, bro. But no, I observed these. But hold on, I observed these situations, Kojo, and I looked at stuff like Sandy, and I watched how people would come out and say, this is the perfect time to talk about gun control, and everybody would shoot that idea down. And the argument that they would make is one life is too many. One life is too many is what they would make. The people who
gun control, though, Scholar. What do we need gun control?
One life is too many. We need to do something. Ain't that what you saying with martial law? We need to do something.
Not gun. So you're gonna take the citizens that are already at a disadvantage because they're the ones following the law, and you're gonna get the criminals in the upper hand. Like,
gun control. If it's spun right, could be misleading. So one of the things that they proposed in gun control, right, is gun registration, so that you could track the murder weapons.
Scholar, you think criminals registering their weapons before they go shoot somebody?
Yeah. So you understand that they could break into your house. So Pittsburgh T,
Yes.
you're a legal gun owner, right? They can break
Yes.
into your house, steal your weapon, go commit a
Yes. And I
murder.
call the police.
If they go
And I call
commit
the
a
police
murder,
and tell them
it will be
it don't
tracked
matter.
down to your weapon.
No, it won't.
Why
Because I
why
call
are
the
you
police.
against that? If
No,
one
it
life is
don't.
too many.
And listen, if you, no matter what you do with the weapon, it's got a serial number in it. I had a responsibility. The moment my weapon is missing, to call the police, say, "Hey, I want to file a report. My weapon's missing." That's simple. There's no system in the world that needs to be made behind that. Like all
Call the
these
police
hoops
and
and
they say a
it's
weapon
not
is
that
missing.
complicated.
I ain't doing
Pittsburgh
that.
T.
I ain't calling the
Pittsburgh
police.
Yeah, if my weapon is missing, somebody breaking my house, I call the cops. They're not even gonna come out. They're gonna give me a report. More than likely, they're gonna give it to me over the fucking phone, and that's gonna be the end of it. There doesn't need to be a law for
I
that.
try to avoid. See, that's why I agree with Scholar. I try to avoid the police as much as possible. So even me calling up and telling them I lost a gun.
But if your weapon is missing, yeah, but if your weapon's missing, that's all you got to do. Because it's like if you don't do that, then it's your weapon. It's simple. That's not complicated.
Black people gonna call police. They talk about their weapon
Okay,
missing.
well, I mean, but I wouldn't put more hurdles against regular people. Is what I'm saying. I would be against regular
Pittsburgh
people
T.
having more restrictions and
Pittsburgh
more things because it don't make sense.
Kojo, let me know which way you lean on this, because this is the argument that they make. That we register to vote, right? Not everybody can vote. Teens can't vote, kids can't vote, right? And voting is a right. So if owning a gun is your right and you have to do it responsibly, you should do it in the same way that you do voting, where you register for a gun, where where you opt in, you got to be legal age. It's just common sense stuff. I don't understand why anybody would be against that. It's always this, Pittsburgh T, how many people are going to self-report the serial number and their weapons being stolen if it happens?
But Scholar, no matter what, even with that system you have, what Kojo just said, the person still got to pick up the phone to call the police. Like, there's going to be a whole bunch of people like Kojo, no matter what, that they're not going to do it, right? So that's always going to be the gap in that. You can't force people to call the cops, right? You can't do it. But the person who didn't call the cops, I'm pretty sure they will have some kind of alibi and something to corroborate it to get them out of that situation. It's not that complicated. And it's surveillance everywhere. It's cameras everywhere. But I just don't get the whole restriction where we just don't know where none of these guns are coming from. I don't subscribe to that.
Glenn said no, they're taking the ones off that shouldn't have been on it in the first place. I think he meant the guns. They're taking the guns off the people who shouldn't have had the guns in the first place. That's what gun control is.
But they're
How
not.
do you know? We haven't tried it. We haven't tried
so
it.
What you mean? Okay, so they got gangs in LA, right? Don't they got gun restrictions in LA, don't it? They got it in New York, don't it?
They got corruption in LA too as well.
Yeah, in New York it's hard to get a concealed weapons license. And they got gangs all through there with guns.
Because it's fractured, and it's not the law of the land, like how when they banned slavery and had the Civil War, because it's not, they get guns from neighboring places. When they track the guns and where they're coming from, they're getting the guns from people who have lax gun laws like Texas. So the people in LA are getting the firearms from the places who don't have the regulations. So what Republicans will do is try to do correlation and causation. Well, you look at the places that they got lax gun laws. Well, the criminals are overrun with guns. Yeah, because the criminals are getting the guns from the neighboring states that are lax on guns. That is an absolute fact. That's not opinion, that is an absolute fact.
Look, listen, I'll give you an example. Even in Florida, where you don't need nothing to get a gun, you can go to any place and get a gun, right? They're gonna do what's called a cool down period, where you're gonna give them your information, give you driver's license, they're gonna write down some numbers, they're gonna call the NCIS, and they're gonna run your background. You cannot take that gun out of there for 2 days unless you have a concealed weapons license. If you have a concealed weapons license, they'll take that concealed weapons license, they'll call NCIS to make sure that you don't have nothing going on. If you don't, they call and they do your background. It takes about 2 days. You can't walk in there and buy a gun and walk out. And in that period, they're going to make sure you're not a felon, and they're going to make sure you don't have warrants or anything else going on. So they don't just let you walk in and walk out with a gun.
Well,
that ain't true.
I'm gonna tell you, like a white man told me, welcome to Texas. Well, I talked about people with lax gun laws, like Texas. You can walk in and walk out with a gun. I remember this, Pittsburgh T. I remember I did some gun training, and the guy that trained me
was a little messed up, you know, and I didn't notice at the time because I was thinking like what you thinking. A gun is a big responsibility. They should make sure the right people get them. The dude was jacked up. He told me he was on medication and technically he was crazy and shouldn't have a gun. I was like, this is absolutely the guy that should not have a gun, and he's out there bragging about it. So you could walk into Texas store, academy, anywhere, gun show, whatever, and then walk out with a gun and be fucked up because they have lax gun laws, and them guns end up on states that have strict gun laws. So it's misleading and it's disingenuous too. That people know the statistic and they argue, well, the only thing that stops a good guy with a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun.
Yeah, but I don't know about that, Scarlett, but I know it's only a few states like Texas. I brought up Florida because most states, they have like some kind of cool down period. Most of them just don't let you walk in and walk out with a gun like that. It's not a lot of, put it like that. It ain't a lot of states where you can just go today, go pick up a gun and walk out without a concealed weapons license. That don't really happen in majority of states in the 50. That ain't how that goes. So it's very few of those states that happen.
When they do the studies, they find the guns come from states like Texas, where you could just basically go and get a gun. He said, so I can't see the comment. Let me comment so I can get this one up. Let me comment. I think he said in Florida, Pittsburgh T, you can do that. Let me see. He said here in Florida, we have gun shows and you can walk in and buy a gun and walk out. So he's saying you can do the same thing in Florida.
No, you can't. Listen, the only way you can do that is if you have a concealed weapons license. If you're a card holding concealed weapons license, meaning you already got you already sent the information in and you got your concealed weapons, then you can walk in and out any gun show, any gun shop and walk out. If you do not have that, they have the cool down period where it takes 2 days. No, you can't do that. If you're not a concealed weapons license, you can't do that. And that's what most states do. Most states aren't like Texas where anybody can walk in and walk out. That's not how they do it. So that's not true. I don't even know where you get that from.
So Kojo, before you leave, can you see the screen, Kojo?
Hold up, let me see.
That was made by ChatGTP or PT. I always mix it up. It should be the other way around. But that was made by them. I told them to make me a comparison. I didn't give no what do you call it? I didn't lead the witness. I said, make me a comparison of Joe Biden and Donald Trump's cuts. So there you go. It's not the same. One was tweaking.
This is from 2028 to 2034. It's just showing Biden's.
Because Trump went in there and changed his plans. His plans was over the duration to go all the way into 2034. And then Trump came in and said, nah, because remember they passed the big, beautiful bill. And then that changed what Biden had set in motion.
All right, these numbers looking sketchy, man. I have to do my research and get back.
Screenshot it and put it through AI.
Yeah, but I don't know about the numbers though, because like I said, it's deceptive because it's not an actual cut. They're trying to force this. Remember, the federal government paid for all that. So now with Trump's new idea is that he's trying to make states pay in on that. That's controversial. I don't even know how you account for that.
The same states who can't effectively run a police force to where you have to send in the National Guard, them same states.
I'm just telling you what he did, Scarlett. I never said it was right. I'm just saying that's what he did.
Yeah, because that's what they do, Pittsburgh T. They mask the medicine. What's up, BVO? What they do is they won't say abortion is illegal, right? What they'll do is they'll just give it up to the states and make it really hard for you to do or get. That's how they do it. They make it, the access changes. And they say, well, look, I'm not making it illegal. I'm just gonna it's just like the Department of Education. I'm not defunding the Department of Education because that would be illegal without Congress. I'm just gonna put a person in position and tell her to do so good that she's not even needed, or basically do so bad that the thing fails so we can go ahead and dismantle of it. Like, man, come on. They be playing in our faces all day, man. I know how to read the fine print. And Donald Trump definitely, by giving it up to the states who you say can't even effectively run schools.
No,
right? Who can't even effectively get rid of guns.
No. So that's the Chicago, the city can't do the right thing. The state ain't like that. That's the fucking city. City's all fucked up. That ain't the state of Illinois is not like that. That's the fucking stupid ass city. That nonsense that they got going. Like California is unique because the city had a surplus and now they upside down. Like, I don't even know how they did the stupid stuff they did.
No, I
They
wasn't
had a
talking. I was
surplus a
talking
couple
about.
years ago.
No, I was talking about in terms of. I was talking about the states in terms of abortion and Medicare and stuff like that, and Medicaid. Those policies that they would directly affect the American citizens. Like everything always boils down, and they've been having this argument forever. What is the role of our government? The founding fathers were arguing over what is the role of government. And I can't subscribe to the idea that the role of government is to stay out of our life, except for when there's crime. Then we're going to send the National Guard out and get all up in your life. Like, no, it has to be one way. Listen, you can never go to the doctor, Pittsburgh T, and they say, well, not you specifically, I mean a woman. And they say, well, you got to touch a pregnancy. No, you're either pregnant or you're not. You either got tyranny or you don't. You either got freedom or you don't. It is what it is. Martial law is not freedom. It's anti-freedom. And if you're in favor of that, let's go ahead and get this police state that everybody said was coming and that they were against.
Before I go, ultimately, I agree with you because, like I said, we've seen this before in history. We can point it out when it doesn't work, and we know what works. But when they do what works, nope, because people in the hood or poor areas were still colonized, and that's the way they want to keep it. So that's it.
Coach J, you let me down, man. You were spinning hot fire. You been infiltrated, man. Get up out of here, Coach J, man.
Hey, I told you that sentence. I told you that sentence.
Man.
All you gotta do is make him lean one way. He gonna fall over.
You was holding the straw. You done failed. Hey, what you think about gun control, Kojo, before you roll up out of here? Since you done flipped on that one over. What you?
Go ahead, Kojo. Don't let me down, brother. Flip again.
Oh man, gun control. I mean, like I said, personally, I wouldn't want to call the police up, but for the betterment. See, that's the thing. It's got to be a two-way street. We got to be able to control our policing in order to get our guns right. You can't have one and not the other. And that's the thing about it. So ultimately, in the perfect world, what Skylar's saying it should work that way. So, I mean, I have to go for the ideal solution until I can come up with a more practical, in-my-face solution that's not going to completely stop all over my rights. But that one, I don't know how I feel about the gun one yet. But for Skylar saying ultimately is right. I will say ultimately what he's saying is right, in my opinion.
Talking about the register.
That's what I'm talking about. Woo! Hey, don't you say that, bro, Coach. That's a good. Hey, that's a good place to let that play, Coach. That's what I like to hear, baby.
That brother don't know what he's talking about, man. That brother was spitting high five, man. That brother was speaking high five.
Yo, no, hold on, Kojo. I need you to stay on for 10 minutes, bro. You got 10 minutes in you?
10? No, I don't got no 10 minutes, yo.
Come on, man. I gotta show you something, man.
I'm at East Coast time, bro. I'm about to brush my teeth and get some.
Man, this man ain't got 10 minutes. See, this is why we can't get ahead of the people. I try to get 10 minutes out of my fellow. Yo, I might listen. I was thinking about ending this live. Cause after midnight is birthday time. I ain't gonna lie, I might stay up all night. Nah, because then I'll be tired for my birthday.
How do you say belated backwards? Or what's the opposite of belated?
I don't know.
Happy
MAGA.
Whatever.
Make America great again. But yeah, man. So what I was gonna say, Kojo, is just catch the playback. Well, I'll send it to you. I was gonna play a clip because Kojo, you remember during the election they kept calling me the boxing propagandist. They kept telling me Trump literally released some Twitter footage that showed him and a propagandist team and how he was coming up with all those tweets, and that was literally propaganda at its finest. And you know what? Deuce was here. Because you know Deuce is that's his favorite word, propaganda. I think it was his first words as a kid. Propaganda. And Deuce ran off. As soon as I showed that video, I think Deuce went in the living room and just ripped all them Trump posters out the wall. He wasn't playing that. He said, man, I'm out of here. I can't do this propaganda. Yeah, because it's only propaganda when somebody who disagrees with you presented it. If somebody who agrees with you presents it, it's not propaganda anymore. It's considered fact. Our facts. And I just wanted to make that point, but it is what it is.
Hey, Kojo, man, we appreciate you, brother. You still home strong with Terrence Crawford, brother? Or you just slipped? You stay over that, man. You ride out.
You know, he in the middle. He in the middle.
Man. Can't lie, I was watching the train. I'm just like, man, I don't know, man.
I told you.
No, I'm still rolling with Crawford. I'm still rolling with Crawford, man.
Yo, Kojo like Mr. Feeney. He like Mr. Feeney from Boys Meets World. He always gonna be on the fence. He gonna always be looking on the fence. Howdy, Dave. What's going on, Dave?
Thursday, man. Yeah, but Kojo be spending some fire when he be on. When he be
Kojo
on,
get
he
nervous.
be on, man.
He know what's finna happen to Terrence Bud Crawford. Everybody know.
Look, everyone should be open
Bo's up and talking
to new political ideas anyway, man. That's it. If you hear something, take some time to think on it. You don't gotta just be like, no, because somebody said it. That's how I feel. So you look at everything. I try.
That brother came back. He's spot. Hey, Kojo, man, you have a fantastic day, Kojo. Don't let that brother manipulate you, man. You spent some high fives walking out the door, Kojo. Let that brother manipulate you.
That's a bad note to end on. No, hell no. Kojo, your toothbrush, your brother would make shit particles get on your toothbrush for that, brother. Make shit particles.
What did I say that was so damn bad?
Nah, I just playing. Now you see what you're doing. You know we got these MAGA supporters out here who don't know how to think for themselves. And what you
for
tell
sure.
them is,
I'm not talking to MAGA supporters, by the way. I
Nah,
don't
we ain't
support y'all
talking
at
to
all. All right.
Nah, we talking MAGA. We talking to MAGA now. See, don't let him flip you again, Kojo, man. Hey, Kojo, man, you gotta have a good night, Kojo, man. Don't let this brother manipulate you, Kojo, man. You good of sound mind here, Kojo.
Kojo, this is Uncle up here. You know I'm older than you by a year now, Kojo. Tonight's the night where I age that year, brother. That year, I mean, brother. So go ahead and let Uncle give you this game.
For sure. Congrats, man. All right, y'all.
All right, Kojo.
All right, Kojo, man. Be easy, man.
Hey, man, that was a good one. I think I might come back with. I'm gonna come back with another topic, Pittsburgh T, because it was something I wanted to talk about. That was
National Guard, man. Because you didn't see the
we done clicked on that. That's well done.
Bro, you didn't see the YNs talking about if the National Guard come, this, that, the third, all this stupid stuff. Where they was like, yeah, saying, man, they gonna figure out why this called Chirac, and I wish Trump would, and it's a whole bunch of
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think they're not scared of the police.
It's a lot of dead, scary people that's in the grave, bro. Not scary people in the grave, bro.
I don't think they care. I think they know that their time is limited, and they live like that. They live fat. They don't care. Like they really disrespectful to the dead. We seen that with smoking on Tuka and all this old crazy stuff they were saying, and trolling their ops. That's a way of life for them. They start really, really young. I don't think they care. See, and this is what I'm saying, Pittsburgh T. So they send the people down there for that. And, they always say the thing that stops a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. And they don't factor in that what they're essentially saying is a shootout is going to solve the problem. What if the guy with the good guy with the gun is not as good as the guy with the gun, the bad guy with the gun? But then obviously
those good guys
the bad guy has obviously the bad guy. No, they are Pittsburgh T. They train, but they do controlled training. These people, King Von, they be in shootouts that's normal for them.
Scholar, they shooting regular Negroes that ain't trained, bro.
Okay, I'll say this, Pittsburgh T.
That ain't the same thing.
What happens if civilians happen to be, where they gonna be at when all this gunfire is being traded? Where they gonna be at?
Ain't gonna be that much of gunfire. Look, that'd be like me walking down the street trying to get in there with even an amateur pro fighter talking about I got a boxer's chance. No, you don't. No, you don't. You absolutely do not, bro. Some situations a professional is professional, and that's one of them. That's not the same thing. Like just because you have the ability to shoot a gun don't mean you know what you're doing. That's not the same thing. And if you're doing that with somebody else that don't know what they're doing, yeah, of course you look like a genius. Neither one of y'all know what the hell y'all doing. Half of them don't even know to keep their finger off the trigger. They about to shoot the damn self. So no, man, they be all on the TV, taking pictures with the gun pointing on. Man, no, man, that's not the same thing, Scholar. The least poorly trained person in the military is 10 times trained than that person. It's absolutely not the same thing.
I'll say this, Pittsburgh T. When they factor in the bad guy with a gun and the good guy with a gun, sometimes stuff is just inherently, some people are just naturally good shooters. I'm one of the people that train and I'm good, but I know that there's people that's better than me, naturally, and I think that's what I think about King Von. I think King Von, the reason why everybody was so fearful of him is because he said in the song, I was born to shoot. Like he was a good shooter. He was a good shot. He was hitting people in the head just with one shot. He was really, really good. He was a marksman. I was just better at killing than them. But I'll say this, Pittsburgh team. When the gangs shoot at each other, there are civilian people who get caught up in their crossfire. The National Guard goes in and the gangs are shooting at each other, and the National Guard is shooting at them. Where are the civilians going to be? Are they going to evacuate for a couple of days and just let them shoot at each other?
Days. Hold on. They not having no shootout with no National Guard, bro. Like
We'll see.
that ain't
We'll
going.
see.
That ain't
We'll
like
see.
that.
What's
No,
going to happen,
bro.
Pittsburgh
Like,
team, is they
like first of all,
the longer they stay there, the more dangerous it is going to be for them. Because what's going to happen is the people. Go ahead.
no, I'll say we'll see because all of this is hypothetical. I think it's completely insane. Part of this because a lot of this is presence, and you got to think of the equipment they're coming in there with. They ain't just walking in there with no AR-15s, right? Like that. It's just not what they doing. So I don't think this ever gets to that. I'd be surprised if they even allow to bring him in because apparently the mayor's got this thing where he's just gonna fight against them for what reason I have no idea. He just don't want that to happen, and he just wants the city to stay the way it is. And he has no solution to any stuff he's got going on. You know what you really should? People think that this is some like way off thing. Go look at them town hall meetings that this mayor had the last couple months, and how the citizens up there fussing and cussing him out because of the nonsense that he got going on. Where they're cutting schools, they're increasing class sizes, they're cutting teachers, they don't have money for police, like all the failures that this clown did, and they're raising their taxes, which he said he wasn't gonna do. I think it's the second time that they tried to do this. So no, they got some big issues there. So I don't know where they go from here. They got definitely do something. That what they got going on, that can't just keep going on. It's only gonna get worse.
Okay. What I was gonna say to that is, like you said, we'll see. I think home field advantage, it matters. I think it doesn't matter what presence that you have. People are gonna fight for their home, and that's where they from. They rep it. Oh, old block. I'm from this. I'm from that. They're gonna fight, and they just may not do it just yet, but they're gonna eventually start fighting back. You look at Russia and Ukraine. Ukraine didn't. They were farmers. They ain't stand a chance against them. They still fighting back. The longer they stay there, the more dangerous it's going to be for civilians and themselves. But we'll see. Because like I said, it might not even be them. Because like you said, they might be cold, trained, and all this other stuff. But bullets is going to fly. And they ain't got no names on them. So civilians, they might get caught in the crossfires. But we shall see. So what I'm going to do, Pittsburgh T, I'm going to get off of this and prepare for my birthday live. Because at midnight, that's my birthday. So I'm going to prepare for my birthday live. And I think we're going to do a little gender stuff. You can't go wrong with gender. For the gender conversation.
Oh man! All right, Scholar man. I'll see y'all next week, man.
Appreciate you pulling up for providing balance, Pittsburgh T. You're getting kind of boring up here. I don't like people. Kojo was the centrist, and then Marky Dan was agreeing with me. I need some pushback.
Yeah, man. Kojo, man. That brother was speaking fire at the end, though. I ain't gonna lie.
Big Uck had to step in. I taught him better than that. I've been down before. I told him better than that.
I ain't gonna lie. But hey, man, everybody, catch us back on the next one, man. See you on the next one.
All right, T. So everybody that pulled up, appreciate you today, man. My birthday is in 2 hours. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to end this live, and then I'm going to start a birthday live. And then we're going to do topics and stuff. It's going to be probably geared towards gender. It was something I seen that I wanted to talk about because we talk about everything over here, political, race, all the stuff they say you shouldn't talk about. We talk about over here. You know what I mean? So, yeah, we're gonna end this live, be back with a birthday live, and we're just gonna have fun. I ain't gonna say turn up because I ain't no drinker or anything, but yeah, we're gonna be back. We'll be right back. Make sure you hit the subscribe button. Make sure you come back. If you busy while the live happens, then catch it on playback. But anyway, Ray J, go ahead, serenade them and take them home. Talk to their souls, Ray J. Ray J, after you end up singing this song, their hearts and minds will be pure. Look, no, this is what Ray J gonna do. Ray J gonna sing. And the timeline that we slipped into after COVID, where that we're in right now, where people don't believe facts, we're gonna slip out of that timeline through Ray J's vocals. It's gonna open a wormhole, and we're gonna get back into the timeline where people actually had good memories. They can remember stuff that happened, a year ago. And because COVID has affected all that. COVID drove us into this timeline that we're in, where people don't accept facts, they defend pedophiles and all this other crazy stuff. So Ray J is gonna get us out of that.
Anti-social club was good. So you pulling up late, man. You hit that playback. We had some good discussions over here. Make sure you subscribe. We're gonna be back with another good discussion. This is not gonna be political. But anyway, Ray J, go ahead with those soothing noise and open up that timeline, bro.
Superstar, wish to have a fancy car, wish to have $1 million bucks. Well, I wish I know being in love. So tell me, pretty baby, I make one wish and I wish it all on you. Oh, oh, oh.